everyone. Yeah. Check, check. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for being a part of our discussion again today. Today is an Naabik'iyati committee budget hearing continuation via telecommunications. I just want to thank everybody for listening in again there on our usual listeners on Facebook, Vimeo, and YouTube. Thank you for being online. To our staff members of the legislative branch, thank you for being on the line too as well. And to my colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, thank you for being a part of the discussion again today. The time now is 2:02 p.m. We'll wait about another 3 minutes. Right now I do have a couple of delegates on the line. See if we can get some more of our colleagues on the line. We did post our agenda, notified everyone that we would start today at 2 o'clock. I do believe, is there Human Services Committee meeting is still going right now. But I indicated that there'll probably be some overlap. So as soon as they're done, they were going to come over our way too as well. So again, good morning, or actually good afternoon, everyone. We'll wait a couple more minutes. Start here about 2:05 p.m. with everybody on the line, and then we can go from there. Again, thank you for logging in. Yeah.
Is it the same number we had yesterday? Should be. Yeah. Why? Hello?
Honorable think we're just waiting here a little bit longer to get some more of our colleagues on the line. So we'll begin here in about another 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Howdy, Speaker.
Good afternoon. Honorable So.
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, we're just waiting for a couple of our colleagues to call in the 24th Navajo Nation Naabik'iyati Committee. Again, everyone, thank you for listening in. This is a Naabik'iyati Committee budget hearing continuation from this past Saturday. So let's get another minute or so before we begin. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, colleagues of Naabik'iyati Committee. We'll go ahead and get started now. We do have a proposed agenda that was approved and sent out of the Naabik'iyati Committee budget hearing continuation today. This is a via telecommunications budget hearing. I am here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. My colleagues throughout the Navajo Nation on the line too as well. Today's date is August 31st, 2020. The time now is 2:09 p.m. We can go ahead and call this hearing to order. Invocation. We did have an invocation this morning with the Honorable Health, Education, and Human Services Committee meeting. But we can go ahead and go off that invocation for the day. So thank you very much for Health, Education, Human Services for blessing the day for us today. And we can go ahead and move on. Let's move on down to review the budget hearing agenda. We did go through some preliminary budgets, but I'll go ahead and have Office of Legislative Services continue on the agenda for today. So, Mr. Platero, you or your staff members can read the budget into the record.
Mr. Speaker, the agenda for today is a proposed agenda of the Naabik'iyati Committee budget hearing continuation via telecommunication Window Rock, Navajo Nation, August 31st, 2020. Presiding Chair, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. One call meeting to order, invocation, 2 review the budget hearing agenda, 3 oversight budget review continuation, A legislation 0170-20 national related to Naabik'iyati, accepting and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch. FY 2021 proposed budget for the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch, 10-10-16, Office of Navajo Government Development, 10-10-17, Office of Legislative Council, 10-10-18, Navajo Utah Commission, 10-10-19 Office of Legislative Services, 10-10-20 Ethics and Rules Office, 10-10-21 Election Administration Office, 10-10-22 Board of Election Supervisors, 10-10-23 Black Mercy Review Board, 10-10-24 Office of the Auditor General, 10-10-25 Navajo Land Commission, 10-10-26 Commission on Emergency Management, 10-10-27 Eastern Navajo Land Commission, 10-10-28 Eastern Office of Eastern Navajo Land Commission, 10-10-29 Human Rights Commission, 10-10-30 Health Education Human Services Committee, 10-10-31 Resources and Development Committee, 10-10-32 Law and Order Committee, 10-10-33 Naabik'iyati Committee, 10-10-34 Legislative District Assistant, New Election 901001 Navajo Nation Enterprise Fund, 9 adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Padero. With that, I'm going to go ahead and continue on down. We did review the agenda. Now we have oversight budget hearing reviews. Again, in the record, when the agenda was written, we are back on legislation 0170-20. It's an action related to the Naabik'iyati Committee accepting and recommending the budget to the Budget and Finance Committee to propose fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch. In reviewing the FY 2021 budget proposals, we'll go ahead and continue on. We are currently on Navajo Nation Office of Navajo Government Development. And that is actually, colleagues, 10-10-16 is the business unit number. So with that, Madam Chief, so I'll turn the floor over to you.
Good afternoon, members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. For the record, my name is LaShawna So. I'm the Chief of Staff for the Navajo Nation Office of the Speaker. We are currently on budget unit number 10-10-16, Program Office of Navajo Government Development. I'm going to turn this over to the Executive Director for the Office of Navajo Government Development, Mr. Edward D. Mr. D.
Thank you, Madam Chief. Yate, good afternoon. Edward D., Executive Director with the Office of Government Development. Honorable Speaker, on the 24th Navajo Nation Council, everyone on the call, visitors and guests, by way of introduction, bit adnita na enchla, todichi ni eta shije, tlazatlana da shiche, totso ni da shinala, ikita deep so da hasnet isnas banswet mesa ado easy na sha, shike, what I hit it out is they don't listen. And I will go ahead and, for the most part, present this in English. I'll transition to English here forward. Business unit number 10-10-16, which is Office of Government Development. Part 2, funding source, FY 2021 general funds, $502,593. FY 2021 IDC, $53,281 for a total of $555,874. Part 3, budget summary, 2001 personnel expenses. The original is $468,449,000. Proposed $472,288 for a difference of $3,839. $3,000 travel expense. $30,901 is the original. Proposed is $18,222. The difference is $12,679. $3,500 meeting expenses. Original $16,000. Proposed $11,000. Difference $5,000. $4,000 supplies. $14,500 is the original. $7,000 is proposed. Difference $7,500. $5,000 lease and rental. Proposed $10,008. The original is $10,008. The proposed is $4,500 with a difference of $5,508. $5,500 communication and utilities. Proposed $17,000. I'm sorry, let me back up. Originally $17,000. The proposed is $9,500 with a difference of $7,500. $6,000 repairs and maintenance. Original $30,073. Proposed is $10,000. difference is $20,073. Contractual services, $6,500. The original is $6,000. The proposed is $8,000. The difference is $2,000. $7,000. Special transaction, $15,375. Proposed is $15,364. A difference of $11. $8,000 public assistance, 0. Original, 0. Proposed, 0. $9,000 capital outlay. Original is $17,000. Proposed is 0. The difference is $17,000. $9,500 matching funds, 0 is original, 0 proposed, 0 difference. $9,500 indirect costs, original, 0. Proposed, 0. Difference, 0. And on to Form 2, goal statement, Part 3 of Form 2. 1, goal statement, sustainable government initiative for all levels of Navajo Nation government. The performance would be develop sustainability policy and guidelines for Navajo Nation government to implement first quarter 2, second quarter 2, third quarter 2, fourth quarter 2. The second goal statement, government reform initiative and recommendation measures, develop and propose government reform recommendation from the Commission to the Navajo Nation Council. First quarter 1, second quarter 2, third quarter 3, third quarter 1, fourth quarter 1. The goal statement for number 3, Navajo Nation Chapter Technical Assistance and Empowerment. The performance measure would be provide technical assistance to Navajo local government and other entities. First quarter 4, second quarter 4, third quarter 4, fourth quarter 4. 4, goal statement, public hearings, listening sessions, survey questionnaire, and educational outreach. The performance measure is public education and sustainability, Title 2, 1, and 26 reform, surveys, and media and print materials. First quarter, the goals would be 2, second quarter 2, third quarter 2, fourth quarter 2. Lastly, goal statement number 5, partnership and collaboration with institution, performance measure, partner with educational, government, and community-based organizations and NGOs. First quarter, goal 2, second quarter 2, third quarter 2, and fourth quarter 2. And lastly, the Office of Government Development is among one of 4 programs who's also requesting unmet needs requests, and that is in the amount of $69,432. And that is to offset, if you will, look at the budget on Form 1, the $69,432. That is the total difference between the original and proposed between FY20 and FY 2021. So I just want to highlight that. Lastly is the plan of operation under D of the material that was provided on Saturday, which is the plan of operation. The Office and Commission on Government Development has submitted their plan of operation with a sponsor to the Office of Legislative Counsel quite some time ago. We feel like that is still pending, outstanding, and we've done pretty much all that we can to have that updated. So that is in pending status. That will conclude my presentation. I stand for a question. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. D. Does that conclude your presentation, Madam Chief?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that concludes the presentation for Business Unit 101016. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that, colleagues, 101016, Office of Navajo Government Development, we go to the board. I don't have anybody that's texted in requesting to speak. Is there anybody, comments, questions?
Oh, yeah, hello, a question.
Honorable Lona.
Sure, thank you. My colleagues on the committee. Mr. D, I have a question on your, I guess it would be the lease and rentals. I see that there's 2 different ones there for renting vehicles. And it says 150 days. Do you guys really use the vehicles that many days out of the year on rentals? And what's the rent? What are you using that? What kind of travel is that? I have a question on that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We'll go back to, Chief or, Mr. D.
Yate non-speaker, Aaron Dashanand, Arin Identity Delegate Halona. Thank you for the question. So we do not have an assigned vehicle. The Office of Government Development don't have an assigned vehicle. So what we do here is we lease the vehicle anytime that there's more than two staff traveling to one location, which also helps us to offset our travel costs, which is on the low end in terms of personnel POV travel. So what we do is we work with fleet and we lease a vehicle, and they lease it to us either on a 24-hour, 48-hour, or upwards of a week basis. So that's how we have that set up. As you can see, $5,565 is strictly for that. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Follow-up question, please.
Yes, go ahead, Honorable Halona.
Yeah, Mr. D, I see you have on the number Form 1. It says there that you have one vehicle for the department. Is that the same as the rental vehicle that you're using?
Yeah, Nana, Speaker, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
You're absolutely right. You're reading it correctly. The way that OMB wants us to set this up is whether we lease or not, just the mere fact that we make contact with fleet through lease, we have to list it as a vehicle, as if we are assigned a vehicle. But in essence, we're not. So nonetheless, they're asking us to put one in there because we make contact with fleet for their service. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I understand that. That's all the questions I have.
All right, colleagues, any other comments, questions on Office of Navajo Government Development?
Speaker,
I'm a feeling, go ahead.
thank you, Speaker. Mr. D, thank you. Everyone listening as well. I just wanted to ask, since Honorable Halona brought up the car issue, just a question. I don't know if he can answer it or who can answer this question, but wouldn't it be cheaper just to get an assigned vehicle rather than all these leases? That's my question, Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. D?
Yeah, Delegate. Really, thank you for the question. To answer your question, through the duration of my directorship since 2016, we have never been assigned a vehicle. However, I can note that in the early part of 2017, there was an attempt to secure a vehicle made an assignment to the office, and that was under the directorship, Roanhorse then. The board that basically said that they didn't have the vehicle at the time, and so that was just one attempt that was made. But to specifically answer your question, would it be cheaper to have an assigned vehicle? I would like to think so, yes. I'm not sure if others can answer the question more specifically, but just through my rough estimation, it would be, but we are not in this particular fiscal year. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Speaker, speaking again.
Yes, I'm a feeling, go ahead.
I thank you, Speaker. Mr. D. I just posed this question because in my previous tenure, I know I had asked this question administratively as well. And I think it was true that it was a lot cheaper just to have an assigned vehicle versus a lease. I know the leases can be pretty expensive. But if there's a way to get you all an assigned vehicle, I mean, shoot, that would be more cost effective and especially saving the nation a little bit of money. The branch and the nation, and then of course that'd be great to an incentive for you all. That way you can have your own personal vehicle as well, an assigned vehicle. So I mean, just a question, and I don't know if that would be something we could look at as well, Speaker. And not to get into your budget too much, Mr. D, but you know, I considering the situation that we're in, I'm really looking at how we can start saving money and incentive-wise, if we can start looking at ways of budgeting effectively and efficiently. You know, we're still trying to plug a $40 million hole, and you know, we got to figure out ways if there's ways to do it that will help. Shoot, by all means, it would be a great incentive for you all. So I mean, just a thought though, but I don't know if that will happen. But yeah, Speaker, thank you.
Okay. Any follow-up?
Yes, Speaker. Thank you for that insight, Delegate Freeland. Certainly, and again, to the original point, the question that was presented by Delegate Halona, and that is why actually we decreased this year. We had the last 2 years over $8,000 in that particular line item because it's really flexible. It allows us this flexibility whenever the staff needs to go, like on a long distance outreach, we use a vehicle. And there were times where 4 of us was in a tribal vehicle that we leased for 1 week. And then again, when 2 or more staff is going to a same community, for an example, a trip up to Lichi, that's a stretch. I encourage them to rent a vehicle and use that, and that is cost sharing to that end. And we will definitely consider your recommendation to get a vehicle assigned. We'll look into that. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. D. With that, colleagues,
Mr. D.
10-10-16, Office of Navajo Government Development. Any further comments, questions?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Okay, go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker, my colleague. In regards to the Office of Government Development, I'm looking at page 2 of 7. I'm actually looking at this budget is over $500,000. And so as a delegate, I'm well aware of all of the challenges that our government has in terms of providing direct service to our people or making sure that our people are safe and taken care of. And I'm trying to look at if we're spending $500,000 in the right area. In looking at the program performance criteria, I see a sustainable government initiative, government reform initiatives and recommendations, chapter house technical assistance, public hearing listening sessions, surveys, partnership and collaboration with institutions. I don't really see any, and matter of fact, these goals are really low. So for an office that is asking for $500,000, how can this office help ensure that our Navajo Nation is a government that takes care of her people, and that it's a Navajo Nation government that's the voice of her people, and that it's a Navajo Nation government that will look at laws that need to be amended and modified? And so I'll need that question to be asked, Speaker, as this budget before us is for over $500,000. And in my observation, I have not seen much improvement in maybe the last 20 years that this office has been around. And $500,000 can go a long way when we're looking at maybe Auditor General to make sure our money is secured, to the Elections Office, that's in this new tab 24, or other areas so that we can provide direct services like the Human Rights Commission. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you for those comments and concerns, Madam Chair. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on 10-10-16, Office of Navajo Government Development? There's none. Thank you, Mr. D. We'll continue on. Moving on down to 10-10-17, Office of Legislative
Speaker,
Counsel.
this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam
Did you
Chair.
hear my question?
was that question directed? I thought it was just
Yes,
a
in
more
the
of a
Office of
comment.
Navajo Government Development, yes.
Okay.
I'm asking them to defend their $500,000 budget. How are they providing, how are we improving our government to meet the needs of our people? Every week we hear from Navajo Nation, every day, every minute. How is this office? You're asking us to approve a $500,000 budget. I need to know if this $500,000 is worth this investment, or if there's other places to put the money. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for that. I was under the impression that was just more of a comment, but let me go to Mr. D. Mr. D?
Thank you, Speaker Damon. To your question, thank you for the question, Delegate Crotty. So there's a bit of a commentary and there's a couple of questions tucked in there, and I'll do my best to answer them. Let me start by the goals. You mentioned that the goals are very low. So what we did at the Office of Government Development is we sat down as a team to go over these goals, the performance goals, the criteria that's listed here. So we took into consideration, let me just back up, and if you take a look at the FY 2020, the goals were a little higher. So these goals, the requirement, are in the context of the current global pandemic. In other words, we have limitation. That's the case with pretty much all Navajo Nation government entities programs. In terms of physical in-person outreach is limited. We have no idea in terms of when this pandemic will, one, subside, and two, altogether lifted, or when a vaccine will be developed. So that's with this in mind, because we don't want to list goals that are so high that keeps our staff from making contact with entities. So I hope that explains that part of it. With respect to how do we continue to spend $500,000 into this program, when you mentioned that this office hasn't produced much, let me start there. I cannot speak for the 27 of 30 plus years of this office being in existence. I'm only accountable for the last 4 years. So since my directorship, primarily that 3 years ago, I've done everything that I can, working hand in hand with then the 23rd Council, now the 21st Council's leadership, i.e. the Speaker, the delegates, and the Commission, in terms of putting forth recommendation to the Council in areas of government reform. At the moment, we have 5 government reform recommendations in our hand, on the table, recommendations in our hand, on the table, if you will. 2 of them have been submitted to delegates to sponsor under this 24th. I have no idea where they're at. We're trying to meet this deadline with the elections. I submitted 2 of the Commission's resolution to 4 delegates, one as a primary sponsor and one as a co-sponsor. They're out there. I have no idea. I can't speak beyond that point. The other 3, the Commission in its last meeting suspended the 3 in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. And so they want to sit on that until we see how this pandemic, in a few months, how and where it will be at. And then the last thing is the Commission is proposing to have a special meeting this Thursday, and there will be another government reform resolution that they will entertain. So that's 6. 6 in the last 3 years during my directorship, we put together recommendations to the Navajo Nation Council to pick up these recommendations, and that's the extent under Title II, 970 through 978 of what what the Commission's authority is and what my role is in that. So I beg to differ when you say that the office hasn't done much of anything. Perhaps prior to my directorship, that probably is a valid claim to make, but not the way I see it since I've been on board. I hope that answers the question. Thank you. Speaker?
Thank you for the explanation and response to Madam Chair's question, Mr. D. With that, colleagues, again, any other comments, questions for the Office of Navajo Government Development 101016.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Cruddy.
Yes, go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. If your office can pull together the 6 items that were referenced in looking at the budget, so if it's $500,000 for a year, and I'm just going off the top of my head to maybe get 2 things done, we're spending $250,000 to get 2 items to us. That's my concern. My concern is how much resources can be done for 2 items a year. I also am looking at in terms of, are those items that are the council delegates' pet projects and they're looking to be funded through this office? And I would say I've been a delegate 6 years, and I've seen that done where it's individual delegates using the resources of this program. My concern, though, is we bring up issues on the council floor, and it doesn't necessarily, but I don't know if it's either through the commission or through the office. There's areas that we have chronic issues that need to be addressed. And so, for example, I would say, what role does the Navajo Nation government play in making sure all our people have access to water? There was a policy, a white paper that was developed by the Office of Washington Office. And so those are areas that we would need to know to address and to improve our government. So why, if I'm from Eastern Agency, what challenges or what can be done to help the allottees get access to basic infrastructure? When, as a Navajo individual, will I find relief from violence in my community? If another question, if the number one arrest is alcoholism, public intoxication on Navajo Nation, what policies, what laws need to be changed to provide relief to our communities who suffer from bootlegging or their violence because of altercations with intoxicated individuals? Those are the examples that I'm thinking about when I see this budget form, and that's why I'm asking. And what easily can be done by the council is we use this money to answer very specific questions. Like every oversight should have a goal statement on this. What is the number one area that our oversight is challenged with that we need to make recommendations? Without really, in saying this, let me give you an example. For budget and finance, our appropriation law has not been updated in a number of years. Why is it so hard to procure, and why is it so hard to have a business here on Navajo Nation? And these are areas that we can direct our Navajo Government Development Office to look at, to tackle, to talk to the people, and provide some solutions. Right now, I think at this point with this budget, it's $500,000 to do what? So I do need those 6 areas. I think spending $250,000 in each area is probably not the best use of the money. And that if this council, maybe after this conversation, maybe every oversight pull in a goal statement and say, what do you need from this office to do for the oversight, for the betterment of the Navajo people? It's $500,000. If this was an executive program, delegates would be all over it, because $500,000 could do so much, and we could move our government further. In 2 years, 2022, Navajo Nation government is going to be 100 years in existence. Are people better off? I think that's going to be the big question that we're going to be asking each other, and making sure that we meet the needs of the people, that their basic needs are met. Home, shelter, being safe, and just having those basic needs. And nearly 98 years later, this government still doesn't get it right. And that's what I think about when I see Navajo Nation government development and what it means. And if I was to tell someone, well, we're giving them $500,000, I think that's where we're at right now. Is are we making the best investment so we can move our government forward? Thank you, Speaker. That's commentary, but I would say I would ask at least Naabik'iyati committee for Goal 5. What is our number one priority that we should see that this Office of Navajo Government Development look at for us? What could be a measurable and quarterly, and how do we determine that? And we could do that through telecommunication. Matter of fact, maybe as Naabik'iyati, the main thing is how do we develop a dynamic government system that doesn't rely on in-person or hard copy papers, so that we could reduce travel, increase our broadband, increase our ability for delegates to stay in their district and do their district work, and then reduce the time that is needed on some of these calls, and we can streamline. There could be where an example can be this office can look at all of the legislations that have been passed. How many of those legislations are policy informing? How many of those legislations are administrative work? When committees set up their goals, who's monitoring, who's moving the nation forward? And so I think that's reasonable. I think with $500,000 that could be done, and I think that's the way that we could look at this program. So I could offer some other suggestions in terms of performance criteria. At the very least, I would like staff that, for me, I believe this is a legislative concern. And I would want to ask Speaker that I be given the opportunity to at least recommend or change and modified the fifth goal statement. And if my colleagues on Budget and Finance, if we could have a time, maybe tomorrow, talk about what we can provide for our goal statements, because we know that there's issues with dual taxation. There's issues now that are coming up through Treasury, and we have about 12 different areas that we're looking at. And if we have this resource here, we should be maximizing it. Thank you, Speaker. And actually, Speaker, I'd like to know your recommendation in terms of pulling together a goal statement that could help the council and the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that recommendations and your commentary and your concerns on the overall direction for the Navajo Nation Office of Government Development. Let me go back to Mr. D, and then I can respond to as well. Mr. D?
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Crotty, thank you again for those questions and the commentary that you added. There's a whole list of them. I think the most important thing is to have an understanding when you mentioned the office. Certainly the Office of Government Development is one component of the entire organization. The other is the Commission on Government Development. It's a 12-member commission. Right now we have 10 active members. They meet monthly. In some cases, they have special meetings. And it's been my habit that I invite the entire Navajo Nation Council recently to call in through these teleconferences, and previously, prior to the pandemic, was to come and attend these meetings. I will continue to do that. And that would probably be a great place to express some of what you're expressing here, Delegate Crotty. The office is one thing, but the commission is another. And certainly that is under Title II. We realize that we're tucked in Title II, 970 through 978. And so with respect to some of the chronic issues in Navajo government, what role the Navajo Nation government can ONGD, Office of Government Development, and the Commission play in water security is your question. We, for the most part, quite frankly, probably don't have a lot of role because there's other entities and organizations governing water within council, at oversight, and then departments and programs and the divisions. So if we teeter down that path, if we will run into resistance from these other entities or programs and offices and oversight. So it's a bit hesitant. The commission does, there are times when a commission member will ask us to entertain outside the scope of what is codified here. If it's not exactly government reform or government related in terms of reforming the government, then it's hard in terms of how we read the code. So I hope I'm answering that question. The same thing with the Alati in Eastern Navajo, the basic infrastructure. That's similar to another government or another office entity that handles stuff like that. And to your point, with respect to arrests, alcoholism on Navajo, and crime that's impacted by bootlegging and what have you, the same thing. Title 11, many other oversights. And so the way we read the code is if it's related to government reform at chapter, agency, district, Navajo Nation central government, that's where we spend our time in terms of researching. The two policy analysts that we have on board, they handle a lot of that. And then the lastly, you mentioned to perhaps to redefine Goal 5. I'm not sure how that is tied in when you say that maybe this is a time to explore the idea of reducing the in-person meetings and or reduce travel. Certainly, I agree with you on that, and that's the whole idea behind sustainability. Sustainability being my background, that is sustainability, is to reduce the footprint, to mitigate climate change in all aspects of how the Navajo Nation can transition towards a more sustainable governance. That's the whole idea. And so at least we agree on something, that this is something that the office is pursuing. And I hope I answered your questions. Thank you. Lastly, the recommendation we're already working on, our two policy analysts, is differentiating the Navajo Nation Council whether policy or administrative role. And of course, we also work very closely with the NABI Title II Reform Subcommittee. Thank you. Speaker.
Thank you. And just to comment and further the discussion from the Office of the Speaker, I can answer and respond to as well to your question, Madam Chair. I think there's different platforms of what each individual committee has presented, but more importantly, the longevity of what you indicated, this Navajo Nation government, what we were built on. We're initially entitled as an energy nation, and that commitment to bringing in revenue to help support the Navajo people and continuing our government. I think that is something that is looked at as an initiative to say, what is our next options for the next 100 years? Is that direction still going to be the same as we were indicated in the beginning, as a more subordinate issues to make deals with numerous different companies to bring in revenue by desecrating our lands across the Navajo Nation with coal mining, exploration of uranium, and other minerals that has desecrated our water and our land, and the more importance of how we can continue our own resilience to our lifestyle and our traditional values while still making and a supported and dominant economy for the Navajo people. I think that's something that a Speaker's office would really like to look at and really try and hindsight and making sure that we still have that longevity for projected revenues each and every year coming into the nation. But more importantly, how can we blend that in with really trying to secure the substance of subsistency to creating a further hope for our next 7 generations. Thank you, Madam Chair. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions? Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Just one area that maybe I could just suggest is that maybe if council can create, NABI can create some goals related to government reform, and that way we we could, that's one area, since the government development is under the oversight of Nabi. I spoke to the board one time, and the issue of government reform, the proposals, and I did speak to the board at one time, and I believe they took my statement. I'm not too sure that it was understood right, but I believe they understood it that I voted in their favor to persuade them to do something like that. But, these government development commissioners come before the committee. They choose to apply for that position, for that commission. Say, hey, I'm up for the job. But yet, as Honorable Crowdy alluded to, that I do agree that past Government Service Commission or the director at that time before Mr. D, I don't think they didn't do much. But I could see as Mr. D came in, there was many different type of proposals or some proposals came through. And what I'm getting to is that our commissioners there, how do we hold them accountable for government reform, government changes to improve the system on behalf of the Navajo people, so that the system can benefit the Navajo people, not the delegates or the president and so forth. We need a system that benefits the Navajo people in a whole. And that's one of my thoughts. And maybe we could have a brainstorming session to come out with some goals. And since we're the oversight of the commission here, or the commission office, let's go ahead and create some policy goals and give it to Mr. D and have him relay it back to the commission. If the commission don't want to move on these reforms and so forth, let's just drop legislation to remove them. Because a lot of the time I get to see I'm getting the commissions to be
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Question of privilege. What's your question, Madam Chair? Charles, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Speaker. I've been listening, and I guess my question is, and I'm a little bit confused on this, is it government development's responsibility to change the law? Because I thought that fell back on the people and council. Perhaps somebody can point me, and I'm looking at Title 2 right now, reading the rules to see, where that responsibility lies on government development. Maybe I'm not understanding correctly, and perhaps that now is the time to be corrected as a delegate. If somebody could point me to the rules in the code that says that government development is the one who changes the laws, not the people and not council. Thank you.
I think probably the two individuals that could answer that question is one, I'm not too sure, Ms. Barbara from Office of Legislative Services, but Legislative Council, but also Mr. D. Let me go to Mr. D first and explain the overall goals. I think one of the clear things that's allocated or the direction that was given to them in creating the last plan of operations, as indicated on page budget form 2. Maybe you can further explain that, Mr. D.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. 24 Navajo Nation Council. Let me try to answer that one very succinctly. There's feedback. Can everyone hear me okay? I can hear feedback.
Yes.
Okay, good. The manner in which the Office of Government Development and the Commission originally was set up was basically to really explore the central government, and that was the emphasis. However, after the 1994 amendment, that shifted the concentration. The council basically then said, look, we would like for the office and the commission to pay more attention to the local government, the chapter government. And after the 94 amendment, that has basically been the case, is to really explore, to some extent, primarily chapter government. Seemingly secondary would be the central government, so it flip-flopped. The way that the plan of operation reads is, the key word in this is recommendation. In terms of policy development, we can recommend a policy and then make that recommendation to the central government, in this case, the Navajo Nation Council, in terms of proposal for alternative forms of government, chapter government, and or in some cases, central government. So that's the extent of what the commission can do, is make a recommendation. And that's it. Beyond that, it is entirely up to the council whether, one, to accept the recommendation, and or two, or just to simply set it to the side, and or modify the recommendation. And in many cases, my understanding is it changes its content or color, if you will, when it gets done with council. The original intent is not there no more. So again, I hope I'm answering the question. It is a recommendation. That's how the plan of operation reads. I hope that answers the question, Speaker. Thank you.
Office of Legislative Council. I don't know if you want to chime in any further on that.
Speaker, Nabi Committee, good afternoon. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. I think that Mr. D did a good explanation under the Government Development Plan of Operation. The Commission makes recommendations to the Council. Those recommendations basically can take two general forms. One of those recommendations can be to establish a referendum wherein the Government Development Commission's recommendation goes out to the people for vote. And right now there are two pending such requests at the Office of Legislative Counsel for recommendations on referendum. Another avenue that the Government Development Commission can take is to make a recommendation to Council. For Council directly to make a change to the Navajo Nation Code. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to Honorable Otto.
Hey, thank you very much. There's a system that's on the emailed out text to ask questions. So that's what I did. Government development. Based off the plan of operation, how can we suggest recommended government changes to the mother government and out into the chapters You know, on the 23rd Council, there was an issue of regionalization. As they started to load it up, because the initiative switched to doing away with the chapters, all the chapters. And what is but the improvement of the services out there is something that the commission should really look at. How can we reform the government that's within your plan of operation so that we could improve those services out at the local level? And I speak to population base. I speak to you know, how a chapter, a recognized chapter is supposed to be in place based off of population, not off of registered voters. And but not doing away with chapters, maybe combining them. You know, that way, you know, we don't send a check to 110 chapters all at once. And then over time, the improvement of the government services out there, they I don't know about how that I do support your budget, Mr. D. I don't see the thought in that. I see called it I should not prepare. Now, Josh, even not a Yabata, I would check now what Yado, a Aja of Ahente. Then the level then not I got to give Washington name has it the dog make up. A national is or the Nada dog, I need. I think we need to really have that one-on-one conversation with the commissioners. But again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Arso. Let me go on to Honorable Keon McGay, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. D. Honorable Keon McGay, Shay, the floor is yours.
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker.
Yes.
Yate.
Oh.
Ado Kudos Nanka. 24th Navajo Nation Council by the budget by Naabik'iyati. Ado Kudo the budget for the Navajo Nation government development by Naabik'iyati. Ask us about this. I do support the program. But the one thing though, maybe some United Kitty, so Miss Crotty, so $500,000. That there's nothing the media just now going couldn't have not that out of it not that I see. Laati hot the do ta inishiki bahaliya sunan hanoya hatzi kudoshna in terms of translating her statement or comment. In a way, Joe, the prime example kudo Mr. D do benash in sa case ki took up election ban naholji's local chapter government. You know that the election office had reopened 86 or 83 Quile vacancies. No. Just to be upfront, I totally oppose the centralizing the regionalize the local level. But critique at the net in local capture officials, another in Iskogo,
the election office is kind of now forcing people to apply. Maybe that's the reason why some people say, "Oh, or someone may be lucky enough to say that, well, I'm the only candidate. I'm surely MN will come in January." Other in the chapter, just because of COVID-19, that's card. And then the other area is who really answers to the local elected officials. The Navajo Nation government, Navajo Nation President's office, there's 26 elected positions in Windward level. Now, to some extent, local level, there's more elected officials, but yet political appointees are kind of like calling the shots of the local government in a way. That's a prime example. I let out what ego go 80 at the Nisco College, the Nike on Shoyat Eston Ado Nakinika, the Dick at vacancy and Lehota. We have to go through the easy process to replace an elected official locally. So, and then the other one is grazing official. The Department of Agriculture, kind of like our local grazing official has to answer to a staff at Windward level. But as an elected official, what is it? What's the best solution? So that I recommend or say, because the Queen on the council floor. Now that's the other thing, Speaker. My comments are always being, misinterpreted. Coming back down to the chapter level. Partners, the little deep off behind the put up a young kitchen initiative. Sometimes I'm reluctant to even make a statement. Maybe that's a political decision for me in a way, but then again, at the local chapter, and then even the ASC, and then even the Division of Community Development. So each of these programs, huge English, Division, Resource and Development, one-stop shop of Diego. Get the English for English, and we even left out to some extent BIA to approve the right-of-way process for progress for our Navajo people. We're duplicating service. This program can handle it. One-stop shop for right-of-way process for any services for our Navajo people for power line and water line, broadband, and so on. So it agipinating. As legislatures. It's not by the people. It's only this. certified chapters into the what? Okay, they're certified. Now what? The very first one certified, Ilya. What's the progress? Kailaban na to halit out on nas kit na ta tikat kodo alapin lan iyitleho. Like for example, the community land use plan RDC lan isle. Okay, akon disni. Okay, tika be balansi tli RDC ni tliniki community land use plan o hayuban hat o that na itle. Halit all a kodo resource and funding based on the public equity neta. O what a quote benina lelobli sata hodlo. For example, is cemeteries basata hodlo, grazing permits basata hodlo, and so on. So a quote a heki quoted partners the Lebanon has added huge. What is it that the government development can do to help streamline a lot of these processes? Asia after needle after the non hitch need ni Kato na be hob Washington Kato hit the net okay the key to ishin papin nishiki. Does everything has to go through the council? Like, for example, a lot of time I always say this, and I'm sure, again, this will come back at me. But a lot of time, delegates begin to be project managers. A water line, a power line, a team, certain projects. Just hit the German hit the to the central office. Akoko elahit halit how can we streamline a service that local chapter coordinators or the project manager have direct connection with the CDBG, the Division Community Development, NDOT, Division of Natural Resources, so on. Why does it have to go through the council and the council has to go back down to the program? So, has army. And Coco, yes, there's a night I thought you need should be got response on Yahoo. Why open to the same thing and pose the same question again? Or to hit up a need data on his response. And up it whatever has only thought side hitch and not this afternoon hit it though. It's trying to hit that. So over that age, she says, don't hit the end linky. Packet either populate Nishiki A the key. To Kotanan Tato, to Arjunan Tato, to Titi Pahatan, it's called the Nati Tasta, but the Liniki. How can we eliminate that an individual has came to the Navajo Nation government for any assistance that the response was there right away with a limited traveling back and forth for certain documents. Like, for example, NHA, the Benda reported that Yila. Agent, the board members, done Lindy, commissioners, done Lindy. How many commissioners do we have? How many board members do we have? We got education, we got water rights, and so on. Oh, you board members, done even in HAG, there's 2 vacancies. But in there, what just the open, he ran conducted the Naabik'iyati or what's that? So those are some minor, minute issues. It is was the so the Chicago ila nizo da keta jiklo was in Chicago kwage ya the nashti ta ko edit out the issue that so that but not there's a lot of progress that are being delayed or a lot of areas that could be resolved. So the only thing that I continue to hear right now is which is obvious and which is understandable, which was that the office will close, the chapters will close for the past almost 4 to 5 months. Projects backlog does link up non. So what the heck you see actually Mr. D? I mean, there's a whole lot. I would support you. I'm asking for additional staff. I don't have a problem with that. But the fact that these are the actual areas and these are the issues that we are dealing with. So either unkin the response, I'm going to be inviting them to the commissioner's office, or have we made a stop at the government development office and offer our recommendations. So I know Mr. D had emailed me several times, even on Saturdays. They said, I don't know if they were trying to accommodate certain delegates to have their meeting on Saturdays. Mr. D, so again, even the other area is that jointly there was a big turnover of the council. I don't know, and I want to say that they're not, but I mean, a lot of us, it is after even several terms, I continue to learn a lot of things at the state, federal level, or even why not have a 1/3 staggered term, just like the U.S. Senate and have no case. Could it add index on the So those are some areas I think that could be taught with the people and get a response directly from the people. Every day that could the Naabik'iyati but I was saying to Israel, yes, we have we'll have some negative feedback from the public, but I mean, without their reason or without the because of the people, because of the land, and because of the status of who we are, that's where we're working for them. The Naabik'iyati or the Naabik'iyati or was so whatever Mr. D. I mean, again, like I said, I support the program, but I believe that there needs to be another notch, up the notch to really provide some major report to the council. Not really necessary to the council, but to the people. On Washington, then keep in the stop on the don't to the so the national did out could ask isn't the seat or the speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kilamgi, Chair. Let me go ahead and go back into Mr. D for a response from Honorable Kilamgi and Honorable Oversight.
Thank you, Speaker. Though the not on in the sanitation, I'll go directly to the question/comment that was given by Honorable Delegate Otto. So, with the recommendation that you made that NABI can work with the Commission to perhaps explore some proposal and or even going as far as policy goes. I'm open to it. I'll go ahead and convey your recommendation to the Commission on Thursday and allow them. Some of them may very well be listening in, so they hear you, and I'll go ahead and make that recommendation that you expressed to them in terms of working more closely with the Commission. Again, as I stated earlier, we are working very closely with NABI Title II Reform Subcommittee. We've been on their agenda several times now. And then what's your comment and that you made, policy goals should be given to the commission to adopt. If not, then they should be considered for removal. That is, as a lawmaker, your prerogative. It's up to you as delegates, because it is, after all, you're the confirming entity, council, through NABI. So, but as the arm of the commission, as an administrative entity, I can assure you that we do our best in terms of transparency, communication, as well as involvement with the commission in terms of making these recommendations on government reform. And then also you mentioned the improvement of services should be considered by CNGD, or Commission on Government Development, 4 chapters. That, to that point, as well as to the Honorable Delegate Kiel Mbike's point, I'll go ahead and combine that. The last Title II Reform Subcommittee meeting that was held 2 weeks ago, we were on their agenda. A recommendation there at that meeting was made by Delegate Elmer Begay, and he sort of tasked us, the office, and since then I've informed the commission that in light of this pandemic, with respect to chapter government were given a scattered shot, if you will, a shotgun blast of all sorts of commands and do's and don'ts, and lack and or miscommunications from coming to them from multiple directions. The chapter government's role is to fulfill its obligation by providing leadership and direction / services to the people. Is there a way for the Office of Government Development to explore a research to gauge what exactly happened during this pandemic? Which chapter were open? Which chapter were closed? Which chapter were providing services and or not services? And which chapter also basically took it upon themselves to extend beyond what was mandated by central government from the emergency management and or the office of the president. So there's a whole area that I see where Delegate Begay is exploring the idea of the data that could be weaned out by working with Division of Community Development as well as Administrative Service Center. We've been in contact with them, by the way. Dr. Pearl Yellowman called in a couple of months ago, as well as Ms. Sanlata Jim, and they did reach out to us and say, okay, let's develop some type of partnership in terms of addressing the pandemic. So what we're interested in, what Delegate Elmer Begay is interested in data, some type of data that will guide, that'll be used as a guide to ensure that we mitigate should something like this ever happen again, and or to really truly take a look at performances of chapters under such circumstances as what we went through. So that's to Delegate Otto So's questions and comments, and I thank you for your support. Kiel, and thank you also for right out the outset, you mentioned that you do support the program. Thank you. You mentioned that the elections are coming up, and albeit that you do oppose regionalization, but it sounds like what you're saying is you do support some type of reorganization, perhaps not an entirely regionalization. We welcome that, and that's where our relationship with NABI, the lawmaker as a whole, we really, really need that, because that will help us as an office in conveying this to the commission in terms of what are some of the possible solutions, and that's what I welcome that. You mentioned that any Navajo election administration is forcing people to apply to fill these candidacies. I really can't touch that because it's beyond my area. COVID-19 chapters were closed. Who really answered to the chapter officials? So to that question, who really does answer to the chapter official? That's perhaps open. Primarily, I would presume it's the people that elected them, their constituent. They're the one that held them accountable. They hold their feet to the fire.
4 years, whether they're going to pursue that same candidate or person as an incumbent. So that's the
But beyond that, there are oversights. There's Division of Community Development, ASC, OPVP, and perhaps to some extent through funding Navajo Nation Council. That's the way I see it as a whole. And then thank you also for suggesting the grades and official reform should be made. Absolutely. We do discuss that through a lot of our public outreach over like 7 to 8 months that we did prior to the pandemic. When we gauged and then to your point about certified chapters, now what? That has always been a question by both elected officials at the local level as well as constituent. And oftentimes, real briefly, it's usually the local units of government are usually pointing their finger towards Winter Rock. And conversely, when I know that this has been an experience under the 23rd Council and in some instances here in the 24th. So it's hard as an office and a commission to say, you're right and you're incorrect. So we do try our best to work with both cohorts, if you will, the central government as well as the local government. But thank you for bringing that up. And our office will continue to explore that. I just want to inject an example with respect to your comment on Club C. One of our policy analysts, E.J. John, has developed a really good partnership and relationship with Arizona State University School of Geographical Science and Urban Development. A whole team of faculty members as well as graduate students, and developing a regional Club C manual or outlay moving forward for the District 6 chapters that surround Gallup. Because that is eventually going to be the thinking and the solution moving forward is for these chapters to be more cooperative, to be more congruent in terms of how they move forward, not as an individual chapter, but using shared resources. And again, as I noted earlier, that is basically sustainability and resilience. So I'm really happy that we got that as a team and working forward. Actually, they're finalizing their report here, and we can share that as an office with any council delegate that wishes to look at this. And then your question, what can government development do to streamline these processes, such as, divisions, programs, and offices, and what have you? And then a sub question that you inserted there was, does everything have to go through council? We've been working to some extent, our office and the commission, with Delegate Eugene. So in terms of looking at the idea of committee, the Naabik'iyati committee as a whole, or should there be a committee of one, which is slightly different than the whole? We're exploring that with we gave this presentation, by the way, to Nabi Title II subcommittee before. And so there's a possible solution there. Prime example, these CARES Act discussions over the summer and now the budget. Under a concept of committee of one, essentially it would be a one-stop committee while all the lawmakers have an opportunity to offer their discussions and conversations and then put an amendment. So that's something that we are exploring. You're right. During the 2017 report that we did, staggered term, we did look at that, and there is favorable support by the people that we gauge that Navajo Nation Council should be staggered term, as opposed to what happened here a couple of years ago when you had a big turnover. I believe you had 15 delegates, freshmen that came in, and the rest of them were incumbent. So we are looking at that. And then I hope I answered all your questions. Again, thank you for your support. Teacher?
Thank you, Mr. D. With that, some individuals, new players on. Let me go ahead and go over to Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. Although the rest of the Naval Nation Council though. I can't have though. Out of the Naval Government Development though. Out of the directorship. Out of the I think yeah, I support the program. But what my question is going to be is how can we I think we went through this the government, the people, the whole people. We went through this pandemic. I think we need to study more about the data. How is there in your budget? Is there a person that's aligned in that to where we have to do some more studies? Because right now we're still going through that. We're still, I think, our government hasn't really stand up and start walking yet. There's people that I know from our elderly, they say that not all is almost like this planning, this leadership. Whatever your thoughts and your plan is, it should be stand up and it has its structures where it can do things for you. In the so through that and that concept. So what happened here, I think in your budget somewhere, maybe there's maybe a person that can be responsible for all these statistics that happen. I think we need to start streamlining. What happened right now? Even the emergency based on the people were waiting here. 25,000 somewhere about the out of I didn't reckon I wasn't recognized. I was supposed to sign I think we need to be realistic about it. The programs they cut. So look at that. So they don't need to yet. Now how can we get this money, federal and then travel money to come to the grassroots? How can we streamline that? Right now, this is a good example. How many months? Decreasing resolution, decreasing legislation. But over here, people, I'll tell you this, Balcon and Tiso chapter, in Havada, you are chosen by you lot, chosen by you, Ashing to the hotel. I had no doubt about it. I cheated Italia, or basically at the Hasi in the Lota in the Hayao. He cheated about the Achat Ila, out so there's in the city of Asia, out at the don't need to done now. Jadika put Aya, it's our level foundation government supposed to be. Some not about this case here. You got to buy Yaki, even the sugar cut in the hotel. Initially, we were talking about budget. I said, "New hood and to get the credit in your head. It's here. In those Michigan, I would take a hold here. This is a good example. In some just case, maybe in the area, maybe we could maybe put some budget there where the by he don't ask and so that everyone just case. I don't when just like for example, when I came in. Energy, it was niche, the renewable though, they had to cook up hundreds to go in charges and renewable energy policies, it was that. I know you were a good example. You stood for sustainability and anything that goes with alternative energy. And you go, well, just a teaching maybe there's a position that can be created where I just wanted to mention that for ahon sodo.
Thank you, Honorable Brigade. Let me move on down to Chairman Nez, and I'll come back to you, Mr. D, again. Chairman Nez, good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Damon. I got on the line right when you guys started, so I didn't want to interrupt. Thank you, Mr. D. Certainly appreciate the work that you do for the great Navajo Nation, with EJ, your staff, as well as the commissioners there. And just wanted to say thank you. I was looking at your Form 2 here, number 2, government reform initiatives and recommendations. The recommendations area is what I would like to just kind of focus on and just kind of talk. And I've been following your meetings and presentations. So, now the nation had reduced the council from 88 to 24. The people spoke, our Navajo people spoke and said, and it happened with the line item veto. What else? The chapters are regionalized at all. I just received a couple of weeks ago the opening for submitting for the opening positions, and there's quite a bit in Northern Agency. So that's it on it. You know, with that many across the nation, that's quite a bit. That's rather disturbing. It's the same people that are running. I mean, some folks that have been running have been in politics for like 40 years. So that's a big which later. It's all get a big which later. Government at the out isness go to Sao and Nako Ishbanahats on center. What did they actually work on this whole time? Why are they running? And so on this case, I don't do that. Chapters again in Hama. The never said a honey. And again, I have 6 chapters. Chata is Nella Beshma, so answer me. Okay. Kosha not your Nicholson boy, she saw the Kaniki Koro chapters by Bayash hit or less. A Jashin out in Zenigi Bahons and the Shakespeare's and the 11 years in the Lunson. I wouldn't do that. But I support chapters, elected officials that do a good job. That's on the Shabes, eh? Sunday Santa Fe, the Indian Dago. How it's under the Bishwas unbenath. I think that's learning, that's personal development, that's their vitality. It's good that they do that. But there's some of them, they've never been to 4 years, they've never been to Santa Fe. But leadership, though, the better husband, the Ishita, or saw the Hudson and latter chapters. And then the hand, but this kid, oh, the hell changes that. There has to be some sort of change soon. Okay, you have to the next end. So, Mr. D, I know your staff does a lot of research. When Mr. Henio was there, he would send me information. I say, information at government. And I was glad that he did a lot of research, and now he's a delegate, so I'm sure EJ does the same thing right now. And I just want to say thank you. By the way, Bahastige on this case. The Nera Zibatahan Nado after
regionalization height ion Chickesta.
Wow.
You said there's no money that's going to be coming in after this CARES Act. NGS that el call Kientamin that el call do Nesta. Somewhere we're going to have to cut. We're going to have to start thinking about it. Chapter Facebook. I don't have Facebook. I don't have no reason to have one. I always think that, a lot of people that don't have courage like to beat up people on there, and a bunch of cowards on there too. So, thank you. Hello?
Thank you with that, Chairman Nez. Let me go ahead and go back to Mr. D.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, on the colleagues, the 24th National Nation Council. I say colleagues because I just want to mention that both of my policy analysts, EJ John and Dwayne Crank, are on the call listening and taking notes. So a lot of the recommendations that you're making and suggesting, I know they're being jotted down. So I just wanted to say that to Delegate Elmer Begay's question. How can we, government, as well as the people, study more of what needs to be studied in light of this pandemic? So your question was, is there a staff who can study this? That's what the non-identity, that's the way it came off on my end. So we do have two policy analysts on board, and they engage in analyzing policies and soliciting, garnering data, synthesizing it, making recommendation, and writing that up. We do have a senior planner who we, just last week, we slightly changed the role under JVA, and we submitted that to DPM here on Friday. And that new senior planner will be really concentrating on a strategic planning, a comprehensive planning, a large-scale planning that will address some of the issues that's being brought up here. In other words, it won't be a specific assistance to one chapter or a district. It'll be a large-scale planner. So we're excited that we slightly abbreviated our JVA, and we're confident we'll bring in a very well-informed and skilled staff to help the policy analysts as well as me moving forward to look at some of the issues on the nation, both in light of the pandemic and in light of other systemic problems with respect to government. You also mentioned how can we streamline funding and services. Absolutely. That's something that we really need to take a look at, as it was expressed by Delegate Key Ellen Begay. You also mentioned energy. On the call, yes. You also mentioned energy, the renewable energy with your, I believe it was 0073-19 legislation. We were excited to be a part of a supporting team to your initiative, and we're always here should you ever need us to explore anything related to sustainability, renewables, and all domain of sustainability matters, whether we're talking governance, transportation, climate, energy, organizational, and management. So that you brought that up. Let me go on to Chairman Nez. Thank you. Thank you for your comments and your support. And what I gathered from your question was you mentioned the reduction from 88 to 24, that the people did indeed spoke through the 2009 initiative petition, which of course part of that was the line item veto that also passed during a special election in December. I believe it was in 2010. So, yes, the Commission on Government Development did pass a resolution to address both of these, to possibly increase, to put before the people the referendum to look at the idea of increasing the number of delegates from 24 to 48. There's a whole host of studies that our office put together over the years that the people, as well as the officials, I prefer an increase in delegates, and the strain on the 24 member is something that I don't need to speak to. You see it yourself. And then the line item veto too. That's something that the commission passed, and that's out there, and that in of itself has seen a lot of questionable line items during this pandemic and in some previous administrations too. So our office took a look at that, and we have studies. So whenever that day, should that day come, we're prepared to furnish these findings in support of a legislation if adopted. You also mentioned Northern Agency opening for a lot of candidacy filing or election, and your commentary about 40 years of filing and refiling and running, and why so many years, and why are they running after little change? No, in all due respect, I do reserve my own perspective and commentary. I will be happy to share that with anyone, maybe in more private setting over a cup of coffee or something. But here, the formalities are we're in a budget hearing, and I don't think I would be in line to offer my individual perspective. But when we went through the listening sessions, the Northern Agency, by the way, we held that at SHIPA chapter and Tuba City chapter, and we hit all agencies plus the two educational entities on the nation. We also did listening session at them, and it's to your point, and then you also mentioned there should be some sort of change for chapters. Should we present regionalization again or something equivalent to it before the Navajo people in light of, yes, the pandemic, the mine closure, the big power plant closure in Page, and of course the San Juan that's also slated for closure, and other non-sustainable fossil-based energy that the nation had depended on for so many years. Those are folding. So I absolutely concur with your statement that the idea of consolidating or putting it into a more cooperative government structure should be presented. So I hope I covered your questions, Delegates Begay and Nance. Yeah, Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. D, for your responses to my colleagues. That, let me go on down to individual on the board, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Speaker
Hello?
Damon Otto. Hello,
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just, Mr. D, Director D, I just want to say thank you for coming before this committee and presenting your budget here. I do want to state on the record. I do want to state on the record that I've only been a delegate for a year and a half, maybe over a little year and a half now, but I've used your office, I believe, 3 times since becoming a delegate. I've also attended your board meetings. I attended your meeting that you held here in the Northern Agency here at the Shiprock chapter. And I, have been listening to a lot of the issues that have come out of government development, and you've even presented before Title II subcommittee and said, these are the issues, what are we going to do about them? And I think that there's a lot of research that goes into a lot of these issues that get presented on government development. There's so many ideas that get presented, and like I said, I got to attend the presentation that you gave to Northern Agency when you came here to Shiprock. I got to hear what those ideas were, and then kind of the the new ideas that were brought forth. A lot of the ideas I think are really good ideas, but then there were some ideas that I also questioned because it kind of falls back to educating the people. And I know that there are so many rumors and so many things that are said out there about delegates And I laughed a little bit with what my brother, Honorable Rick Naz, said, because it really is true in that, if somebody is not happy, they, just kind of anger you all over on Facebook. But they do that a lot with delegates. For instance, people still believe that delegates get the gold ring. I don't even know what that means, but I've been asked several times to show my gold ring. So I showed my wedding ring. I don't know if that was the ring that they were wanting to see, but it was certainly a ring that I had on at the moment, so I showed it to them. There's also, rumors about how much delegates get paid for meetings, and, there's just so many, rumors out there about council, about the government, about the way that things work. And what I've seen as a delegate is that sometimes those inaccurate information can be used to a person's advantage. And so they'll take that and then they'll run with it. And I think that's what we're seeing now with the line item veto, the budget line item veto. It's suddenly turned into a veto power. And a lot of people don't really understand the difference between a budget line item veto and a veto. And so it goes back to the, educating our people about the Navajo government. I've asked several times why we don't educate our students on Navajo government. In New Mexico, the students are required to take a New Mexico history class and a New Mexico government class in order to get their diploma. And we see that also at the federal level, the federal, way that the government works is also taught in schools, but we don't ever see that being taught in, we don't ever see Navajo Nation government being taught in our schools. So there's just a lot of inaccurate information that happens or that goes on, with our people. And it's always a question of, how do we educate them? What do we do to try to address those issues that they're having? And again, this is my first time being a delegate. And so sometimes I will get onto Facebook and I will try to explain the way things work, but it just is not something that people want to hear, kind of like they just want to hear what they want to believe. And so I noticed that was one of your requirements for government development, is to provide public education on Navajo Nation government. At least that's how I'm reading your performance criteria. And I think with all of the other stuff, you really have been achieving those. As I've stated, I've made an effort to get involved with your office and also with your board meetings. And then I've also attended your public hearings that you've sponsored, and I've even answered some of the survey questions. I believe you sent out one survey question at one time that I answered. But within that, you also have educational outreach. So my question is, what kind of educational outreach is done to try to educate the Navajo people on what is really happening? And I know with this CARES money, the rumor is that, delegates are just padding their pockets and taking that CARES money and just getting rich off of it. When in actuality, council delegates, the legislative, the legislators, we don't handle money. We allocate it, and it goes to the executive side, or it goes to programs to handle those monies. But again, there's so much inaccurate information out there that I just think needs to be corrected. And I've asked this time and time again as to, how do we educate our people, and who is responsible for doing that, and what can we do to ensure that our people are getting the right information. So if you could provide that, if you could answer me that question, or the question that I posed, if you could answer it for me, I'd really appreciate it. And as my other colleagues have stated, I support your program because I've used them. And you guys, EJ does a really awesome job at doing research, and it's always done in a timely fashion. And you guys are always willing to work with me whenever I have a legislation that I'm wanting to propose. So I hope that relationship continues, and I just want to say thank you for doing a good job. And if you can, explain to me if there are educational outreach that's being done or how we can try to improve that. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. D, let me go ahead and go back over to you. Response for Manager Charles Newton's comments and questions.
Thank you, Shadeja, Delegate Charles Newton. The mandate and also thank you for supporting our office and the program. So you bring up some really interesting issues and some concerns that not only you but many other elected officials and your colleagues also ask us some similar questions related to what you just said. Educating the people, that is always a big issue in terms of providing thorough, unbiased education to the people. That's usually associated with these referendums. No matter how good of a job that we think that we do, there are always naysayers and there are always folks out there who like to operate below the threshold of decency, and they will definitely get on these social platforms, and there's quite a bit out there that they will really press you in terms of and that's just unfortunate. I guess it's just human behavior. The unfortunate thing is that is the truth. You are right. There's a lot of inaccurate information being used against people, against individuals, as well as the Navajo Nation Council and other entities. And then to your point about civic classes not being taught, I'm not sure if those civic classes are being taught in high schools. I know that when I was a student back in the days, in the 80s, certainly civic class, I didn't take Navajo Nation government class. I'm not sure if that has changed since then. But I do believe at the college level, both Diné College and NTU, because we work with them, I know that they offer civic classes in Navajo government. Sometimes they will ask us to come out and give a presentation. Somebody mentioned Hinyo earlier. I know that when Delegate Hinyo now, as a delegate, but in his previous job was a policy analyst, and he's put together materials for these types of training that he did for Diné College, NTU, and even on a request coming in on behalf of delegates that they want to give that presentation to other schools, not only within the Four Corners, but outside the Four Corners or outside the nation. So that's always been done. In the past, there were print materials over the years. The Office of Government Development has put together brochures that kind of highlight what is Navajo Nation government, a little history behind Navajo Nation government, and there were booklets that were put together over the years. And again, that was back in the heyday of a good friend of mine, Tony Scalonis was the executive director, as well as Michelle Dotson. That's way talking back 20 years. Of course, that was at a time when their funding was just below $1 million. I believe their budget at the time was over $900,000. And they had that type of resource to print materials and to make these materials available to anyone that's visiting the office and or to be distributed to other entities. With our current budget, that is something which we just couldn't do. Unless we hire an expert that does that type of work internally, then perhaps we could look at that. But in terms of providing the overhead costs for other outside entities to publish those, or rather to print those, we just don't have the budget for it. To your question, Shadeja, what kind of educational outreach is done to educate Navajo people? So at the moment, what we have is we do have a Facebook. We have staff that's assigned to update Facebook. We do have a website. We've been dinged on our website from time to time. Our website is changing, transitioning due to going to a different platform. Our staff, 2 of our staff is assigned to that, and they've been working with DIT, and DIT is getting a lot of requests from programs and departments. And of course, they were shut down over the COVID, and so That's where our website is at. It's really not seeing a lot of updates. So we will continue to work on that to make sure that we provide information out there in terms of educational outreach to educate the Navajo people. If there is any specific area that any entity, in this case the Navajo Nation Council, committee, subcommittee, wish to reach out to the office to channel, not to step on the communications component of the branch, but certainly we can do that if funnel and channel through the commission. We can certainly explore the idea of conveying accurate information to the best of our ability. So I hope that answers the question, Delegate Charles Newton. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Colleagues, again, we are on Navajo Nation Office of the Navajo Government Development 10-10-16 budget hearings. At this time, I do not have anybody else in the queue. No one lined up. Any further questions?
Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Eugene So.
Hey, Yate, Squeeze.
Yate.
Is there still a meeting going on?
Oh.
I've been listening since last year, January.
Yes.
So, I feel real sure that we need to change our government regards to our sovereignty, which really, to me, as a layman's term, is interpreted to me as we make our own government. To my best of my knowledge, I feel that all the ARS is what our government is running on. Mostly now, maybe 85-90% of our code is regards to that. Arizona Revised Statute, Utah, or New Mexico. The entire case of pursuit to those codes, some of them don't really comprehend with the Navajo tribe or coincide with their beliefs and their government. As long as those people that are my age, maybe 50 on up, are still alive, we feel that government should be also accordingly. In this case, I need government reform. In this case, all this open state with some that is a real good example. Is that what we have on the Navajo Nation, our government, we have freedom of the speech, press, and religion. Regards to that law, we can do whatever we want on the Navajo Nation. We can wear tattoos that are negative. We can wear a T-shirt that's negative. So what I'm seeking, what I like, because of that government, because we never did use the sovereignty. If we did, we wouldn't have people with all kinds of drawings on their bodies or T-shirts or whatever. Also, in this case, also buttons and all. I know we're going to be going out into the future, and laws are like that in regards to our education. More education. We have forgotten about our emotional, spiritual, and physical growth all in harmony. That one we forgot. As that one's the one that coincides with the Title I.
I feel somehow it would change so we can be in peace again, but it's not really happening. Even outside, look at what's going on. Hold on, because our government reform, we need to put both of them together. I don't know. One day, in 20, 50, 100 years, we might change a little bit of our behavior because to our younger generation. The negative should be according to their negative behavior, not how to survive materialistically. How to and how educated we're going to be, how much money we're going to get out of that education. We have forgotten about the real part of the life. Our government. So with that, Speaker, I'm going to go back on mute and listen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. So if there's nobody else, let me go back to you, Mr. D.
On the speaker. I didn't identify Eugene So from Chinle area. There was really no specific question that was directed at me regarding the budget. However, your commentary, government reform is necessary. That's a note that I wrote to myself. How it was conveyed, how I received it on this end, and then you also underscored Title I. I do stand firm with your belief. Title I is really critical in Navajo government in terms of using the net philosophy, the net fundamental law thinking of Hogan base, not in pin. It the sheep corral dog. I did the whole eggy and has twin his on it with again than he has. I would have been here the whole in Washington, Chateau. But not they had it Edo, the Salado, they speak a whole they had negation. Chicken Jana, Baba Hansen, we will continue to work on that. And one of the items that we were prior to the pandemic that we were exploring as a staff was exploring the idea of putting together a Navajo Fundamental Law Summit / conference. For all leadership of Navajo to basically to reconnect and or to revisit the Navajo Fundamental Law. So, I think on that side of it, I think they those cars with that is this what I enjoy. So I wouldn't share that on out of this. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That colleagues again, we're in the Office of Navajo Nation Government Development under the Legislative Branch. 10-10-16. Any further comments, questions regarding their budget?
Speaker David, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues. Speaker, I'd like to request the answers to my questions to be put in writing. I'd like to share with my chapters and my community that this office does not look at the water needs and how we can get water to the people, nor does it look at how power can get to their homes. And I don't think I could have made that up, so I would request that answer to be put in writing so that I could provide that to my community members and see if they support this budget and how it's developed and how it's moving forward without any recommendations. Thank you, Speaker. Without any recommendations. Thank you, Speaker.
With that request, Mr. D.
This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Okay, thank you. Hold on, Madam Chair. Mr. D, there's a request to your office.
Thank you, Speaker, again, to your question, rather not a question, but I suppose it's a directive. certainly we can put together in writing the question for your community, Delegate Crowder, with respect to water needs to the people as well as power or utilities to homes. And it sounds like it's part of a justification to your constituents to the extent of the budget or the budget justification. Again, as I noted earlier, both of my policy analysts are listening in, and certainly we can get this report to you. Thank you, Speaker.
That is terrible. That is not.
With that, we go back down. Madam Chair, Charles Newman.
Thank you, Speaker, and also Shadeja, Honorable Member Crotty. I think that's an excellent idea. I'd like to get a copy of that report as well, Mr. D. And can I ask on that report, as a new delegate, I would like to know if any delegate has ever asked your office to look into doing a report like that previous to COVID-19, just so that I have a really good understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We go back to you, Mr. B.
Speaker, and then Shadeja, definitely we will go ahead and include you on this report. You started to break up when you said previous COVID-19. Could you please clarify that for me so I can capture that? Thank you.
Madam Chair, Charles, just a request.
Yes, thank you, Director D. My request is to ask any delegates who requested that information previous to COVID-19, if they had requested research from your office to get that information to us as delegates prior to COVID-19. I hope you understood that.
Yes, I got it. Thank you.
But you'll include that, D?
This is Director D. Yes, I will include that. We'll make sure that we get this report to, as requested, to both Delegates Crotty and Charles Newton. Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues, let me go back to the board. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much. Mr. D, one area that I would like to see that like to be researched is the, as Honorable Key Allen Gay alluded to, staggered terms. And it really, to me, is, Padayegon Hinesta, the Navajo Washington. I don't know. We had to impart counsel for about a good 2 months, roughly, to get these standing committees in place, roughly. And but what I'm getting to is that these staggered terms. You look at how the U.S. Senate is structured. And in that frame point, as the staggered terms and, whether a delegate's 4-year tenure is suffice versus a 6-year tenureship, relating to projects, because the Navajo Nation's government is a whole, it's a total different animal. You have to be able to absorb a lot of information, and it's on-the-job training. And you just have to go at it to learn things. And if a person is not aggressive enough, usually 4 years does not get them to be to be to get something done. By that time, they may have got funded, but the implementation portion, and all these things that's all processed through the Navajo Nation is something that really is a hindrance. We have about $300 million that's parked at the Community Development Office right now. $300 million. And, but maybe just some sort of research on that just my thinking that I think you guys should be also looking at. Thank you.
Colleagues, thank you. Again, Honorable Otto Show. Let me go ahead and refer I don't have anybody else, so let me go ahead and refer Mr. D to that, and then we can move on from there.
Thank you, Speaker. To your recommendation, Delegate, so staggered term. I just pulled up on my screen here the August 3rd, 2017 report that we gave to Naabik'iyati. The idea behind the change of staggered term is to keep experienced delegate in Navajo Nation Council between elections. So looking at this, there was a mixed result. Some favored it and some did not favor. What we can do, certainly moving forward, is we can, again, gauge/survey the Navajo people on staggered term, and we can put together some type of finding. We'll put together findings based on the results of how they do staggered term moving forward. I don't have a problem with that. We can do that. That is basically what we're here for as a research hub of the Navajo Nation to gauge people of how they feel about certain areas, in this case, staggered term. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. D. My colleagues, if that's the conclusion, I don't have anybody else on 10-10-16, Office of Navajo Government Development. We ready to move on? Thank you, Mr. D. Let's continue on, colleagues. Moving on down. Business Unit number 10-10-17, Office of Legislative Counsel. That will refer back over to Madam Chief Shaughnessy and Ms. Barboff, I believe.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. For Business Unit 10-10-17, the Office of Legislative Counsel, I'm going to refer this over to Chief Legislative Counsel Dana Bobroff. Dana?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. So. Good afternoon, Speaker and delegates. I sent out a revised budget forms at 2:09 this afternoon. They were all emailed to you. While you are pulling those up, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Office of Legislative Counsel for their hard work during this pandemic. Specifically, very much, I would like to recognize the commitment of Mariana Kahn, Ron Haven, and Kristen Lull. They have, as you know, have worked straight through the pandemic with very few breaks. So it's really an honor to work with them. So with that, I am hoping that everybody has had the opportunity to pull up our revised budget summaries, and I apologize that you had to do that separately. So for Business Unit 10-10-17, that is the Office of Legislative Counsel, we're requesting a total funding of $1,625,223. That is 93% of that is general fund, 7% is IDC recovery. 2001 personal expenses. Last year's budget was $1,272,042. This year, $1,490,223, which is an increase of $218,181. Our travel expenses originally $18,136. It will stay the same, no change. Under 4,000 supplies, it was $29,900. We are requesting $30,000. That is an increase of $100. Lease, account 5, business unit 5,000, lease and rental. Originally $445. We are requesting $1,049,000. That's an increase of $604. Communications and utilities, $2,032 is the original. We're requesting $7,723, which is an increase of $5,691. Repairs and maintenance, originally $1,300. We are now requesting $1,414, which is an increase of $114. Under contractual services, original budget was $45,000. The proposed budget is $50,000. That is an increase of $5,000. Under special transaction, the original was $20,818. The proposed is $26,678 for an increase of $5,860. The total budget was originally $1,389,673. The proposed budget is $1,625,223 for an increase of $235,550. The original number of budgeted positions was 10. The proposed budget is 13. Unfortunately, we will need to make a correction there. We have 15-ish listed. Total number of vehicles budgeted was originally 1, and we are keeping it at 1. As far as the program performance criteria, goal statement number 1 is draft legislation for Navajo Nation and Standing Committee consideration. The goal is to draft 75 of such legislation each quarter, and the program performance measure is to maintain an 85% completion rate for every 100 requests for legislation. Number 2 is our I'm sorry.
Colleagues, can you make sure, please, hold on, Ms. Barbara, please keep your phones on mute. Go ahead, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you. Goal statement number 2 is to respond to employees and officials' requests for services. And our goal is to respond to 45 of such requests each quarter. And the program performance measure is to maintain an 85% completion rate for every 100 requests for such services. Our third goal statement is to staff Navajo Nation Council and Standing Committee meetings to provide legal advice. We have 60 such meetings each quarter. Our performance measure is to maintain a 95% attendance rate for every 60 meetings. Our fourth goal is to staff commission and board meetings to provide legal advice. That would be 10 such meetings each quarter, and our program performance measure is to maintain 95% attendance rate for every 10 meetings. And our goal statement is, our fifth goal statement is to prepare and publish a new version of the Navajo Nation Code. That goal is one per quarter, and the performance measure will be 100% completion of the Navajo Nation Code update. With that, Speaker, I think I have finished my preliminary report or presentation and am ready for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Barbroff, with that, colleagues, we are in business unit number 101017, Office of Legislative Counsel. Any comments, questions for Ms. Barbroff?
Delegate Charles Newton has a question.
Madam Chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Dana, thank you for the presentation, and I support your budget. But what I want to know is, I see that you have some vacant positions. Is there anything that this council can assist you with? Because this week during budget session, we've been hearing that DPM has really been dropping the ball in a lot of areas, and I know that we've had some programs even request that they move their own, like they have their own DPM within their program to help assist. For instance, prosecutor's office is still having a problem with DPM because DPM is telling people who are applying who have JDs, who are applying to be prosecutors, that they're not prosecutors, that they're lawyers. And that prosecutor's office is not looking for a lawyer, they're looking for a prosecutor. So that, I think, was one example that was provided to us that just really shocked me. And I know that you've been trying to fill these positions, but they haven't been filled yet. So is there anything that we can do to try to assist you to help fill those positions, Dana? Because the less I guess, attorneys that we have working in your office, the more work that's piling up on your current attorneys. And, some of us are a little impatient. We get a little frustrated when our legislation doesn't move along quickly. So what can we do to try to assist? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me go back to Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Chairwoman Charles Newton, support, and I appreciate your question. I would like to say that right now we have offers to a senior tribal court advocate and a principal tribal court advocate who have accepted the positions. We're hoping to get them on very, very soon. It has, as you're aware, it has been a challenge to fill positions at the Office of Legislative Counsel. One of the positions that has been a true challenge is the principal tribal court's position that we've tried to fill. We have had trouble getting her background check completed because the Office of Background Services has been closed. And that particular position requires a background check before she can start. The Speaker's Office and the Health, Education, Human Services Committee recently stepped in with support and reached out to the Office of Background Investigations to start working. Hopefully we'll get that done soon, and they will get on board. The new Senior Tribal Court Advocate is slated, I think, to start September 8th. The Principal Tribal Court Advocate was scheduled to start tomorrow, but cannot do that because the background investigation has not been complete because the office has not been open. That was not in direct response to Chairwoman's question, but I think it was interesting information. One of the plans before the pandemic hit was to do some concentrated recruiting. The Office of Legislative Counsel had actually set up recruitment booths at the Federal Bar Association's annual meeting, their Indian law section. That conference was unfortunately canceled because of the pandemic. The same thing at the bar associations, the Navajo Bar Association's annual meeting. It was canceled, so we couldn't do recruitment there. One of the challenges that we face in recruiting is that we don't have the same flexibility that the Department of Justice has in their hiring. They have the ability, because of how their statutory plan of operations is set up, they have more flexibility. The attorneys at the Department of Justice serve at the pleasure of the Attorney General, and she is able to perhaps have more negotiation with their salary requirements. She's also more able to determine whether they're qualified or not. Based on my plan of operation, the Office of Legislative Counsel, we do not have that same flexibility. The attorneys and advocates that work in my office are all subject to the Department of Personnel processes. Delegate Otto So has dropped a request for legislation he originally requested it to amend the Department of Justice's hiring, parts of their hiring legislation. I requested that he also update his, so we're working on that. Hiring at the Office of Legislative Counsel is a challenge for many reasons. It is viewed by the many tribal attorneys and tribal court advocates as being a very political position with a lot of political pressures. And so my office needs to get out there more and talk to the people who might be interested in applying to really explain that things are not always as they seem. And the political pressure is obviously manageable. I'm not saying it's not challenging, but it is manageable, and that would be evidenced by we actually have 4 attorneys who have been with the Office of Legislative Services, 3 of them for going on almost 2 decades, not quite that much, but almost, and 1 who's going on close to a decade. So it is possible, it's just more challenging. Thank you. What I think may be helpful, and I have this in my mind, is that I am going to try to set up some type of online, almost like a job fair for the Office of Legislative Counsel, and I may reach out to some delegates for either their comments or even for taping some type of recruitment speech. So I appreciate the offer, and as soon as I can formulate some tools as to recruitment, giving that it's all online, I will do that. I will reach out. Thank you, Madam Chair. once again, I appreciate your support.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara, for that response. Now, colleagues, again, 10-10-17, Office of Legislative Council. Any further discussion, comments, questions?
Chair,
You think so?
Delegate Crotty with the question.
Okay, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, and then I'll go to Honorable Eugene. So, Madam Chair?
Yes. Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate Ms. Barbroff. I received your revised budget form. Thank you for those minor corrections. I just want to say there's still a little minor typo on the employees. I think that was maybe goal 3, very minor. But my question, Speaker and colleagues, is regarding your number 5 goal statement. I'm trying to understand how this goal statement is. I understand the goal statement, prepare and publish new versions of the Navajo Nation Code. What I don't understand is the performance measure. So it's 100% completion of the Navajo Nation Code, and then in each quarter you have 1-1-1. Please explain what that breakdown means. And I'm very concerned. I think it's every year talking about how are we going to make sure that the Navajo Nation is up to date. I'll be the first to admit I don't know the challenges and what it takes to codify resolutions. But what I do know, it's used against the council in reading either, was it line item veto or veto memos from the president's office chastising the council for not having an updated code. I think it's sometimes interesting how we project our own insecurities, because the legislative council was our chief legislative council for a number of years, and this was their job to complete. So I'll need to know that information and to see if we need to modify this language. Because there's two things. If we're up to date, and this for your next fiscal year is every quarter or after a council session, and when laws get engrossed, then you're going to add it in, and that's the goal, is one, to add it in, or are we playing catch up? I just need to know where we're at for the full codification of Navajo Nation laws. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, should I respond to that now, or?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. That is such a perfect question, because I did not really know how to include performance measures. Obviously, it's a goal. We need to get the code updated. As far as how to put in a performance measure for each quarter that is a challenge, and OMB requires a performance measure. So no, we're definitely playing catch up. The code has not been updated since 2014. And so we have approximately about 6 years to catch up. Once we are caught up, then after, each quarter, we would be updating. And so once we catch up, that's an easier fix to set forth goal statements. One of the three things I want to point out. One, and this is hopefully not inappropriate, but it absolutely drives me nuts that when the veto messages criticize the code, in that the president's legal counsel actually was responsible for updating it for a number of years, and that did not happen. So it's almost like they're criticizing themselves. But that's somewhat here nor there. The challenge is it's not as simple as many would like to think, that you just go back and you look at council resolutions and you can just update them. No, with the changes, the amendments to Title II back in 2011, there are code provisions that there are things that used to go to council, but now they go to committees instead. So the committees, when they're updating plans of operation, those types of stuff, they have now been delegated authority that goes back and actually feeds into amendments in the code. So not quite that simple. With the one thing I would like to point out is that with the assistance of Delegate Charles Newton, it looks like we will be working with the University of Arizona's law librarian program to start updating the codes. We're right around April. We had planned on setting up some meetings to get that process started. Unfortunately, the pandemic hit, etc. But there will be classes and such wherein we will have numerous Native students who, as part of their upper level classes, will be assisting with updating the code. So I'm very excited about that. So it's definitely top goal statement. And by the time this gets into front of the Budget and Finance Committee or in front of the council, we will have a better articulated goal statement on that. I may end up seeing if I can't squeeze another goal statement in, and one of those would be somehow dealing with the catch-up portion, and the other would be the goals to update it as we go along. Thank you, Delegate Claudia, and I am certainly open to anybody's suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. That, move on down. Honorable Eugene So.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Barbara, I heard you can speak real good Navajo, so I'm going to say it in Navajo. Okay, now, you got 6 vacant, totaling 332,826. 4 principal attorney with 3 different hours with the same budget period. So are you just giving them less hours to one, or what is it? That's my question. Another one is we had a person, I think it was Mr. Morris, that was shoots out to election office. Well, we are going to get that person back so you don't have to have a lot of load. That's another question. So the election officers or supervisors needs to hire their own permit director. Thank you.
Speaker, would you like to respond? Like me to respond?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you. And my goal, maybe someday, would be to be able to do a presentation in Navajo. That it won't happen today. So first thing I would like to address with Delegate So, and thank you for your question. Actually, when you are looking at the listing of your question, actually, when you are looking at the listing of the positions and assignments, the under the section that says, it looks like it says hours, but it actually says hourly rate. And our principal attorneys, there are 4. They all earn a different hourly rate that is based on basically their salary schedule and where they are on the salary schedule, which is largely determined by how long they have been working in their position. So there is a difference. They all work the same number of hours. They just get a different hourly rate, or their salary is broken down into a different hourly rate. We did have one of our principal attorneys who for a long time was not classified as a principal attorney. They were still classified as a senior attorney, but when I came in back in November, we started discussing with her that it was time to reclassify and get her into a principal attorney position. So I'm quite glad that we were able to do that, because it was absolutely deserved. So quite pleased with that accomplishment. As far as Rodriguez Morris, who was in our office as a tribal court advocate and was then is now the acting director of elections. Mr. Morris was what should we say, when he was in our office, he was on loan for the Speaker's office. From the Speaker's office, he actually is or was a staff, I think it's called a staff assistant at the Speaker's office, but they loaned him to us as a senior tribal court advocate. And we would love to have him back. Absolutely love to have him back at the Office of Legislative Counsel. And I have told him that if he makes a determination to come back to us, I will get him into a permanent position. And that may require me, reclassifying a position or such, but I would love to have him back. Anytime he is ready. Thank you, Delegate So, for your question.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. That colleagues, everybody else in the queue. No one lined up on 10-10-17, Office of Legislative Counsel. Benigno, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Speak your name?
Oh.
I can see you again now. This is the 24th Navigation Council. I know Ms. Barbara for coming before the Naabik'iyati Committee. And I do support the office 100%. And thing is, I think we need to really seriously consider setting up the DPM office within the legislative branch. And after we've just been talking about it, and Amy, I've been talking about it, but I think this is where I would need some assistance, either from Speaker's office or maybe government development, to craft together legislation. And so therefore we can, our own legislative branch would have our own DPM. And so maybe in that way we can do hiring a lot, not the bottleneck. And so that's one thing I want to bring up. So it's hard to make that comment, Speaker Cecilia. And at the same time, I understand the workload of the 4 attorneys, and I've been waiting for my legislation on the plan of operation for almost 2 years now. And hopefully we can get it done before fall session, because that's the only time Title II could be amended. So with that, Speaker Cecilia, thank you.
Thank you for that comment. And the Speaker's office is working on that. We're going to have a recommendation at Naabik'iyati Committee comprehensive budget hearing for that, Honorable Chairman Hinio. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions for 10-10-17, Office of Legislative Counsel? If not, we can continue moving on. Thank you, Ms. Barbara. Oh, well, the colleagues, with if there's no further, if there's no, I guess no opposition, the Office of Legislative Counsel's new budget forms are going to be recommended for Naabik'iyati Committee, and that's the one that Ms. Barbara went over. And it's going to be changed with one correction on there from 5,000 to 15,000. And on the line item or line item 6,500. I do believe what was it, 6,500? OMB will review it and verify it and add it in, colleagues. There's no opposition to that. All right. That then, colleagues, moving on down.
Speaker, Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. If I may request, before the next budget hearing, if Legislative Council can let us know if they receive any funding from the Attorney General Fixed Cost Litigation Fund. It wasn't clear in our budget hearing who benefits from that fund. And then if not, I'd like to ask for some recommendations on how our Legislative Council could have access to that fixed cost account. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, this is Ms. Bob Ross, if I may.
Go ahead.
The Office of Legislative Counsel does not receive any funding and has not received any funding from the fixed cost litigation account. As far as a recommendation goes, I will try to have something for you at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. Thank you.
With that, thank you, Ms. Barbara. That, colleagues, then we can go ahead and move on down to Business Unit number 101018, Navajo Utah Commission. Turn it over to Madam Chief.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. For Business Unit 101018 Navajo Utah Commission, I'm going to turn it over to the Executive Director, Clarence Rockwell. Mr. Rockwell?
Work as the Director for the Navajo Utah Commission Office. First of all, I'd like to thank the committee for allowing us time to present our budget. Business Unit 101018 Navajo Utah Commission. First of all, I'd like to also introduce myself in Navajo. Bitani Basishin I'm from Annis, Utah. A summary of Form 1, the budget summary. I'd like to quickly run through that. The first, the personnel expenses. First of all, our request for our budget for FY 2021 is $293,757. This is an increase of $15,814 over 2020, our 2020 budget, which is $277,943. For the for personnel expenses, there was an increase. We're requesting $222,763,000. This represents an increase of $7,272. The original budget was $215,491. And the next item is the travel expenses. Our current budget is $28,585, and our proposed budget is $28,342. Slight decrease, $243. The next item, meeting expenses. Our current budget is $12,099, and our proposed budget decreased down to $10,981, a decrease of $1,118. The next item is supplies. Our current budget is $2,889, and we're requesting an increase of $5,291, making it $8,180 for FY 2021. The next item, which is lease and rental expenses. Our original budget now is $12,121. Our current request is $14,393. There's an increase of $2,272. This is due to an increase in our rental rate, $72. This is due to an increase in our rental rate, leasing rate. And then the next item is communications and utilities. Our current budget is $3,312. Our proposed budget for 2021 is $5,384, an increase of $2,072. This is mostly due to an increase, addition of energy expenses, propane for our building. And then the last item on our request is special transactions. The current budget is $3,446. Our proposed budget is $3,714, and a slight increase of $268. Special transactions are basically insurance premiums. So that brings our total request for FY 21 to $293,757. And as I stated earlier, an increase of $15,814 over the 2020 budget. The next page information I'd like to share with you is the performance measures, or the goals for the next fiscal year. Our goal number one is to conduct 12 regular monthly meetings and to conduct 4 special meetings. This breaks down basically 4 meetings per quarter. Our second goal statement is to research, draft, enact 28 resolutions to address local and regional issues in the Utah area. So we basically broke that down to 7 resolutions per quarter as well. And then our third goal statement is to conduct 50 technical assistance visits to 7 Utah chapters. And we break that down quarterly as well by 10 for the first quarter, 10 for the second, and increasing it to 15 in the third quarter and 15 in the fourth quarter. And then our fourth goal is to prepare and submit 6 funding applications to various funding sources, including tribal and non-tribal funding sources. And basically, we have 1 for the first quarter and 1 for the second quarter, 2 for the third quarter, and 2 for the last quarter as well. And then our last goal for the fiscal year is to provide tribal representation and advocacy during tribal and state intergovernmental activities in the Utah area. And we think we can do 5 of those meetings per quarter, 5 for the 4 quarters for the year. As far as an update on the performance measures, just like I guess most of our legislative branch programs, our performance measures went down for the last 2 quarters because of the health pandemic. For the first quarter was 2.6, 2.6 again for the second quarter, 2.2 for the third quarter, and hopefully we maintain that 2.2 or higher for the final quarter. So that's the budgetary information for the Navajo Utah Commission Office. I'm available to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rockwell. That, colleagues, we are on 10-10-18, Navajo Utah Commission. Any comments, questions?
Chair, this is Daniel.
Yes, Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair, Speaker. I see Baba here in Kodo. Arunan Kodo Snat, Slaniki Kodo, discussion on that Slaniki Kodo, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Kodo, Kodo, Arunan Kodo, the budget Kodo, Egyptian. Presented from Navajo Utah Commission in a great office is in one of the Mill Creek Kodo, Arunan Kodo, the Naabik'iyati Kodo, as stated by Mr. Rockwell, Executive Director for Navajo Utah Commission. I mean, this is a very important committee. This committee is so unique. We meet with other tribes as well. In the state of Utah, there's 8 Utah tribes that we meet every quarter. Before the pandemic, we used to meet every quarter, but we haven't met ever since the pandemic started without them. So hopefully it goes away tomorrow. I don't start meeting again in person. But yeah, we meet by a teleconference. At these meetings, Navajo Utah Commission members. It comprises of Utah chapters leadership. Myself, I sit on the commission. The other six, the commission from the chapters, the Utah chapters, they sit on this commission as well. Some of the things that we talk about is issues regarding in the state of Utah, San Juan County. As we all know, we've been through a lot with the state of Utah, San Juan County. We had another also the whole I think to this day we still face a lot of issues and concerns relating to education, other areas as well. I think all the way down to the chapter level, elders so we act on resolutions at these commission meetings. So Navajo Youth Commission budget I see special meetings as well. Some meetings council, my colleagues, I've been joined on this and also then Hasanado kids I appreciate that the presentation by Navajo Youth Commission Executive Director Mr. Rockwell. There's two staffs. Just like RDC. This commission reminds me about RDC. There's two Shamanaki Ajanas, RDC. I see not so we in so in addition to this commission is so unique. It's just like RDC now. So I don't know thank you, Chair. Speaker, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Daniels. Any other comments, questions?
Speaker, Freeland.
Yes, Honorable Freeland, go back to you, Mr. Rockwell. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate Mr. Rockwell's presentation and as well as Shinagi, Honorable Daniels, what he had mentioned as well. I also support the commission, having worked with Mr. Rockwell and my colleagues from Utah, Honorable Daniels, Honorable So, and of course Honorable Brown, supporting our Utah chapters, more importantly our Utah Navajo people up there. This is just a comment, Chair. I want to congratulate them on obtaining the water rights right now, and we're halfway there, but it's a big step forward. And if we can fully get this water rights settlement, Utah water rights settlement passed fully by Congress, imagine how much it's going to help our people in Utah, our Navajo people in Utah. So I really let's continue to be optimistic and pray for our people in Utah as well. I've gone to I go to these meetings that my brother was talking about, Honorable Daniels, up in Utah, and I really appreciate what the state is doing in collaborating and communicating with the tribes, especially the Navajo Nation. But just a comment of support for the commission, but I wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go back to you, Mr. Rockwell.
Yeah, just to say, I'd like to say thank you for the positive comments from my leaders, Mr. Daniels and Mr. Freeland. I do apologize for not providing a little brief background on the commission. We have quite a few priorities, and the Utah Navajo water rights settlement is one of our top priorities. As the Naabik'iyati committee is aware, it's very close to congressional approval. It's just not getting over the finish line at this point. Hopefully, we can count on the council and the president's office to increase their efforts in making sure that this important bill, this important legislation gets enacted. About $200 million is attached as a settlement amount. The majority of that is going to infrastructure project, developing a water system for the Utah chapter region, and that's what our Utah chapters are really hopeful about seeing that happen. I think that's one of our main priorities at this time. Other priorities right now, our immediate priority right now is the 2020 census, and I guess everybody knows that the count, the self-responding is not looking good for our tribe, our Navajo Nation. So we're trying to make an effort to increase Navajo participation. We're developing coordination partnerships with other tribal departments, mainly the Human Rights Office, to do a census drive, and next week to visit about 5 Utah chapters and bring out mobile hotspot units to assist people in submitting their self-responding self-response questionnaires. And the reason this is important is because we're here in San Juan County, the population is almost 50-50 between Indians and Navajos and non-Navajos. So we barely achieved legislative redistricting 2 years ago. The county never bothered to redistrict in the past until 2018. With the help of Navajo Nation litigation, we were finally able to see that happen. And right now, we're able to have 2 Navajo commissioners on San Juan County Commission. And finally, we're able to control the vote. But this would all go away if we don't participate in the census count, and that's why we're asking our chapters and the help of others to make sure that we maintain our advantage as far as the population count is concerned, and hopefully we keep the redrawn legislative districts as it is now, which favors Navajo voters. So I'd like to just add those 2 items onto my comments, and I'd like to again thank the support and positive comments from my leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions for Mr. Rockwell or the Navajo Utah Commission? If not, we can continue on, and thank you, Mr. Rockwell, for your time today. Moving on down to Office Business Unit number 101019, Office of Legislative Services. That, let me go ahead and go over to Madam Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For Business Unit number 101019, Office of Legislative Services, I'm going to turn this over to Tom Platero, the Executive Director. Mr. Platero?
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, the budget for Office of Legislative Services fiscal year 2021, Business Unit 101019, Office of Legislative Services, Legislative Branch, General Funds, $1,629,553, 90% of the budget. Indirect costs, $178,537, 10%, for a combined total of $1,808,090 for 100%. Underneath personnel expenses, previous year original budget was $1,609,480. Proposed budget is $1,663,243 for an increase of $53,763. Travel expenses was $96,662. Proposed budget is $62,582 for a decrease of $34,080. For supplies, original budget was $45,871. For a decrease on a recommended budget of $16,500 for a decrease of $29,371. Communications and utilities, $13,220. Proposed budget is $17,520 for an increase of $4,300. Repairs and maintenance was $22,300. Proposed budget is $16,000 for a decrease of $6,300. Special transactions is $34,805. Proposed budget is $32,245 for a decrease of $2,560. Totals, original approved budget was $1,822,338. The proposed budget is $1,808,090 for a decrease of $14,248. Total number of positions budgeted was 25. Proposed budget has 26. Total number of vehicles is 1, and next budget is 2. Then go on to fiscal year 2021 budget form 2, Business Unit 101019, Office of Legislative Services, Plan of Operation Resolution Number, Purpose of Program, CAP-25-172, ANC Section 952. The Office of Legislative Services shall provide complete and full range of professional, technical, and administrative support services to the Navajo Nation Council, standing committees of the Navajo Nation Council, unstaffed commissions, task forces, or boards of the Navajo Nation Council and council delegates. Underneath performance criteria, 1, on a quarterly basis, process 60 proposed legislation, 60 per quarter. This is the legislative tracking section, 60, 60, 60, 60. Goal number 2, on a quarterly basis, process 40 council standing committee journals, transcripts, 40 per quarter. Legislative reporting section, 40, 40, 40, 40. Goal statement, on a quarterly basis, facilitate 40 council standing committee meetings, hearings, etc., 40 per quarter. Legislative advisement, 40, 40, 40, 40. Goal 4, on a quarterly basis, provide engrossment of 40 council standing committee approved resolutions, 40 per quarter. This is quality control, 40, 40, 40, 40. Goal 5, on a quarterly basis, ensure individual OLS staff participate in 20 training workshops, etc., 20 per quarter. Staff development, 20, 20, 20, 20. You have attached budget form 3, and then you have the detailed budget on page 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you have budget form 5, which is abolishing 1 position, which is a legislative secretary 1, which is vacant at this point. The salary was $25,954 with a fringe benefit of $12,084 for a total of $38,038. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That colleagues, any comments, questions on business unit number 101019, Office of Legislative Services? Hey, if there's none, we'll continue on down. Continue. Go ahead.
Okay, Akiala, to the Speaker Damon, Ashton and 24th Navajo Nation Council of Kids Committee. One comment on the Form 2 performance. I remember before I became a delegate, I used to sit out in the gallery listening in to different comments regarding the performance Form 2. And one of the things that one former delegate used to always speak to was that every year when programs come before us, they put their own day-to-day type of activities that they are required to do on this form to make it look like they're doing a lot. And listening to this report here, the reporters, they're obligated to do those reports. But to put it as part of the performance, I'm kind of like thinking maybe there should be something that's not part of your everyday duties to put that as your performance, like thinking outside the box type of goals is what I believe the former council was trying to get out of these offices. And so I just wanted to make that comment, Speaker. I don't know how the 24th Council feels about this performance report, but a lot of the performance reports I've been hearing is this, the day-to-day operations, things that they do, and they put this, and it makes it look like they're doing something extraordinary. I just wanted to make that comment, Speaker Damon.
Comment. With that, any other comments, questions for Office of Legislative Services 101019? There's none. Good to go on to 101020.
Speaker.
Ethics and Rules Office.
Speaker Damon.
Yes.
This is Delegate Nez here. I was still looking through all of the documents here before me, and I remember there was an email sent out, Honorable Charles Noon requesting some supplies. Do we have enough supplies there? What can we do? We're not at the council chambers or anything like that. Could we have like printers for our surface? Just asking, is that part of the supplies there?
I second that motion.
Okay, with that, we go back over to Office of Legislative Services, Mr. Tom Patero.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, I appreciate Ricky Nez's question. It's been an ongoing issue for Office of Legislative Services. A few years back, we made an effort to charge certain expenses off to committees. Right now, Office of Legislative Services picks up all the costs for copying, all of the costs for paper, all of the costs for binders, all of the costs for those. When you look at it, we're spending the money on committees, and yet committees have their own budgets that remain unspent. If you look at the budget report that I sent, I believe Saturday, an updated one from the 27th, there's over $1.4 million unspent for council and standing committees. And yet we're covering these costs out of Office of Legislative Services, when those costs should really be picked up by the individual council and standing committees, because those are a direct cost of the functions of those committees. And so it would help. We tried doing that a few years back, and we were told that that's an OLS cost. And so We move money around. We wait for our IBC carryover to cover a lot of these expenses because we try to assist the branch as a whole, but it's getting to be more and more. This year, I helped Office of the Speaker, and we had to reallocate funds to the election office because they didn't have enough money. And so Speaker's office took a hit, our office took a hit, so that we could fund the elections office to get enough money to pay all of their stuff. We did but I helped Speaker's office this year. We made sure that there was enough money in there for personnel. Unfortunately, Speaker's office didn't have enough money to cover all of their personnel costs, and OLS also didn't have enough money. But we wanted to make sure that the high percentage of all of the legislative branch offices got money, because the COLA that was given for staff in fiscal year 2019, if people look at their budgets, that money didn't actually hit the account until last week, towards the end of the week, even as of this morning. What happens when you give a COLA is the first year is supposed to be covered by personnel lapse fund. But those amounts were not entered until near the end of the fiscal year. We're less than a month before the end of the fiscal year. So what that caused is it created a vacuum. We have staff that were given within-grade pay increases, but we had to cover the additional amount for their COLA out of our operating budget and then budget in the additional increase. So say somebody was making $100 and the position COLA is 3%. So we only put $100 in our budget, and then that person got a 3% increase. 3% of $103 is like about $3 and something cents. So when we couldn't process their PAF without doing a transfer into that position to cover the COLA for the year, and then we had to budget in an additional transfer for the different amount. So we actually had to do a budget of $6 on that $100 so that we could get the PAF through. So these are some of the challenges that that programs face when they're trying to work with staff to get within-grade increases and such, because all of that, we have to find money in our budget, and so we're constantly moving money around. An example is covering the costs for the printers. Before 2 years ago, we used to split that 50-50 between Office of the Speaker and OLS, but 2 years ago we were told, we're not going to do that. No, 2.5 years ago we were told we're not going to do that anymore. So all that cost is covered. For the delegates that were on council, remember when we were doing all those big budgets and we brought in the whole, basically a whole box of paper? All of that was covered by OLS. And so it becomes really expensive for us to cover all of these costs. So I appreciate Mr. Delegate Nez pointing that out. We are willing to work with ordering supplies for delegates, but delegates have their council account, they have their standing committee account that they could go into. Office of Legislative Services is not a signature onto those. We are beginning the process of working with Office of the Speaker, where our advisors and legislative assistants will be able to access operating money. By that, what I mean is if a committee wants to process requests for 10 reams of paper, then the staff would be able to process that. The processing of the stipends would stay with the Office of the Speaker, but any operating supplies, say you're having a meeting and you need to pay for the meeting room, we are going to be working with Office of the Speaker, where all advisors and supervisors and legislative assistants are FMIS 6B certified, so they can process those documents. And so we are continually working to make improvements in our system, but it's going to require all of our staff, all of our advisors, all of our legislative assistants to become 6B certified. Right now we have one legislative assistant that's 6B certified, and she's been helping us with a lot of our requisitions. I mean, we're very lucky that she got through because we aren't dependent on Speaker's office, and we are able to process those internally. Took us a while, but we're getting the hang of it. The first process that we did took us about a month, but this last process, we were able to get those requisitions done in a week, and so we're getting better at it. We have one legislative assistant and one legislative advisor. I would certainly be amendable to, as Delegate Henry requested, change my Form 2 to say that support staff that work with oversight committees have certain certifications. You know, we just had people that were off for 6 months. During that time, they could have gotten their 6B certification. And that didn't happen. We sent notice to individuals to say you have time to complete this now. But what the number of people that we had 6B certified on March 19 was the same number of staff that we had certified on August 7th when everybody came back to work. So it's a process that we all need to work together. There needs to be consistency across the board for everybody to get certain certifications. So I do appreciate the comment, and like I said, I'd be willing to work with the oversight committees to get them the supplies, but it would be the best process would be to have the advisors and the legislative assistants for each committee get their 6B certification so they could process it for the committee. Then they wouldn't have to depend on anybody else to get those processed. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that, Chairman Nez.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker Damon. Mr. Otero, thank you. Another question that I asked Speaker's office also was under personnel expenses. There's employee salary, overtime, and fringe benefits. Where does the bonuses come out of, and how does it work? That'll be my last question. Thank you.
Mr. Otero.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, the bonus process, there's actually 3 different methods that a person could get in a salary adjustment. The first is with their annual evaluation. That would come through the evaluation, and they get a certain grade. Between A to F, they can get an increase every year. Between F and G and another step is every 2 years, and then from the last 3 to M are where they can get it every 3rd year. So those are governed by the personnel policies manual. That's the first one. In the years where if they can't get an increase for the 2 years or the 3-year intervals, during those intermittent years, based on their evaluation, they can get what they call a merit bonus. The third avenue is a process that's called other bonuses. And other bonuses are based on the recommendation of the supervisor. And all of these tie into keeping everybody current with their staff evaluations. So if you have a whole department, and in our department we have 26 employees, if out of the 26, one of them is not caught up on their annual performance appraisal, then that makes everybody not eligible. So there's a lot of rules that are tied into this. The way we work with ours is, in the current budget, we put money in there for non-exempt employees to get overtime. The policies and procedures do not allow for overtime to be paid to exempt employees. So we are restricted by what we can give into those. In our case, what we do is we don't move funds into the account until after the approval process. And what we do is during quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, you're allowed to move funds around within your personnel savings. So if you have a vacant position, you can then take those funds and reallocate those out. How we have historically paid for some of these is we take money from a vacant position and move it into the bonusing, but we only process it until after it's approved, because you have to jump a lot of hoops and get a lot of approvals for those to come through. So that's the first pool of money that we look into. And then if there's no personnel savings available, again, you can only do that during the first, second, and third quarter. During the fourth quarter, you can't, and that's a restriction that's within the budget instruction manual. If we aren't able to use any personnel savings funds, that's when we go into moving money from our operating into personnel. So there's different ways that you could do it, but there's 3 different avenues that you could use. An example is last year, we didn't budget money in there, but we were able to do all of the adjustments through transfers and all of the payouts through transfers. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Patero. Is there any other comments, questions for Office of Legislative Services 101019? We'll continue on to the Ethics and Rules Office 101020. That, and turn it over to Madam Chief.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Under Business Unit number 101020, Ethics and Rules Office, I'm going to turn this over to Candice Martin, the Executive Director. Ms. Martin?
Yes, thank you, Chief. This is Candice Martin. I'm the Executive Director for Ethics and Rules Office. I'll go over summary now for Ethics and Rules. For FY 2019, the budget was $617,015. The FY proposed budget for 2020 is $617,905,000. In personnel expenses, we are at the...
Ms. Martin, hold on. Colleagues, can you please mute your phones? Go ahead, Ms. Martin.
Thank you. And for 2019, the personnel was $452,406. For FY21, the proposed is $529,624, with an increase of $77,218. Travel expenses were at $53,941. Proposed is $33,862. So a decrease of $20,079. Meeting expenses is $0. For supplies, was at $40,523. Proposed is $21,800. A decrease of $18,723. Lease and rental was at $5,035. Proposed is $3,637. A decrease of $1,398. Communications and utilities was at $2,500. Proposed is at $2,500. Repairs and maintenance was $4,908. Proposed is at $4,760. A decrease of $148. Contractual services was $20,000. Proposed is $11,600. So a decrease of $8,400. Special transactions is $27,702. Proposed is $10,122. A decrease of $17,580. Public assistance was $0. Capital outlay was $10,000. Proposed is $0. So a decrease of $10,000. Matching funds is $0. Proposed is $0. Indirect costs was $0. Proposed is $0. As I stated, the previous was $617,015. Proposed is $617,905 so an increase of $890. Total number of positions budgeted is 8. Proposed is at 8. Total of permanent assigned vehicles is 2. Proposed is still at 2. For budget form 2, performance criteria. Goal statement 1, receive and review 15 new ethics intakes per quarter.
which receive and review ethics intakes and referrals. Goal 2, investigate in hearings, file 5 ethics cases for hearings with sanctions per quarter. Performance measure is to investigate ethics cases and prepare for administrative hearings, orders to show cause, and garnishment cases. Goal statement 3 is trainings. Provide 5 trainings to Navajo Nation elected officials, employees, and departments per quarter. Present the Navajo Nation ethics and government law, trainings and public information booths for Navajo Nation elected officials and employees. Goal statement 4, consultations. Conduct 10 consultations with tribal programs and other agencies per quarter, which is to consult with other tribal programs and departments on policy development and investigate utilizing the Navajo Nation ethics and government law. Goal statement 5, close and process 15 intakes / cases per quarter. The performance measure is ERO staff will process and complete and close ethics intakes and cases. That is all I have for the Ethics and Rules Office. I'm open for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. With that, colleagues, any comments, questions on 10-10-20 Ethics and Rules Office? There are none. And continue on
This is
down.
Council Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I've got a really quick question. I know that when this budget was presented to us at Law and Order Committee, there was there was information provided that there was going to be an increase in, I think it's salary. Is that going to be, 1, is that correct? And 2, if there's an increase in salary, is that everybody in your office, which includes you as the director? Thank you.
Ms. Martin?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I hope I heard your question correct, Delegate Charles Newton. It kind of cut out a little bit, but you asked about salary increases. Salary increases were for the reclassification of the ethics investigator positions and the presiding officer positions only.
Ms. Martin, for your response. With that, colleagues, again, any other comments, questions for 10-10-20 Ethics and Rules Office? Not, we can continue down to 10-10-21 Election Administration Office.
This is Delegate Crotty with the question, Speaker.
Yes, go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Shah, thank you for your budget. I did want to know, what is the plan for the office to address, like, during the time of COVID? Were investigations able to continue? And then what is your plan in terms of now, because you're doing investigation work, how are you limited, and then how is this budget going to support your mission during the time of the pandemic? Thank you, Speaker.
That'll go back to you, Ms. Martin.
Yes, thank you, Delegate Karate, for your question. We are, of course, it is very difficult to conduct investigations. A lot of the work was field work for the investigators, but right now we are doing a lot of calls and emails and kind of the snail mail with the regular, sending out letters with regular mail. Part of the budget that we have that we're going to be using is for the purchase of cell phones for the investigators, because it's important that they're able to make contact with individuals that are filing complaints and respondents that have been alleged to commit ethics violations. So they're doing their best by doing calls and emails. So far, we aren't doing too bad. We actually were able to conduct a ethics training over the phone. So we're making that as an offer as well to individuals that want ethics presentations, that we can provide that through teleconference. So it is difficult, yes, but we are doing our best and working through it the best way we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Waiting for the response. That right before, are we good to go, or any last questions for Ms. Martine and the Ethics and Rules Office? We're good to go, then continue on down. 10-10-21, the Election Administration Office. That I'll turn it over again to Ms. Chief of Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under Business Unit number 10-10-21, Elections Administration Office, I'm going to turn this over to Rodriguez Morris, the Interim Executive Director. Mr. Morris?
Good morning, or good evening. Sorry. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Chief of Staff. Mr. Speaker, do you wish for me to continue with our report?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, with regards to the Elections Administration, for the budget for this year for the Elections Administration Office, we have a total of $1,098,804 as far as the actual budget itself. And it breaks down as follows. For personnel expense, the original budget was for $906,058. The proposed budget is for the current fiscal year is going to be $917,804 with an increase of $11,746. For travel expense, the original budget was set for $100,117. The proposed budget for FY21 is $69,554, with a difference of $30,563. For meeting expense, the original budget was $0. For the proposed budget, we have $5,000. Of course, there's an increase there of $5,000. For supplies, the original budget was $63,018. The proposed budget for this upcoming year is going to be $7,500, with a difference in $55,518. For lease and rentals, we had the original budget for $81,918. For the proposed budget, we have $76,100, with a difference of $5,818. For communications and utilities, the original budget was set for $16,312, with a proposed budget for this fiscal year of $6,000, with a difference of $10,312. For repairs and maintenance, the original budget was $8,670. The proposed budget is set for $3,000, with a difference of $5,670. For contractual services, $0. For special transactions, the original budget was set for $14,164. The proposed budget is set for $13,846, with a difference of $318. And again, grand total original budget was set for $1,090,256. The proposed budget is $1,098,804. $804, with a difference of $91,453. For total positions, there are 18 positions that this would be budgeted for, and a total of 6 vehicles. Moving on to Budget Form 2, with regards to the actual plan of operation, resolution number, purpose of program. The plan of operation, the election administration shall implement the election code and assist the board in carrying out the authority and solely delegated to the board and by the Navajo Nation Council to implement the election code and conduct elections. Goal statement 1, elections. If you look there, you have for the fourth quarter for one election to prepare and conduct. It says primary election here. That actually should be general election. Therefore, goal statement 1, that would have to be changed out to general election. Goal statement 2, you have maintain voter registration database to register voters, data entry, data management, provide information, change voter data and reports. For the first quarter, you have 900. For the second quarter, 1,000. Third quarter, 1,000, and in the fourth quarter for 500. Goal statement number 3, maintain elected official status. And this basically goes down to providing information to chapters through their officials and delegates. In the first quarter, it's set for 12. Second quarter is also 12. Third quarter is also 12, and fourth quarter as well. Goal statement number 4, registration drive. This is to conduct voter registration drives and to provide registrar training. For the first quarter, that is set at 5, second quarter 5, third quarter 5, fourth quarter 5. Goal statement number 5, assist Navajo Board of Election Supervisors with administrative support, reports, resolutions, rules and regulations, code amendments, and correspondences. For the first quarter, we have 10, second quarter also 10, third quarter 10, and fourth quarter 10. Basically, that is the proposed budget for FY 2021 for the Elections Administration Office. I'm available to answer any questions and to clarify any areas that may need to be clarified.
Thank you with that information, Mr. Morris. With that, colleagues, turn it over to the floor. 10-10-21, Election Administration Office. Any comments, questions?
This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Okay, Madam Chair, go ahead.
Speaker, I got one question. How do we get the election office more money? I mean, I think they come before us last year during the budget session, and they asked for more money to help assist with their election, obviously with elections. And we keep giving them, if not the same amount, less money. And now we're starting to see with COVID how important it is for election office to have the money that they need. And it's sad that our own president vetoed the amount that we were trying to give to the election office. So there has to be a way around this, because selecting a Natani for our Navajo people, it's a fundamental law. It's also a right. So I don't understand how we can allow election office to function on the budget that they have. I believe Honorable Edison Wanika even brought that up at one time, and he, talked about how the machines, they all needed to be replaced. And I spoke to one of the machine technicians, and what he told me was they basically have to come up with like different ways in order to get those machines to work. And then some of the parts don't actually fit with those machines. They're basically just kind of putting it together as they see, as they see fit. So there has to be something that we can do to get the election office more money. Perhaps maybe I've seen some of the programs that have come before us where there is some money left over. Is that something that we can do, is put those monies that are left from the legislative branch into the election office so that they can ensure that a good, that we have a good election season? Thank you.
I think that the question is directed to me, Madam Chair. This is Speaker Damon. Every year we continuously try to get the dollars that they adequately are you trying to utilize. And in the past, we used to really try to, we tried to put more and more funding, including an annual base budget amount for the elections office and an amendment into the fixed cost, but that was actually line item vetoed twice in the last administration. So a couple of the other recommendations was going back to the same unilateral decision, and that was to fund the election office with a base amount budget for them to operate and continuously try to, I guess it's always been the agreement amongst the executive and legislative branch that they would go ahead and support the UUFB request. In the last couple of years, that has changed, though. There's been appropriations for line item vetoes. And moving towards this year's budget, there was still that responsibility I did have to take, and we did. Myself, Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Chairman Hino, met numerous times with the, and we did. Myself, Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Chairman Hino, met numerous times with the election office and the election board, and this was prior and after Mr. Morse became the interim director there, in utilizing those different methods and trying to see how we could come up with a strategic timeline in there. There was an allocation that when we were discussing the three branch chiefs agreement, I fought for more dollars and trying to make sure that we had an election supported this year. And you'll see that even though in this budget here, there's $91,453 that has been allocated less to this office, they are actually going to be receiving an allocation, a new allocation this fiscal year in the direction under, we'll be reviewing that, and then about another 12 budgets down. And that's titled New Business Unit of the Elmore Election Administration Office. In this, they'll be getting more dollars than they have received in the last, I would say, ever. The most money that they have received in a unilateral supplemental amount. And that's going to be $442,583. That money is the one that's been allocated, and I really want to thank Mr. Edison Winika, Chairman Hino, and working together with the board and trying to come up with different solutions and making sure that they still have that generating dollars that can help assist them in the election process that's forth to come. So I hope I answered your question, Madam Chair, at least for this fiscal year. But the continuation, I think there's two things that we're really trying to look forward in solving solutions. And one of them is that, again, still trying to identify if there's an annual rate of dollars that we can still give to the election office on an annual basis in the fixed costs, where it doesn't take, it takes the dollars out even before there's allocations to each one of the branches. The other one recommendation was to actually make their revenue generation of what they utilize right now on the Navajo Nation Elections Office to really try to expand on different investment opportunities or new proprietary trust funds that could be created with the controller's assistance with the annual revenue that comes in or biannual revenue that comes in from every one of the election registration or cost fees for anybody who wants to go ahead and run for office. Those discussions have started with the election board, but again, that's what we did last meet on that, and I think the last time we met on that was at the end of February. We were going to meet in March. Fortunately, that's when the pandemic hit, and the other recommendation was what we had come before you, and that's where I adequately think that this year the election office will receive more dollars to have appropriate election, but more importantly, start going down that avenue of purchasing new supplies for them. The other one is that the election administration office, myself and Edison Wanika are still waiting for the documents to come in from the outside assessment for the new software company that needs to be purchased in order for us to go ahead and secure our election administration data. And that's something that we're working together still with the election administration office so that we can go ahead and still provide that and get that legislation over to council through a UUFB request. And I know that administration cost is going to be a little over anywhere between $1.2 to $1.4 million. Hope I answered your question, Madam Chair.
You did, Speaker, and the reason why I'm asking this question is because I know the junk food tax, the authorization going to the fire department is actually coming up. So maybe this is the time that we as delegates should start thinking about how important election is, and maybe give 1% of that sales tax to election to help them get caught up with the federal level, the state level, and obviously during this pandemic, we're starting to see how our election is, how it's been affected. And so I think that this is something that we really need to start looking at. And, election is so important, yet, they're not adequately funded. And listening to that technician who was fixing the voting machines, and to hear what they have to do in order to make sure that these machines work properly, was just really, it was just a shock to me. So again, I want to drop legislation to give election, a little bit more money so that we can do mail-in ballots, so that we can have proper machines, up-to-date machines on the election. And, because again, election is so important. So I hope that, I have the support of the delegates in doing this, because again, we are shortchanging the election office when that is a fundamental right and a constitutional right. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, let me move on down then to Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Do you guys hear me?
Oh.
Okay. The same concept of what Honorable Chair Newton is talking about relating to the election and the funding. We did pass legislation to get the election office some money, but it was line item vetoed. And to me, it's sort of a voter suppression. And what President Trump is doing now with the national election, getting all these mail sorting out of these post offices and all this stuff. And I think we need to address the policy change where the dollars is taken off the top before the dollars is given to any three branch chiefs. And besides, the 3 branch chiefs is not something that is in statute. So what I'm getting to is we need to look at policy so that we make sure that there is dollars available for elections. Line item veto, yeah. On to take kids. And it really a form of this is going on at the national level. And that is just my main concern, and I believe maybe that's something that we could have a conversation with the co-council and maybe put it into the appropriate into Title 12 that you have to fund it. Mandatory amount. Maybe each year they get $1 million. That way, by the time when these elections happen, the election office has adequate monies to have their election and adequate funding to improve their the voting machines and all that are required to have an election. Oh, that's the case, and I believe that conversation, we should have that conversation with the whole council. You know, just outright from the top, you know, they get $1 million or maybe even 800,000 each year, and they do utilize those dollars, and every 2 years you have the chapter election bar or stuff, and it really mind boggles me that legislation was line item vetoed. And I was trying to look for a message of it's the people's money. It's the people that's going to vote. They're going to vote. If we don't, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Aroso. That, we're going to move on down. Honorable Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Chair Otto and members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. I've been on the call since 2:40, and it's I've really just enjoyed the discussion, but I feel like I have in regard to this particular item. I think that number one, holding elections is an essential government service to the voting of the Navajo Nation. And it just, again, echo the statements made by Honorable Chair Charles Newton as well as Vice Chair Otto So. And obviously, it's the power of the pen, certainly in a suppressing the get out the vote. Right now, I'd like to also hear from Rodriguez more what they're doing, because 2021 budget use what we're discussing right now, but the November 3rd election, and some of the items where there's what happens when a chapter house be shut down because of COVID, and what are the alternative plans.
Are we really making a good effort for the plans? Are we really making a good effort for getting the message on absentee ballots out? So those are some things that should be part of the election administration's message as we talk about the 2021 budget. Speaker, members of the Naabik'iyati committee, we've being presented an executive branch and judicial branch budgets, and included was the president and vice president's budget. I would like to see Speaker and the legislative branch endorse a budget message of our own with priorities and goal statements that the Navajo constituency can read and use it as a measure for us, the legislative branch, as we proceed into fiscal year 20. That's one of the other things that I really want to emphasize. As we get through, this is what we do. This is what we're going to prioritize and make sure the essential delivery of government services from the legislative branch. That would be the extent of my comments. Speaker, other members of the NABI committee, thank you for indulging the times that we all can talk about this, the proceedings. Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman. So with that, let me go back to Mr. Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and also thank you, Delegate. So thank you for your questions. With regards to the actual plans for the upcoming election, regarding chapter shutdown, possibly due to COVID-19, what the Elections Administration is currently looking at right now is we are going to be establishing plans in meeting with each individual polling site. The voter registration specialist will be tasked out soon to work closely with our program project specialists. And what they will be doing is they're going to be developing plans for each poll site, each chapter site, to determine as far as what areas Navajo, the Navajo Nation will occupy for the actual election day, and what areas the state will occupy as well. We also will be coming up with alternative sites. If any of those sites go down due to COVID-19, then we are going to be establishing alternative sites as well within the actual chapter complexes, whether it be a senior center, whether it be a school, something that would be local. So these are things that we're going to be establishing. In addition to that, as a last resort, we are also going to be looking at alternatives for facilities just right outside the actual chapters, meaning under canopies or what have you. So we are working closely with the state of Arizona and the state of New Mexico. There also was talk of Utah wanting to establish those talks. However, we're still looking to establish those points of contact. But we have a good working group with the state of Arizona and a good working group with the state of New Mexico. So, so plans will be implemented, I'd say within the next 2 weeks. In fact, those assignments are going to be getting tasked out as of next week, and it will proceed up to the day of the November 3rd elections. With regards to the messaging being put out there for the actual absentee ballots. Yes, we are starting that campaign. We'll be starting next week. I will be working to get that information with regards to the absentee ballot campaign to be launched online via radio and newspaper. So these we are going to be initiating that as of next week. We had not started that out earlier because we wanted to wait till we were going to get closer to when we have the ballots printed out. So for the absentee ballot campaign, that will be starting as of next week. In addition to that, we also are going to be starting our campaign for the early voting campaign. And this is going to allow for Navajo tribal members to cast their votes early in less crowded areas, I guess, at all agency offices. And we are going to be using online radio and newspaper to get this information out, and that'll start up just before we get to where we open up for early voting, which is October 5th, and when we will start sending out the actual ballots itself. So we are going to be working towards that to ensure that the people have these alternative ways of casting their ballots. And we are going to be really stressing for the absentee ballots and the early voting. So that's going to allow for individuals to cast their ballots in less crowded areas, so to speak. So these are things that we're working on. And again, as I stated before, we are working with the states for the alternative plans as well. And some of our discussions are going to be to include possible sharing of resources for PPEs, disinfectant supplies, hand sanitizing supplies as well. So if anything, we're looking to see if we can partner the best we can with the states as well, because we will be sharing the actual same polling sites. And then in addition to that, we are going to be reaching out to the president's office directly. We are going to be asking for them to also assist us with supplies as well for the actual PPEs. So these are things that we're doing on this side with the elections administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. With that, colleagues, any other further comments for election administration 10-10-21?
Speaker David, is Henio?
Yes, go ahead, Chairman Henio.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Just want to reinforce the comments that were made by Shadeza, Delegate Charles Newton, and then also Delegate Daniel. So regarding the importance of funding the Navajo Nation Election Administration. We all know there's an election that happens every 2 years, and it seems like we're not ready for it. Last minute supplemental funding, they need to say it. And I read the president's message on the veto message, telling us that we need to come up with a better system and making sure that this money is already allocated before any elections happen. We should need to pre-plan. So we just need to follow that. And I like the idea of giving a percentage of taxation money to be put in an escrow account for the elections. This way, we don't have to be looking at the last minute for any type of funding. So that's where I would support that. And Rodriguez Morris, his leadership in the election administration and is I see a lot of changes being made there, and especially working closely with the Board of Election Supervisors. They've been doing a lot of work. Mr. Melvin Harrison under his leadership, and then also Mr. Raymond Max has been really proactive and looking towards this election this year. And so, working with LPVP, some of the resources is a good idea. Maybe you can borrow their TikTok account and send a message out there about the absentee voting campaign and early voting campaign too. So yeah, I just want to make that comment.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Henio. Any more comments, questions on the Election Administration Office budget? Honorable Yellow Hair.
Hello?
Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair, can we hear you? Can you hear us?
Hello, I'm back on it. I got cut off.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, you need to anyway, shit over national on the election administration office. It's not the first time it happened. This one here, it's been going on for the 10 years. We just avoid to give this money to election administration. Their duty and their function is very important to the Navajo Nation government. They take care also 110 chapters. This fund should be one of the first priority. I think based upon nothing found there. It's very obvious. Based on nothing. I don't open nothing to get this money in. Good leaders. We need to put this money up front right away. To the primary. I don't touch this kid and then they just hello?
Yes, Honorable Yellow Hair. Colleagues, can you please keep your phones on mute? Honorable Yellow Hair.
Okay. Anyway, I know it will claim he has on the don't the base of one not so hard and I think it big at the other husband in Washington yellow even in a corner seat not on me a cohort he's on so he's sorry. Well, people got taught to me from Black Mesa why there's no primary. That was one of the traditional first thing that our elderly like to vote primary, but they had no. They let the editor know that this kid. They see that the budget should be already out front with the Navajo Nation government. Especially, I think these
legislative responsibility. Kasi doon na sana ikaw, ba that is, in the one thing, PPE supply, it added up and the chappy, and the president, when the buyer, to rest Dutch, called the Navajo Nation chapter other than the Dolphins, Nego, page Dutch, is a spy, a yard, he constant, no, could they buy the hatches that or listen that or by the hatches that and the hot sea was I want to was special. I thought on this and the Shibichi. So I want time vote at Northern. So I hope next other administration, the new administration should come out and do their job with the next administration office. There's a couple behind and why it wasn't very important to them. It also be such not only on Tony, only Tagahasido, Kia or Sinka. I don't know, not Nedana, because you don't see Cattle. Not speaker should other here should not only my same my colleagues. Thank you very much. Those that's all the speaker. Give the floor back to you and thank you very much and go back on mute now. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you, Honorable Hilaire. That, any other comments, questions? We go back to Mr. Rodriguez. Of course.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, thank you for that. I first wanted to respond or to at least make a statement to Shinal, Mr. Or Delegate Henio, for your comments. Thank you for your support on in the work that we have set here for us. And I also just wanted to let the speaker as well as Mr. Henio know that we are in the process of working on selling the voting machines that we currently do have, and we have plans that are set in place to where we are going to be moving to actually move in a new direction with regards to how future elections will be handled. So those processes we are working through those things now. We will have a proposal before the council shortly. With regards to the statement made by Delegate Yellowhair, thank you for your statement as well and your support. And yes, I do believe that that we need to continue to move forward and to allow for the people to have their say in voting for their leaders at the local level. We do support that. And yes, I do agree that we are going to be looking to work with the president's office and attempting to procure more PPEs and supplies for the election. So thank you for those comments and for your support.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, there's no more comments, questions for Mr. Morris here. We can move on then to the next budget on the list here, which is the Board of Election Supervisors, known as 10-10-22. Madam Chief, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For Business Unit 10-10-22, Navajo Board of Election Supervisors, I'm going to turn this back over to Rodriguez Morris, the Interim Executive Director. Mr. Morris?
Thank you, Madam Chief of Staff. Thank you very much. With regards to the budget that's proposed for FY 2021 for the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors, in total, we are asking for $126,716 for the FY 2021 budget for the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors. This includes budgeting for one full-time position. For personnel expenses, the original budget was set for $119,337. The proposed budget is $120,722. with a difference of $1,385. Also included in this actual budget is median expenses for $5,953 was the original budget. Proposed budget is set for $4,807 with a difference of $1,146. In addition to this are repairs and maintenance. The original budget for that was $250. Proposed budget is $0, $250 with a difference of $250. We also budgeted for special transactions in the amount of $1,147 in the original budget. However, the proposed budget is $1,187 with a difference of $40. And again, as stated before, this actual budget itself, the original budget was set for $126,687. The proposed budget was increased but to $126,716 with an increase of $29. Moving on to budget form number 2, the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors and the Elections Administration Office are hereby established. The board is created by the Navajo Nation Council as an independent entity. The board shall be responsible to the Navajo Council only and shall be placed under the Intergovernmental Relations Committee, who shall have ministerial oversight and whose primary purpose shall be routinely routing documents and record keeping incidental to the authority delegated to the board. For goal statement number 1, you have supervised elections. Under first quarter, the goal is set for 1, second quarter is 1, third quarter 1, fourth quarter 1. And this is to provide oversight and certify general and special elections. Goal statement number 2, refer resolutions and legislations, develop, present, and support resolution, code amendments, rule regulations by teamwork. The goal is set for 5 in the first quarter, 5 in the second quarter, 5 in the third, and 5 in the fourth quarter. Goal statement number 3, election-related issues. 10 to grievances, recalls, recounts, initiatives, referendums for the general public and officials. For first quarter, we have for 3. Second quarter is also set for 3. Third quarter 3, and fourth quarter is 3. Goal statement number 4: assist local governments and or agency councils with the program performance measures, seek funds and work with to receive reports, respond to requests and presentations, and take appropriate actions per the Navajo Nation Code. Under the first quarter, we have that set at 50. Second quarter is for 50. Third quarter is set at 50, and fourth quarter at 50 as well. And the last goal statement number 5, coordinate with the Navajo Elections Administration. And regarding the performance measure, receive reports, plans, decisions, directives, and communication with the executive director / delegates. For first quarter, it's set at 12, second quarter 24, third quarter 24, and fourth quarter is 24. That is my presentation with regards to the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors budget. I'm available for any questions and to clarify anything within this budget. Thank you.
Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. I don't know who said speaker.
Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So. Go ahead and turn the floor over to you.
On page 2 of 4, point 2, because na kilo sa ta siya part 2 ikaw na hangagi na sa biyela na ihingi na preparation please come not as a mesa e I and the work for the exchange stuff shall be placed under the Intergovernmental Relationship Committee. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Eugene. So with that, colleagues, any other comments, questions? Not, I'll go back to you, Mr. Morris.
Speaker, that's my question.
I know, I'm going back to Mr. Morris. Honorable Eugene. So
thank you, Mr. Speaker. If anything, I don't have legal counsel for the office with me right now. Is it possible to defer that specific question to the Legislative Council? I believe there was a resolution that was passed, although it still makes reference to the Intergovernmental Relation Committee. I believe there was a resolution, a council resolution that that states as far as what it falls under now, from what I understand.
that, I guess let me go back to Ms. Barbroff. I don't know if Mr. Haven's around or if he's on the line.
Speaker, I don't believe, this is Ms. Barbroff, I don't believe that Mr. Haven is on the line, but I don't have the resolution number, but I will get it, and I will get a copy of the resolution. In 2011, when Title II was amended, the last section of that resolution goes back and makes a statement about where if a existing resolution meets states, for example, the Intergovernmental Relations Committee or the General Services Committee, those were committees when there were 88 delegates. The Title II amendment go back and state that if General Services is mentioned, then that would be the Naabik'iyati Committee. The same with Intergovernmental Relations Committee. So it was a catch-all amendment. The specific language will be adopted in each time a statute is amended. I will follow up in writing with Delegate So on that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for that, Ms. Barbroff. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions? If not, Mr. Rodriguez, maybe since we have you now, and we can finish off the elections, colleagues, let's go down to the new portion of the elections for the additional funding that was been allocated to Mr. Rodriguez and the election office for this coming year's elections. Everyone go over that. It's titled New. There's no new. It's a new business unit number, and it's for the election administration office, and it's a total amount of $442,583. Maybe Mr. Rodriguez, you could go over that budget now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regards to this actual budget itself, this money comes from the Navajo Nation 3-branch chief agreement for fiscal year 2021 comprehensive budget. This is from July 11th, 2020. This money will be available for the elections administration that was set aside specifically for the election that will be coming up. And right now, the actual budgeting for that is set at $442,583. With regards to this, as to how it pertains to, or how we are looking to actually set out the plans for this budget, number one, all the funding from this specific funding will be used for the election, the general election, November 3rd, 2020. Number one, for meeting expense, the proposed budget is $104,940. And that is the amount that will be allocated for meeting expenses. Under supplies, we're looking to put $245,443, and that full amount is what we're going to be looking at for the elections expenses. For lease and rental, the proposed budget is $200. Communications and utilities is set for $1,000. Repairs and maintenance is set at $6,000. And in addition to this, for special transactions, we have $85,000 set for under special transactions. Now, giving regards to how that breaks down for the meeting expenses, for stipends and mileage, we have $104,940. This basically covers the funds for stipend and mileage for poll officials. These poll officials will be working in all
and will end in 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, do you want me to call back in?
Yeah, let's everybody call back in. We've reached a 5-hour capacity. And the reason why is just because it keeps record every 5 hours, records it and logs it in, and it clarifies it. So it's just for record management. Thank you. Everybody can call back in.
Transcribed.
I'm located here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. Colleagues are on the line throughout the Navajo Nation. Today's date's August 31st, 2020. We just got done reviewing the 10-10-22 Board of Election Supervisors. We heard that from the interim director, Mr. Rodriguez Morris. Now we're moving on to a new business unit number, and this is election funding that's going to the Office of Election Administration. The time now is 6:46 p.m. Without further ado, Mr. Rodriguez, sorry to delay your presentation, but you can go ahead and continue now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regards to the actual budget itself, again, we have $104,940 that is set aside for meeting expenses. This basically will be covering the stipends and mileage for all poll officials. This is for 110 poll sites where you have individuals that work for on November 3rd. And this also covers their training. The poll judges have training right before the election. Then they have additional training the day before the actual election itself. So this covers all those expenses with regards to and it's set under meetings. For supplies, we have $245,443. Now, this is broken down for operating supplies. This includes everything for general operating supplies within the office itself, set for $11,000. Postage, courier, and shipping is set for $16,275. For printing, binding, and photocopying of the ballots and any other thing that we need for the actual elections is set at $218,168. Under for lease and rental, and this basically covers it's set at $200. This, along with the catering, if you look at there's $1,000 set for catering as well. This is what covers the actual campaign or the actual election night command center. They normally rent out the museum to where the staff could actually work, to where we work with the actual company to report the election results on election night. So that covers that. Building space, we have set that was the one that was set for $200. For communications and utilities, set at $1,000. This covers telephones as well as Wi-Fi for the command center on election night as well. We also have repairs and maintenance for $6,000, and that's basically these funds covers for parts and services for the actual election machines. They have to be calibrated. They also, any damages that they may have to be repaired. So we put $6,000 for those specific services as well. And under special transactions, let's see here, we have $85,000 set there. And of course, under that, a portion of that, as I stated, was for catering. That is going to be set to pay for the actual the command center on election night. And now for the $40,000 will be going towards print advertising. This is for the actual newspapers. And $44,000 is set aside for radio advertising. So basically, this is how we had set for the actual money that was set aside for us. And under this specific, under budget form 2, the whole purpose for this is to have the actual November 3rd elections, goal statement elections, to prepare for and conduct the elections on November 3rd, 2020. Under first quarter, we have one for our actual goal statement. So I'm available to clarify anything that needs to be clarified. and answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Colleagues on Election Administration Office Business Unit number new. Any comments, questions? There's none. Thank you very much, Mr. Rodriguez, for that presentation.
Thank you. Good night.
Hey, with that, colleagues, let's go on down to 10-10-23. This is the Black Mesa Review Board. Let me go ahead and go over to Madam Chief. The floor is yours on Black Mesa Review Board 10-10-23.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. For Business Unit 10-10-23, the Black Mesa Review Board, the secretary of the review board and the chair of the review board are unavailable this evening, but will be available during the Naabik'iyati committee meeting. Therefore, I am going to go over their budget for them. Under Part 3, Budget Summary, 2001 Personnel Expenses, original budget.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, I just want to ask, is that normally allowed where maybe the director or the actual agent of the program, where they're not allowed, somebody else can provide information on the program?
Anybody can present on behalf of the program. Just as an example, when we heard from the election or from Office of President and Vice President, there was some programs under their program where Mr. Bahi was not directly linked to them, but he presented on their behalf for their branch. So there has been precedence, Madam Chair. But if you're looking for a response, like if there's going to be further discussion or in-depth conversation, that probably won't happen, and that's something that will probably be available at Naabik'iyati Committee or at the Budget Finance Comprehensive Hearing or the Navajo Nation Council Comprehensive Special Session.
Speaker, just so I'm clear, we are going to hear the information, but we can't ask about the budget during this hearing session?
Well, you can ask questions, but it's probably the team members here who are probably going to be the best ones. And I know that individuals like our colleagues, like Honorable Yellow Hair is part of the Black Mesa Review Board, who will probably help assist. I know Mr. Tom Patero has helped assist with them. I know that Office of Legislative Counsel probably can help assist in questions too as well that might be answered, but it probably is not going to come as a direct response from the Black Mesa Review Board Chair, Vice Chair this evening. That, go back to Madam Chief Staff on Black Mesa Review Board 10-10-23.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Part 3, under Budget Summary, line item 2001 Personnel Expenses. Original budget, $16,452. Proposed budget, $20,361, with a difference of $3,909. Line item 3000, travel expenses, $0. Line item 3500, meeting expenses, $1,495 from the original budget. The proposed budget is $4,500 with a difference of $3,005. Line item 4000, supplies, original budget $89, proposed budget $509 with a difference of $420. Under line item 7,000, special transactions, original budget, $134, excuse me, with a proposed budget of $142 with a difference of $8. The total amount from the original budget is $18,170. The proposed budget is $25,512 with a difference of $7,342. Part 4, positions and vehicles. Total number of positions budgeted, 0 from the original budget, and proposed budget is 0. Total number of vehicles budgeted, original budget 0, proposed budget 0. Budget Form 2, Part 3, Program Performance Criteria. Number 1, goal statement. Keep Navajo Nation leaders updated regarding Peabody's mining multiple impacts. Program performance measure. Meet with and submit quarterly reports to the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. First quarter 1, second quarter 1, third quarter 1, fourth quarter 1. Number 2, goal statement. Coordinate with Peabody, PWCC on reclamation works and plans. Program performance measure. Monitor reclamation by physically touring reclaimed areas. First quarter 2, second quarter 2, third quarter 2, fourth quarter 2. Number 3, goal statement. Maintain communications between Peabody and local residents. Program performance measure. Host regular open meetings involving the public and Peabody management. First quarter 2, second quarter 2, third quarter 2, fourth quarter 2. Number 4, goal statement. Serve as key coordinator on ongoing infrastructure projects and plans. Program performance measure. Seek funds and work with Indian Health Service, NTUA, and NECA, NECA, to finish Many Mules waterline projects. First quarter 2, second quarter 2, third quarter 2, fourth quarter 2. Number 5, goal statement. Adverse impact on Peabody lease residents reference Navajo Hopi partitioned lands. Program performance measure. Work with NNC to amend grazing plans for Navajo Hopi partitioned lands. First quarter 1, second quarter 1, third quarter 1, fourth quarter 1. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That colleagues, Black Race Review Board, 10-10-23. Any comments, questions? If there's none on the Black Race Review Board, let's continue on down to 10-10-24, Office of the Auditor General. Let me go ahead and revert back to Chief. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Business Unit Number 10-10-24, Program Title, Office of the Auditor General. I'm going to turn this over to Helen Brown, the Delegated Auditor General. Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chief. Good evening, Mr. Speaker and committee members. Again, for the record, I am Helen Brown and the Delegated Auditor General. I want to thank the committee for this opportunity to present our proposed budget for FY 2021 for the Office of the Auditor General. I'm going to go ahead and start with page 1 of our budget. So for part 2 of the budget summary, our personnel expenses, our current budget is $1,131,732. Our proposed budget is $1,153,829. This is an increase of $22,097. For travel expenses, our current budget is $38,970. Our proposed budget is $28,329. This is a reduction of $10,641. For supplies, we have a budget of $25,837. Our proposed budget is $17,500. This is a reduction of $8,337. For our lease and rent budget is $17,500. This is a reduction of $8,337.
For our lease and rental, our current budget is $1,500. Our proposed budget is $500. This is a reduction of $1,000. Our communication and utilities has remained the same at $200 for our current budget as well as the proposed budget. For repairs and maintenance, our current budget is $43,750. Our proposed budget is $8,500. This is a reduction of $35,250. For contractual services, our budget is $386,481. Our proposed budget is $82,998. This is a reduction of $303,483. Under special transactions, our budget is $41,895. Our proposed budget is $36,973. This is a reduction of $4,920. So our current budget overall as a total is $1,670,365. Our proposed budget is $1,328,829. This is a reduction of overall $341,536. Part 4 of this page is the number of positions budgeted. For the year, we have 15, and going into the next fiscal year, we're going to remain at 15. The number of permanently assigned vehicles, that is 2, and again, that will remain the same going into the next fiscal year. So that's our budget summary on page 1. If we proceed to page 2 is our performance criteria. And the Office of the Auditor General is established to provide basically assurance services for the Navajo Nation. And we do that through audits, special reviews, investigations, as well as management advisory services. And that's all defined in our plan of operation under Title 12. So we have 5 goal statements here. The first goal statement is to complete audits of chapters, departments, and programs. The performance measure there is to promote an accountable government by auditing chapters and programs to evaluate effectiveness and efficiency in service delivery to the Navajo people. So our goal numbers here are for the first quarter we have 5, second is 4, third quarter is 5, and the fourth quarter is 5. That is a total of 19 audits that we propose for the next fiscal year. Our next goal statement is to complete follow-up reviews of collective action plans by chapters, departments, and programs. Our performance measure there is to promote an efficient government by following up on collective action plans to resolve audit issues. For the first quarter, we have 3, second quarter is 2, and the third and fourth are 3, respectively. So that's a total of 11 follow-up reviews that we plan to do for the next fiscal year. The third goal statement is to complete investigations of chapters, departments, programs, and employees for potential fraud. The performance measure there is to detect and prevent fraudulent activities by conducting an investigation of improprieties. For the next fiscal year, we only anticipate to perform 2 investigations. That will be for the second and the fourth quarter. The fourth goal here is to complete continuous monitoring of chapters, accounting systems, and bank accounts. The performance measure is to promote compliance by performing continuous monitoring of chapter, accounting system, and bank accounts. Our goal measure here is 30 for the first quarter, 30 for the second and third, and 20 for the fourth quarter. So the total of that is going to be 110, which is the 110 chapters. Our fifth goal here is to provide management, advisory, and consulting services, and our performance measure there is to promote effective government. And that is where we budgeted 10 services for each of the four quarters, and that's going to be a total of 40. I also wanted to add for the committee's information that the total number of reviews that we anticipate completing, which is a combination, or the total of goals 1, 2, and 3, is a total of 32 audits or reviews. And that is a decrease of 17 from our current year. And so because of that, we rely a lot on our consulting funds, our consulting budget to outsource audits and follow-up reviews and even some of our investigations. And we do that in cases where we don't have enough resources and with our internal staff, or if we need special expertise or skill sets that we currently don't have and that are being required in order for us to comply with government auditing standards. So that's where we rely on our consulting budget to outsource some of these projects to external firms. And since our budget has been decreased by approximately $300,000, that will mean fewer projects and fewer audits and reviews that we'll be able to complete for the next fiscal year. Therefore, our office submitted a unmet needs budget of $200,000, of which $122,500 will be used for consulting services. And we're hoping with that amount, we can at least complete additional 5 more audits or follow-up reviews. So I just wanted to also bring that to the committee's attention. And I've been listening to some of the budget hearing conversations, and there was questions about some of the COVID challenges, and we've been impacted by that as well. So when the government basically closed back in March, we really had to put our audits on hold as well, because all of our clients, our audit clients, whether it be chapters or programs, are within the executive branch. And so when the government was closed, we weren't able to continue with our audits, and we were told by a lot of our clients that they are all closed, staff on administrative leave, and audit matters were not a priority. So all of that had to be put on hold. So that really affected our performance measures for the second and third quarter of this fiscal year. And I'm sure, that happened to a lot of the programs as well. So, but we are back on track, and I have a great audit staff that I'm really proud of. We have 2 vacancies noted in our budget packet, but we are filling those positions. We hope to have them filled before the end of the fiscal year end. We were delayed because the background investigation office was closed. And so that has just recently reopened. And so we're working diligently to get those positions going and get those filled. So we will have a full audit staff with the exception of the Auditor General position. So, but that concludes my presentation, Mr. Speaker. I am open to questions. Thank you.
Hey, that colleagues on legislation, actually, Office of the Auditor General 101024. Any comments, questions?
Hello.
Are we all here?
Yeah.
We all here. Go ahead.
Kjære Donation Kommissionæren Danikro Holdesi Hek Inat Do Kjæna Kunaris Kirya Kuro Auditor General Skinata Yana Eight Ati Bekin Arona Chi Bekinana a position number 230146 and 230178 Bekinana a position number 230146 and 230178 Associate Auditor vacant good heart vacant. So Coco, you say hard, I think that which position are you using the hell? He just answered this acting auditor that the one is they have not this so only wish to get the auditors back and control it. There's one over there, one auditor that position was transferred. That was yours, and then it was move out and give it off the controller. Even in you got a lot of work needs to be done and catch up with a lot of work at your Auditor General's office. Speaker, thank you very much. And Helen, thank you. I'm back.
That we'll go back to Ms. Holbrook.
Mrs. Speaker, am I ready to answer those questions? Or
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. And thank you, Mr. Delegate Yellowhair, for those questions. You are correct. The Auditor General position has been vacant since December 2018, the latter part of that year when Ms. Elizabeth Figueroa retired. And so I stepped in as the delegated AG We do currently have one applicant for that position. We are in the process of coordinating an interview panel, and we hope to do that in the coming weeks here. Something that I need to coordinate with the chief, and so we'll make a determination of whether that person is an ideal candidate for that position. As far as the associate auditor position, as I had explained, we did interview candidates and we selected 2 people. We hope to fill those positions hopefully by next week or by at least the end of the month here. So they'll start with us, if anything, the beginning of the fiscal year. We look forward to that because we do have a lot of work that we have audit requests from chapters and programs. As far as my position that I'm occupying, I am still in the principal auditor position. That is my formal title, and I am still occupying that position right now. And then just to clarify, we are aware that there's an internal auditor within the Office of the Controller. I just want to make clarification on that that is not a position that was taken from our department. That was my understanding is a position that was created by the controller, and then an individual from our office here transferred into that position. So it was a position that was created by the controller for her department and for the purposes of her department. So our position stayed intact over here. So that was one of the vacant positions that we're currently trying to fill from our office, and we were successful in doing that. So I just want to make that clarification for Mr. Yellowhair and the committee members on that. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll go down, Madam Chair, Naabik'iyati.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. Thank you, Ms. Brown, for your report. I think it's important to note from your report is your unmet need of just about $200,000. I'm concerned that that money wasn't allocated to your program because Navajo Nation, we have insurance, and our cash section of our insurance, we're always on the verge of losing that coverage because of the constant misuse of Navajo Nation funds. And so I see your program as a critical component of keeping programs and departments and chapters accountable. Can you give me some insight in terms of, so you said your unmet need, it looks like actually 300,000 was taken and your unmet need is 200,000. Could we either, so I guess our options is to find funding within the legislative branch, or is it a possibility to charge these programs for your services? So I think the average audit on a chapter, I remember you breaking down the hours, but I thought you had mentioned anywhere from $25,000 to $30,000. I know Delegate Witherspoon had mentioned that he felt that programs and chapters should be paying for this service. Can you give me an idea of what that would look like? And also then what that would look like to help you finish the corrective action plan for Navajo Housing Authority? I know our congressional leadership want to see that corrective plan. And I'm also want to know how we can help support these chapters that you have on your, is it high risk list or fraud list? My concern now is you're not going to be able to do that proper investigation. So please give me some insight so I could have numbers in my head so that I could look through the legislative branch budget for that, or if we have to develop a program for programs to pay you for your service. Thank you, Speaker, colleagues.
Great. That, Ms. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Crotty, for those questions. let me just kind of go back through some of the an email that I did receive for the committee's information, and I know transparency is important here. So when I was preparing the budget for our department, of course, I did the initial budget based on what we were allocated. And so, of course, a lot of our budget taken by personnel. We were given about $175,000 for operating, so we did have to cut back in certain areas so that we can at least have some money for consulting, and that's what it came out to, was almost the $83,000. And so that's how I was advised to go ahead and put the unmet needs budget together. And so, but I was told that there's no guarantee on that. And so I said, okay, well, we'll see what we can do with the money that we're asking for. But then I did get a email saying that there's a list of programs that they're seeking carryover funds for into the next fiscal year. And I'm also on that list. Our department's on that list. And that is for $200,000. And so, so it's more like, I'm trying to cover my bases here. Again, the carryovers is also not guaranteed. I understand that could be subject to line item veto. And so, but that's also what's being requested on our behalf. And so that's also, what I wanted to share with the committee. And so that's where we're at with consulting. And as far as whether we charge programs and departments, this is something that we've always struggle with, because we are the internal audit department for the Navajo Nation, and so our services are expected to be part of just the government services that are being provided. So, but there are some instances where, we talked about maybe charging chapters, and so this is something that my predecessor was doing before she left. And so how she determined the rate that we wanted to maybe potentially charge chapters or programs was based on how much the actual audits were costing those that we outsource. And so based on our records right now, for an audit of a department or program within the Navajo Nation, it averages anywhere between $40,000 to $60,000. And that's based on the fees that are being charged by these external firms. And so I used the lower threshold to determine how many that we think we can complete with the $83,000 for my 2021 budget. And so that's going to be just the 2 program audits. And so that pretty much absorbs all of that. So I don't have any plans to outsource any chapter audits. And so it is something that we can consider. I believe it is in our plan of operations where we may need to charge for services if need be. That's something that I would need to explore further to see what our options are in that regard. But I think it's just always been the general understanding that since we are the internal audit department for the Navajo Nation, then, we generally won't be charging for our services. And so we rely on our general fund budget to allow us to provide those services for the nation. As far as the NXA Corrective Action Plan, you are right, that is one of our biggest projects that we have on our work plan. The cap for NXA was approved last June, and so according to our plan of operation, the Navajo Housing Authority had 1 year to implement that corrective action plan. So we were actually due back to NXA this past June. But in May, they came back and asked if they could get an extension, a 6-month extension. And of course, their reasons were due to COVID. And so like the Navajo Nation, and as well as other enterprises, NXA had to basically shut down. So all employees were on admin leave. And so it really hindered their ability to implement their corrective action plan. They were really on track, but, things got held up because of COVID. So when I did receive that request, I did confer with our Chief of Staff as well as Speaker Damon what their thoughts were on addressing that request. And so in the end, I went ahead and approved that request for NXA. So our timeline to return to NXA to do a follow-up review was extended until after December 26, 2020. So that's going to basically give NXA an additional 6 months to finish their completion of the implementation of their cap. And so one of the things I did express to Speaker Damon is that because of my workload within our office, then I anticipate outsourcing the follow-up review again. And so one of the things that I was considering was bringing the same firm back in, maybe under a sole source contract, so that maybe we can save some costs, because they would already have some familiarity with NHA in terms of their staffing, their policies and procedures, their projects, their accounting system, and so forth. And so that is what an option that I'm currently exploring. But I anticipate it's going to cost maybe up as far as $100,000 to do this follow-up review. And so I do have the money still left in my consulting budget as of this fiscal year, but I cannot do a contract at this time to use FY 2020 funds to pay for services that will be in 2021. I'm not allowed to do that. And so that is one of the things, the dilemma that I'm faced with. So that is the reason I believe the speaker is requesting for that carryover on our behalf for the $200,000, so that we can have those funds available to cover that NHA CAP follow-up review. And it's important. I understand, not only from the speaker's office, but as well as, with NHA and the Senate committee. So that is where we're at with the NHA review. Whether I get the carryover or the unmet needs, I may be able to cover that NHA. And if I do that, then it will not have any funds left over to do other audits. The other option I am contemplating is, and I need to speak to NHA on this, is if this is a review that we can cost share. I've brought it to their attention a couple of times, but I have not had any real commitment from NHA on whether we can cost share on these reviews. It is something that I need to follow up again with regards to NHA management. So that is where the cap is for that organization. And as far as the audits that we have on the work plan, most of that is driven by audit requests that we receive, especially on the chapter side. We'll get audit requests coming in. We include them to the list. We do review the data, the financial data that we get from the chapters to do a risk assessment. We want to see how much money these chapters have, how much money they're generating, where they're expending their money. And those are things that we take into consideration when we do a risk assessment. And that determines where, do we need to do this chapter sooner than this other chapter. So that's how we're putting them on our work plan. But I did explain to Budget and Finance Committee that the work plan for 2021 for the chapters, most of those, I think for the first maybe 10 or so, are chapters that have not been audited in over 20 plus years. And therefore we have made them a priority, not only this current year, but going into the next year. We want to make sure that we get back out there and audit these chapters. So those are the ones that are a priority right now. But we do consider some of these other factors to determine if chapters are high risk, and if there may be some potential fraud going on, then we'll bring those up on our work plan to get to them sooner than later. So Delegate Claudia, I hope I was able to answer your questions or provide you the information that you needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Colleagues, any other questions for the Auditor General, Office of the Auditor General in 1024?
Chair Delegate Helona.
Honorable Helona.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Ms. Brown, I have a question. You were saying you weren't going to have enough money to complete audit reports. We've been waiting for our audit report from District 14 out in Tohatchee. And that exit report was supposed to be done last January. And then it went to February, and of course March came around and the pandemic hit. So that's my question. I was wondering how long before we can get our audit complete there. And we were just on the last leg, and now you're saying you don't have enough funding to do all of it. So can you let me know what the status is on that? Chair?
Ms. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Helona, for your question. We are currently in the process of wrapping up that audit for Tohatchee. What happened there is that the team leader for that audit resigned from our office, And so we had to reassign a new team to that project. And so that was where we were at when we ended up closing shop in mid-March. And so now the new assigned team has reconvened, and we're actually, they gave me a draft audit report to review. That's what I'm working on right now. So I'm hoping that we can present a formal report either next week or the week thereafter. So we are currently working on completing that project. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Okay, moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Chair, Nana, thank you very much, Speaker. I have questions on the consultant money that's been used or be used $82,998. I've had a question that I talked to you, Helen, about this money that you use it for some time that you're getting behind or something like that. But I know you know your job, the way you do your job, and some of the program probably don't. I have said because they use mostly consultant. I think you're out there to maybe you may not even need a consultant. Maybe you need this two new positions, and maybe that's all you needed because you can do your job. And the other one is there was a 2018. There was a lot of correction items in there. I don't know if you ever involved on these auditors comes in that they do audit. I don't know. You ever check this their audit correction item like KPMG audit? They did in 2018. There's a number of lists that still need to be taken care by the controller, maybe your office too. It's all pertains to financial stuff. Anyway, but I don't know. You ever review it on these audit report? Just what I want to bring to your attention. Any day you respond in that plan, this that when I got a call, I answered from Black Mesa. One of those constituents called me, so I didn't hear you. My concern. I don't know if you can respond back to me again because I was on the line. Helen, thank you very much. We talked together on your audit stuff, so I asked you some questions that I always visit you. Thank you very much. You're doing good on your job, I think. Yeah, Helen. I would tell you once about Sina. Yeah, Mr. Speaker. I'm going back on mute now.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back to Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Although to Delegate Yellow Hair, thank you again for your questions. Certainly that's an option that our office can take into consideration about hiring more employees as auditors. But as I had mentioned before, one of our biggest challenge in here is where I would place those auditors because we, in the office building that we currently reside in, we are to capacity right now. So I don't have the extra office space to house any more employees, but it's certainly something that I can take into consideration, something that I can probably have discussions with Chief of Staff on this. But consulting money does, one, allow us to address more audit coverage for the Navajo Nation. As I mentioned, this year, based on the performance measures I presented, that's going to be 32 audits, reviews, and investigations that we are planning to do. Last year, we were at 49. And so the difference there of 17 audits, that was really for by consultants, bringing in external firms to assist our department. And so of those 17, we're going to complete at least 15 of those that we had planned. So I have these external auditors, like for this past year, we did some follow-up reviews within the Office of the Controller, which we're still trying. These are audits that we're trying to complete. We had started in a year because we had to close. These were put on hold. These are some other audits that we're currently trying to wrap up. So they not only address additional audit coverage for us, but also in some cases, some of these audits may require special expertise or skill sets that my current staff may not have. And so in order for us to meet auditing standards, one of the things that they require is that we need to make sure that the auditors that are assigned to these projects, they have the appropriate experience and education, they're competent. And so that's where I have to balance all of that when I decide whether audits should be done by internal auditors and what would be best served by external firms. So those are the things that I have to take into consideration. As far as your question with regards to corrections with the KPMG, I believe you're referring to the annual financial audit. We're not technically involved with any of that. That's really between the controller's office and the external audit firm. We can assist in some of these areas, like with the single audit findings. When they come in there and audit like programs that have that receive federal funds, and then through the single audit, if there's findings with regards to like internal controls or compliance issues, then we can come in there and do a performance review or some kind of internal audit where we can evaluate internal controls and see where there might be some shortfalls, and then we can provide recommendations. So as an internal audit department, if we can help some of these federally funded programs, then our hope is that through that assistance, then the next financial audit, single audit, they're not going to have the same findings coming up again. So it's a really matter of coordination between our office and some of these federally funded programs. So, but we can assist in that regard, but we're not involved with some of the financial aspects where corrections are needed and so forth. We leave that to the controller to address with the independent auditor on that. As far as to your prior questions that you wanted me to go back and address, again, the AG vacant position, we do have one applicant. We're putting an interview panel together. Hopefully we can take care of that in the coming weeks. This is something where I'm working with the chief of staff on. So she's been very busy with the CARES Act, just like the council has been. So it's just a matter of us getting to it and prioritizing it. As for the associate auditor positions, we're going to have those filled and hopefully have those individuals on board once their background investigations are completed. So we're hoping by the end of this month. As far as the position that I'm currently occupying, I am still within the principal auditor. That's my formal position title, and I'm still occupying that position. So I'm not an acting auditor general. I'm still in the principal auditor position. And then as far as the internal auditor position that you were inquiring about within the Office of the Controller, I just wanted to clarify that that is a position that taken from us, and so I'm not seeking to have that returned to us. So that is at the discretion of the controller and what she thinks is best for her department. So that is clarification. So Delegate Yellowhair, I hope I was able to answer your questions. Thank you.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Yellowhair. Speaker.
Go ahead, Yellowhair. Honorable Yellowhair for follow-up.
Ms. Brown, thank you very much. To Speaker Carson, to Shinatani, 24 Council, my colleagues, thank you. To the Shapan, case on education, with our share over patience. Thank you very much. Go back on mute now. Thanks.
That. Honorable Yellowhair.
Hello, Speaker. I'm done. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments, questions on 10-10-24? Everybody in the queue, no one fixing that. Continue on. Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and committee.
Okay, moving on down to 10-10-25. Navajo Hopi Land Commission. That, I'll turn it over to Madam Chief of Staff.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. For business unit number 10-10-25, program title Navajo Hopi Land Commission, under Part 3, Budget Summary, line item 2001, Personnel Expenses. Original budget was $22,111. The proposed budget is $11,094. Total difference is $11,017. Line item 3,000, travel expenses. Original budget of $56,318. Proposed budget is $25,216 with a difference of $31,102. Line item 3,500, meeting expenses. Original budget of $20,772. Proposed budget is $0 with a total difference of $20,772. Under line item 4,000, supplies. The original budget is $0. The proposed budget is $2,000 with a difference of $2,000. Line item 5,000, lease and rental. Original budget $9,000. Proposed budget is $1,500 with a total difference of $7,500. Under line item 6,500, contractual services. Original budget is $78,620. Proposed budget is $142,206 with a difference of $63,586. Under line item 7,000, special transactions. Original budget $6,179. Proposed budget of $4,078 with a difference of $2,101. The total from the original budget is $193,000. A proposed budget of $186,094 with a difference of $6,906. Under Part 4, positions and vehicles, total number of positions budgeted $0 from the original budget. Proposed budget is $0. Total number of vehicles budgeted, original budget $0, proposed budget $0. Part 3, program performance criteria. Number 1, goal statement. Monitor, collect, and track information. Program performance measure. Monitor, collect, and track information on Navajo Hopi land use conflicts and any claimants to land within the area described in the Act of 1934, 48 Statute 960. First quarter goal 4, second quarter goal 4, third quarter goal 4, fourth quarter goal 4. Number 2, goal statement, represent the Navajo Nation. Program performance measure, represent the Navajo Nation with respect to land selection and land exchange provisions of Navajo Hopi land use conflict. Public Law 96-305. First quarter 5, second quarter 5, third quarter 5, fourth quarter 5. Number 3, goal statement, guide the development of proposals. Program performance measure, set parameters, review, and approve community and economic development proposals to benefit impacted chapters. First quarter 3, second quarter 3, fourth quarter 3, fourth quarter 3. Number 4, goal statement. Advocate and lobby on behalf of the impacted communities. Program performance measure. Advocate, lobby, and testify at all levels to advance interests that benefit the Navajo people in the FBFA, NPL, and Nhat-Utzil communities. First quarter 4, second quarter 4, third quarter 4, fourth quarter 4. Number 5, goal statement, coordinate activities with impacted communities. Program performance measure, NHLC will coordinate and update the communities within the FBFA, NPL, and Adzil on activities that will impact their communities. First quarter 2, second quarter 2, third quarter 2, fourth quarter 2. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, moving on to Business Unit 101025, Navajo Land Commission. Is there any comments, questions?
I've got a question, Speaker. This is Delegate Yellow here.
Yes, go ahead, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Okay, Ashley.
Honorable Yellow Hair, go ahead.
Ashley.
Honorable Yellow Hair, go ahead.
Okay, I had a question under 3,500 in meeting expense, and this year we had 20,772. Our meeting proposed budget for this 2021 is 0. The money's all been taken out. I think this money went into consulting. That's the only questions I have. I look like we don't want to have a meeting. That's the problem. We're going to have a meeting and travel expenses there, but we also lose some money, 31,000. That's the two under a budget summary on Port 3. So we lost some money right there for 2021. That's my question, Speaker. I'm speaking on behalf of the Navajo Land Commissioner Committee. Yeah. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, we'll go back to Madam Chief.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your question, Delegate Yellow Hair. I'm going to refer this question over to Mr. Tom Platero, who assisted with the development of this budget. Mr. Platero?
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, as we were preparing the budgets for the standing committees and in this case the Navajo Hopi Commission, we took a look at your actual expenditures for fiscal year 2020. Meeting expenses. You actually don't charge anything to that account. All of your stipends are paid out underneath the 2000 series, which would be stipends, a 2450. For 2020, you spent about $6,000. So what we did is we went on ahead and budgeted that at 10,000, which is a lot. I'm sorry, that's 10,000. So you actually have more in your budget this year or in 21 than you expended. A meeting, Ziggy, budget, but over the years. You have several oversight committees that put that in their budget, and that money just sits there all year. So when I took a look at your budget, your expenditures for FY20, I saw that the majority of your expenses was in consulting. You started out not very much, and then you had a carryover balance, and you encumbered the entire amount, which was 193,000. 628. So I took it as you are obviously spending your consultant money. Even consultant, it could be I don't travel. What you actually spent was a lot less. Right now, under travel, you've only spent about $12,000. So the proposed budget for next year sits at $20,000, which is $8,000 more. So I looked at your actual expenditures, and that's how we drafted the budgets for you, based on your current expenditure. And we did the 4-year study on this as well, and so we took that all into consideration. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
So good to go over here. I'll say thank to him. That's how it goes on your budget when you do that, based on your prior expenditures. Thanks. So, thank you, Speaker. Yeah.
Okay. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on 10-10-25 Navajo Land Commission? There's none. And continue on, moving on down to 10-10-26 Commission on Emergency Management. That I will refer this over to Madam Chief. 10-10-26.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. For business unit number 10-10-26, program title, Commission on Emergency Management, I'm going to refer this over to Eugenia Quintana, who is the vice chair on the commission. Ms. Quintana?
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Quintana, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on
Okay.
the line now.
All right.
Okay.
Vice Chair, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Commission on Emergency Management budget. Good evening, Honorable Speaker and honorable members of the NABI. Yes. Yes, I am. Okay. Good evening. Thank you for the present the Commission on Emergency Management budget. Good evening, honorable Speaker and
Ms. Quintana?
Yes.
Speaker Damon, I can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me any better?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, I'll just talk louder. Thank you. Yes. I would like to begin with the purpose of the Commission on Emergency Management. Essentially, the Commission is established to coordinate with various stakeholders on the Navajo Nation and external to the Navajo Nation to monitor, assess, and recommend strategies to address emergency preparedness, response, and recovery efforts in order to reduce impacts of emergencies and disaster impacts on people and property on the Navajo Nation. We focus on the 4 phases of emergency management, which entail mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. Currently, we have 4 active commission members. Herman Shorty, who is a chairperson representing health and first aid. Myself, Eugenia Quintana, I serve as the vice chair, and I represent environmental. We have Dickie Bain, who represents firefighting, and Ben Bennett represents the elected official position. We have 2 vacancies, a vacancy in the broadcast and print media area, and a vacancy in civil defense and law enforcement. And that represents the elected official position. 2 vacancies, a vacancy in the broadcast and print media area. If you will look at the Form 2 that lists the goal statements for the Commission on Emergency Management, the first goal is, per legislative purpose of the CEM, hold regular and special meetings to address emergency management issues. And the program performance measure is to report the number of CEM meetings in the conduct of the established purpose of a CEM. The second goal is to address emergency response matters through reviews, recommendations, approvals. And the performance measure is to reduce impacts from natural and man-made hazards. The third goal is to track and report coordinated services. The performance measure is to coordinate emergency and disaster relief services with the Navajo Nation Department of Emergency Management and or other stakeholders. The fourth goal is to notify the public on mitigation, emergency preparedness, measures to reduce impacts to community resources. And the measure is to report number of engagements related to dissemination of information to the general public. The last goal is to coordinate the collection and sharing of EPCRA-related reports and projects with the Department of Emergency Management and or other stakeholders. And the measure is the number of stakeholder contacts to approve EPCRA reporting requirements on the Navajo Nation to protect the general public. Related reports and projects with the Department of Emergency Management. If you can jump back to the first page of the budget, you will see that the Commission on Emergency Management budget has faced a decrease in a budget. The decrease is in the amount of $4,499, and this primarily is a result of a decrease in the stipend sub-accounts. As I stated earlier, we have 4 commission members, and we do try to meet on a monthly basis. And this past year, we did not have meetings on a monthly basis, nor were we able to fill 2 vacancies. So that that resulted in a decrease in our use of stipend money for that stipend sub-account. And for this upcoming year, although we do hope that we will fill 2 vacancies, that's kind of up in there. We have been advertising for the broadcast and print media and the civil defense and law enforcement, but we haven't been able to get those 2 CEM vacancies filled. And that summarizes the summary of the budget. Are there any questions?
Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Quintana. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on 10-10-26, Commission on Emergency Management? Honorable Stewart.
Thank you, Kala. Speaker, our colleague, 24th National Council, aron the Koromas Kantana, but we screen language. My question would be going back to your performance criteria. So, Dik Adigini his whole Naheki. Number 2, reduce impact from natural disasters. Adigi. Notify public mitigation emergency preparedness measures to reduce impacts for community resources. Number 4, there are phase 1 that we are currently in for return to work. There are certain divisions, so departments that I have been informed of that are not fully prepared to even be in operation, or staff are not adhering to them going back to work according to their policy. If this group, especially Mr. Shorty, is representing this group,
and yourself, then why is it as the chair and vice chair that these are not being enforced? That's all, Speaker.
Okay. Any other comments, questions at this time? Not, let me go back to Ms. Quintana.
Honorable Delegate Stewart, thank you for your question. With regard to your question about some departments and programs not fully prepared to go back to work, and what the role of the CEM is with regard to that, Mr. Shorty has spent a great deal of time since right before the pandemic working very extensively with the Health Command Center. And from his role on the commission and coming from the health and first aid area of subject matter expertise, he has worked as a team member at the Health Command Center to address these types of issues. I believe that there are a number of departments and programs, particularly employees, who feel that they are not prepared to go back to work. And for these types of reasons, the Health Command Center, of which Mr. Shorty has been participating with, they recommended that, at least for the executive side and the other branches, to work with employees to extend alternatives such as alternative work schedules, flex time, and things like that, and also to ensure that their return to work plans were in order. And the employees should be working with their divisions, programs within the branches to ensure that they fully understand the return to work plans that are currently in place. If they are not understanding the return to work policies that are currently in place, I think that these employees need to raise those issues to the programs and their supervisors who they work with.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Quintana, for that response. That colleagues, again, 10-10-26, listening to the Commission of Emergency Management. Any other further questions regarding their budget for FY 2021? If not, we can continue on down to next business unit number 10-10-27. Thank you very much, Ms. Quintana.
Thank you.
Eastern Navajo Land Commission, 10-10-27. That, let me go ahead and refer it over to Madam Chief. 10-10-27 Land Commission.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. For Business Unit 10-10-27, Program Title Eastern Navajo Land Commission, I'm going to turn this over to Larry Rogers, the Executive Director. Mr. Rogers.
Hello? Hello? Yes, we're here.
Yes, hello, Chief?
Yes, I'm turning this over to Mr. Larry Rogers, the Executive Director for the Eastern Navajo Land Commission, Mr. Rogers.
That these programs and the supervisors who they work with.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Rogers, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Oh. Isn't Eugenia still on?
No, we just completed the Commission on Emergency Management.
Okay, all right.
I'm still here.
Okay.
I was referring to Eugenia Quintana, who just presented.
Right.
My apologies.
Okay, so am I on there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, Yate, presiding chair of NABI, members of the NABI committee, those listening in, chief of staff, good evening. I will go ahead and present the commission budget. We do have two budgets, one for the commission, one for the office. So I'll go ahead and present the one for the commission first, which is business unit number 101027. On the personnel expenses, the current year had $31,588. The proposed amount would increase by only $109 to $31,697. Travel expenses, current year $25,073. That will increase up to $26,178, so an increase of $1,105. Under supplies, currently there was budgeted $7,000 even. It'll go up to $7,521, so an increase of $521. Lease and rental, currently under budget, $1,800. It'll go up to $2,500, so an increase of $700. Contractual services, currently under budget, $27,360. It will go up to $33,360, so an increase of $6,000 even. Special transactions, currently at $6,796. FY21 will go up to $6,760, drop down to $6,762, so a decrease of $34. By total, current year's budget was $99,617 even. It'll go up to $108,018, so an increase of $8,401. On to the performance criteria. Goal number 1 is to conduct meetings to discuss land and energy issues and projects. And by measuring it would be to convene regular and special meetings to deal with land and energy issues and projects. So quantum-wise, 4 meetings per quarter. Number 2 is to conduct meetings with BIA, OST, BLM, and other federal and state officials for land use. To do that would be to convene meetings with those elected officials or government officials to resolve issues, examine alternative and corrective actions that can be taken. And so performance-wise, first quarter 3, second 3, third quarter 2, fourth quarter 2. Goal number 4 is to coordinate with chapters, land board, landowners, and other Navajo Nation entities for land acquisition. And to do that would be to identify or re-examine land parcels, tracts for sales, exchange, and purpose. And those are by unit, 1 across for each quarter. Goal number 4 is to coordinate with Navajo Nation and other governmental entities regarding energy development in Eastern Navajo.
and that would be to convene meetings with impacted parties and entities to promote or mitigate activities. Again, one per quarter across for the year. Goal number 5 is to continue work on land consolidation efforts in Eastern Navajo via a variety of projects. Is to provide official communication, conduct meetings towards appropriate legislation, and hopefully to get one done each quarter throughout the year. And that concisely is the budget and performance for our commission. Our commission involves all the elected officials, all the elected delegates for Eastern Navajo, plus one appointed by the Navajo Nation president, whom is Danny Simpson. So 6 members serve on the commission. Chair, that's the extent of my presentation for 10-10-27.
Thank you. Colleagues, 10-10-27 Eastern Navajo Land Commission. Any comments, questions?
This is Delegate Cross with a question.
Yes, Madam Chair. Amber Carty, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Rogers, for your presentation. My question is regarding, help me understand, in your plan of operation or in any of your goals and performances, where can I find helping the citizens of Eastern Agency, like relieving that, like helping them get the right of way so that they could get water and power line to their communities? Just help me understand where that is in your plan of operation. And do you help the CLUPCs in Eastern Agency develop
Let me go back to you, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your question, Ms. Crotty, Delegate Crotty. Just the meeting that we had Friday with the commission passed 3 separate resolutions dealing with rights-of-way matter in Eastern Navajo. Because of the checkerboard situation and so forth, almost every type of land there's a different policy regulation in place to deal with. So, for example, one of the things that we are asking Navajo Land Department to do is to go ahead and provide blanket approvals for rights-of-way matter on tribal trust lands. So that would help provide for faster reviews for, rights of way, granting of rights of way, and so forth. Unfortunately, they can't sign on behalf of Navajo allottees whom are on allotment lands. You have to have consent from those individuals. So for ownership of allotments that might have 50 or more people, BIA could also involve in terms of providing consent because it's too numerous amount of consents to obtain. So they, in the resolutions that the commission passed, which needs to go on to resources committee to issue actual policy on behalf of the nation. So somebody's going to have to do a legislation on that on behalf of the commission. Commission can only provide recommendations. And so I would be happy to provide all those 3 resolutions to you for your information. Allotment lands is quite difficult to work with, mainly because you need so much consent. And then only BIA works on their behalf directly. The Navajo Nation has nothing to do with it. But let's go back up just a step, though, in terms of the land buyback program that we went through for a couple of different periods. the Navajo Nation now, as a result of a land buyback, owns part of over 2,000 allotments. So if you can see the overall picture, there's like 4,000 allotments, right, in eastern Navajo, some in Arizona, some in Utah. But the Navajo Nation now owns a good part of it. Through the two periods of sales of allotment interests, the Navajo Nation currently owns 33 full allotments. That means 100% of those owners sold. So those, in a sense, overnight turn into tribal trusts, and the chapters really can do what they want to with it. And it's kind of interesting, though, too, that of all these allotments, about only 40% of them have some structures, meaning a corral, homes, but a majority of people that do have homes have home site leases. In a study that was done back about 3 years ago, only 2.5% of people living on allotment lands having structure do not have leases. So that would be problematic for those people to get rights of way. In the resolution that was approved Friday again, the commission is asking to go ahead and allow those people that don't have current home site leases, they call them residential leases on allotment lands, they would go ahead and become eligible to receive those services. So the commission really is doing as much as it can to get services, especially under the CARES Act, to get some type of service to them. Because NTUA does not provide electricity to Eastern Navajo, the money that goes to NTUA just goes on the reservation proper, and that's it. But they do work with water lines and so forth in Eastern Navajo. Other than that, and for electricity, there are 5 utility companies that serve Eastern Navajo, so that kind of helps complicate things too. But the bigger ones, Hamas Electric out of Cuba, and then Continental Divide out of Grants, provides the majority of those services. On another good note that NTUA is trying to help with, however, regarding electricity, is to provide some solar units for Navajo homes. And that's a program that they're doing Navajo nationwide as it is. I hope that answers some of the question regarding the first one. Number 2, I believe you requested or you asked about the working with club committees in Eastern Navajo. As we're having so much experience with the community planning myself, I just love to help meeting with club committees and to share them information about what they can do. Usually I try to get an idea of where they're at and then talk about prospects from there on. And so and they are especially interested in the information coming out of the land buyback sales. Quite 2 years ago, that we did a publication on it, a map for each chapter that showed to what degree those allotments were sold to. So that is very informative. There's one allotment, for example, that's only like about 500 yards from Highway 602 going down to Zuni on Chechilka. That 160 acres was fully sold. So the chapter has already included that in their community land use plan for potential business development as well as housing. So yeah, there is a great deal of interest in within these times of what we're going through. It's kind of like I really knock on the door and what the heck, get out there and get some things done. So I hope that even though we're experiencing some this ordeal is very tragic in a lot of cases and so forth, but in terms of development, it really is calling home to say, look, this is probably something we should have been doing all along in terms of government and policy, in terms of land use in Eastern Navajo. And BIA is kind of like pretty much now open to doing a variety of things that can help expedite, along with working with Navajo land development as well. So, but I make it sound quite positive too. But I know it's still a haul up the hill. That stuff. Yeah.
Okay, that colleagues, go back to floor. Have anybody else? 10-10-27 Eastern Navajo Land Commission.
Speaker, I have one more question. This is Delegate Cardi.
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to ask Mr. Rogers, thank you for that. What I want to do is ask you, how do you coordinate with the Navajo Government Development Office? Earlier, they reported that they're helping the district, I think it was District 6, so they're an Eastern agency with their CLEPC, like a regional CLEPC, but it sounds like that's something that could be done under your office. Can you help me understand if there's any coordination, or I can follow up and get a little bit more information about that project? Thank you.
Okay, again, thanks, Delegate Karate, on that. I was not aware of the district, excuse me, I wasn't aware of the District 6 activity that is being done kind of on a regional scale, apparently being done by some institution working with the Navajo Nation government, until I heard the report while serving on the commission. So that was when I first got wind of it. So probably about two months ago is when I first learned about it. To me, it's quite general. It's too general right now in the process of what could be termed kind of District 6 type of planning in terms of working with a set of chapters. Chapters on their own have really done a lot. Red Rock chapter, for example, has really done some extensive land use planning beyond their club. So there's like a special district that they've already planned for to build some facilities on and so forth. Again, I mentioned earlier Chichalka doing it, which is part of that group of 6. But that's about as much as I know about it. That some group was doing that and helping with the with some kind of I don't know if they're creating a template that could be used elsewhere, which might be a good idea. But that's about the extent I know. To me, it was too general. Chapter's already going way beyond and more detailed than that.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
Speaker Freeland.
Oh, Freeland, go ahead.
Could I just ask Mr. Rogers to give a little background on the Nelly? What we're doing, Nelly? Mr. Rogers? Just to enlighten our colleagues.
Okay, that is the most prominent project that the commission will be working on in terms of having done already other delegates. You're probably aware that back about 2-3 months ago, you approved the new Nelly. The new Nelly basically is a repeat of the one that was approved in 2012. In terms of getting anywhere with it, the Fort Wingate matter, Fort Wingate Military Land Division that took place 2016. So it was like 3 years later, Fort Wingate Military Land Division that took place 2016. So it was like 3 years that was in the way. So the Nelly was put on the back burner for a bit. Under the 23rd Council, it was also considered, let's keep that in the back of our pocket when they were talking about NIP, Navajo Indian Irrigation Project, having to be, somehow placed in joint coordination with the Nelly project. The thought there was that any lands that are obtained, government lands are obtained in Eastern Navajo, and minerals that are income from minerals that would be generated from those new lands that we get would be put into a special coffer and help pay for the full construction of NIP. So that was the concept for about a 3-4 year period until the new council coming into the 24th council decided that it really is not a good idea to go with it as a joint project. So we went ahead and separated that back out. So NIP is no longer part of Nelly, and that's why we went back to the original 2012 plan. Nelly involves an attempt to get all federal lands, except those that are under special protection in Eastern Navajo, back to tribal trusts. There's about, anyway, that's close to about 400,000 acres of land that we could be able to get back. And then along with the natural resources with it. So there's the BLM land, and then there's about 92 to 96,000 acres left of former railroad lands that are called 2198, Public Law 2198 lands. That is part of the proposal. So that's referred to as 2198. In the 1920s, 1930s, the intent was to give that back to the Navajo Nation. Apparently, Congress had bought it back on behalf of Navajo, but it was never fully. The act itself and the language in the act did not specify that it would go back to Navajo. Since then, on our behalf would be trading land for this and that. Over the years, to this day, about 92 to 96,000 acres of those lands are still out there. So Nelly would incorporate that to be turned into tribal trust. The third component of the Nelly is the what is referred to as the Sheep Lab lands just outside of Fort Wingate. That's about 5,500, 6,000 acres. That would also be turned into tribal trusts. Under the kind of like revived Nelly, hopefully we go to Congress on, is the addition of lands that are fee lands, tribal fee lands. There's again like 400,000 acres of those. Instead of having to go through NEPA and all this kind of clearances and so forth, we're asking Congress to go ahead and just add that in to automatically turn that into trust as well too. On top of that, there are scattered throughout Eastern Navajo scores of state lands that were not part of the exchange in 2018. We're asking Congress to create an enabling. It would include an enabling clause that would allow for a three-way swap of lands: Navajo Nation, BLM, and state. State can select BLM lands elsewhere, and the Navajo Nation would then take over the state lands with an Eastern agency. So by the time, and say, I'm not going to say if, when Nelly is successful, more than 65% of the land base in Eastern Navajo will finally be under Navajo Nation control. So that really is the goal, yeah. shortly thereafter, we will need to request for a reservation boundary. But let's know she is still beautiful, but to some people that's asking for too much. So, and Mr. Freeland is new with the Eastern Navajo Land Commission. Has always been eager to really, wanting to tackle these type of projects, and this for sure is one of his, I think, babies. His new baby. Right, Delegate Freeland?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Roger.
You're welcome.
Okay, colleagues. Any other comments, questions? 10-10-27. Not, we can go on down. You can continue on, Mr. Rogers, with 10-10-28, Office of Eastern Navajo Land Commission.
Okay, thank you again, Speaker, members of the committee. You could see this as a kind of like a mirror effect, yeah. It kind of faces with what the commission does and what we as staff do for the commission in terms of support and all that. So I'll go ahead and cover this for business unit 10-10-28. Personnel went up by 4,000 from 270,163 to 274,200. Auto travel expenses, they kind of stable at 17,565, up by 381 to 17,946. Supplies, they actually got replenished a little bit, from $6 to 1,459. Lease and rental, the rest of these are kind of like they're stable items. I mean, we got to have them type. For example, communications. Oh, I'm sorry, lease and rental. We occupy space at in one of the buildings at the NTU campus in Crown Point. So on an annual basis, they raise our rent by 5%, and the amount is still the same at $8,034. But we're probably going to have to do a budget transfer to cover the 5% difference there later on. The communications and utilities aid remains the same at 3,490, covering telephones, internet, so forth. Repairs and maintenance, $2 per each year with no change. Contractual services, the same, $1 in each one. These low dollar amounts, for example, this is just keeping hopes that, in case we get some type of funding throughout the year, then we would then get some monies channeled into these accounts. Special transaction with an increase of 268. So for total, currently $302,402. The new amount will go up by $6,139 to $308,541. So a slight increase. Going on to the performance criteria. Goal number one is, of course, we provide support to the commission, and we prepare materials for all the regular and special meetings, and that in terms of quantitative indicators at 44444 for the year. And four of those four, three of them are regular meetings, and one is projected for special meetings. So total of 4 meetings per quarter. Under goal statement number 2 is to coordinate with chapters BIA, BLM, OST, state, county, tribal, private entities, and landowners. Land matter. Sorry. And the measure there is to conduct meetings with these entities regarding land acquisition, exchange, or go through some project activities with them. And by quarter, the unit numbers are 3, 3, 2, and 2. Auto goal number 3 is to conduct land research and prepare and present findings to the commission and other entities at respective meetings. And those are 2, 2, 1, and 1. Auto goal number 4 is to coordinate Eastern Navajo land projects. For example, CLU are customary land users. These are people that live on non-tribal controlled lands. But of course, haven't been there traditionally for years and years, and we refer to them as CLUs, customary land users, instead of trespassers. And then, of course, there's the Nelly Project, the Fort Wingate Army Depot Project, the Fee to Trust, and then and other entities that we deal with. In terms of goal 4, is to provide reports to the land board, to the commission again, complete the land buyback analysis and other meetings on land projects, and those we would do by units 2 per quarter for the year. As I mentioned earlier, the land buyback activity, even though the project has come and gone, the dust is still kind of settling from it in terms of information that we can get on it, in terms of where are these lands situated, how much of it is now not owned by the Navajo Nation, and how many of non-Navajo, non-governmental owners are still on there. In some cases, there's like over 400 owners, and in some cases, there are like what used to be like 5 owners. One might still be holding on, and the rest might be owned by the Navajo Nation. So when we say owners in allotment lands, the Navajo Nation counts as one person. So if we say there are 23 owners of this particular allotment, that 23rd person is the Navajo Nation. Although the amount of weight of ownership makes a difference, let's say in another allotment, Navajo Nation is a part owner, but there are 15 owners that didn't sell. But in this case, the Navajo Nation owns 53%. So the Navajo Nation, with one vote and with one consent, can approve that right away, 3%. So the Navajo Nation, with one vote and with one consent, can approve that right away. And you don't need to necessarily get the signatures of the others. They would just be informed. So that's back to Ms. Crotty's question. This thing about with the land buyback program, its effect later on, and to this day is going to have some interesting effects in terms of getting land use consents. So Navajo Nation being an owner now is part of the consent process. Now, part of the 3 resolutions that I mentioned that the commission approved last Friday, one of them has to do with asking the Navajo Land Department to go ahead, but our RDC needs to do this, delegate Navajo Land Department to go ahead and sign on behalf of the Navajo ownership part. Like where I mentioned, let's say the Navajo Nation owns 53%. Land Department would sign off on that 53% ownership as part of its consent. So that's how that would work. Okay, goal number 5, maintain GIS program operation. Probably into the 3rd year that I was with the commission, I made sure that we got a GIS program going and so forth. It is so helpful in terms of analyzing things, especially analyzing information with maps. Not do the you could be able to visualize things in terms of doing that, and so it's very helpful. And in terms of working with landowners, it gives them an idea where their land is situated.
They don't know where their land is. A lot of people that sold had interests of more than, let's say they were lottee owners on Naabik'iyati, meaning that they had ownership in more than just one allotment. One person I use as a classic case, he lives in Bloomfield, and I don't know if he's listening in tonight, but anyway, he had 18 allotments, and under the first round, he sold a majority of those allotments, or his interest to those allotments. So it was quite an interesting program. But anyways, so people want to know where their lands are situated. And as part of their decision-making process, it was very helpful, too, where they came to our office and we would run them maps on it, on where their allotments were. So, Aggie, we still had people coming in, not during this government closure, but prior to, and then I'm sure we're going to be expecting more, is to have landowners come by and want to know where their property is. Another thing that's becoming quite more visible is that landowners, I think because the land buyback program has aroused some interest in them, so that they want to know where their land is on one thing, and then they want to know if they can build on it. So they want to know if they can do a home site lease. So as part of the process in getting a home site lease, working with the BIA, they come to our office asking for a map. So GIS mapping has been quite important. And on this one, in terms of performance, we do 30, 20, 10, and 10. Well, it goes down only because we know that the landowners that are coming in, they're probably it's gonna start going down later on. Again, Chair, that is my presentation regarding the business unit 1010 28. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Colleagues, any questions regarding the office of the Eastern Navajo Land Commission, 101028? If there's none, we can move on to the next budget.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Moving on down, business unit number 101029, Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission. I'll turn it over to Chief of Staff.
There's none.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. For business unit number 1029, program titled Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission, I'm going to turn this over to Leonard Gorman, the Executive Director for the office. Mr. Gorman.
Yeah, that's not honest. I don't know the Kuro, you know, so they know Sanigi. Okay, don't go here. Kuro isn't that we like it, or the more years in a tower, she's been done. I don't know, more years. If you do this kiddo, it's called not Korea down the houses, if you are there's understand. Okay, is a sound, and that's it. You don't know it. I see by here, I see. You know, you did to without air or outside in a liao. Or not many kids without not any. Keeping ya, don't know. Okay, I don't see how the start in the door has been just put it on us. Or in how to eat and say. Okay, it's like a ticket based behind the inky. Asha want to set down Coco. Shut do your deeds at the good crash about on the Sunday. I don't hard as if care of ya, but don't touch that only. I don't could not make a section in the touch that only calls with many or may I at that take or down is a black on a day and let down is a national bound to hack stone and tin. Coco draft or other. Doing his zadiki. Ya kujina na sabahiki kudo bichinan hosh adiki to a process line le sadiki Okoko sa be yati eya onet sa ban sa kis. O sa ge yati kodo nanis. That I see that on the Shiki, they ego hold G's. Nagay march that stand. That is called named. And then he didn't manage in the hadn't to the ego beneath I based behind the Agi. Aku pinjol pasha miniki. Nahai nelo ebenas eya hot ego. Also, you can manage in the hadn't naked on the manless of other. Eben kan ja ikke der vil det dog ikke der sige der er prigosi sanchigo non stasli og kokkolene sik eda isu ba has ado na hoti da ninde gosina asi gut ende kudo nanan snak se nilt etolik da ikke ni der band der isu kano ja na march to kati change eda ota inanis ikke ni sto bendenes og kunde der ikke sige på Oslingi ja brokaden deniki et apahatten og ja na sige der out akat holjes esi der hun sa de gad miniki jo ekon sige der chdo ego der to peso basin lo chiyan han to we can not get ni der kwa ke kal betne og ko edicate aro light de sil ida kunde koje pesa piyati miniki bin carbonate it ic asont anda il nado ta ko ko ela na kigunege ya dikoro khanden bihingi commission bit manager island ego ya ke odin to beland au she ajuna bakiyat ki pason ligi ko dikar hanana zidis kharon wasin 13 size khanj ya a kodo e banana sina de kleto le ande 13 size khanj आज से आधा होट इंटो ले लखंड करो या एक खाने जाको इशन आसो एक नानिसी की कैस दोंदो ले नो बांसा किस एक करो आइटा सानियन नादा इसनल या कौन से जिमन आउटसोर्स भी यो पाता होने तो या बिना से या कौन कुछ बेस मास अनलाजमेंट है कि एक हो बच्चे नीटे ने एक आरो यान दाहने को एक नादिक ले लिया तो आखा है خنا هتي اسم كده ردون جهان نيجي وكويسين في خانادي جهادين أني لما فينيجي كويس بلنا دا نانا أصلي دوني وكون دكوات سو كتانا دهنا خاني جو ياتي قواناز خان شايد أبو جس كهاز كده نخا توشين بتأيدو ليش تويله او ناس لندن اسم توشين بتأيدو ليش او بسين بيسو زيلا أنا سيدو ليش وكنت كان خاندن بيجي كان هاز كنيجي ساديدا نوريت اي ياجي لا اسكي سدم ما داي نسان دا ما تين شاو يوش كان دا اي كوا بيسو نارا هدي اي بيجي هدا هوري اي جي اي بيكان كدز يو يلا او كوشي لا ستون اسي لاي نختا بيدو نلانتن اسي انا نسي ناسيت اي سوليش Koko koje pes pensa kesu yasti hatniniki esit aisi ben kagun na nasulado lesh gut ego yana nasna se nit etolish so konne bahana hot ege ya are gidena nit chos iniki aisi to ajota ya na ben anishin ne leda aba attende ya ga o kai gisin de astu so na hot itolish konde da pe so commission da pe in the kwala da sit na hot na ti da sin ke erigi hazon haban we there's my hada Washington Kabila as me ADG ya kuje the go sleep niki arrangation sound is down the anjono be kita hosna nekach Git hard in Washington let oh ni can chat ya min hello the na ya da shi go dai shi ni spare hosen do ba on a corner so the net day git da I would advocate not da ya is don't lift no although kun na git a ton nan di git to as just let do no is na di do sla na ha ya to ya di da so ke ha da on ka do Washington the whole lot of not of the carton, not of the kitty, the architect, Nagida. A cannot Kudos Latina hot zogi, a yarn, Ray Casmisiazi, the second man, a would honor, but it need kit. A call cry could only see not so nothing that deeply, but a yard of Zo, Nikin Sato, Maray, Tona, Noven has only done Leniki. Edo hat abitus that I would obtain on the not a corona so in Dali. Edi so I would then have on the syndrome left to no. A KDG Yati con the cosmic sa Niniki ADG I see the Yashkongo, Beniki do Beniki Jati. Ed many clinici are quigosin in Ansilia and Ray Marsh and don't stand. The other national Niniki never national hit. Other in the Kaida, other the K at the which one the Danda, and get it near. I have done his the class of in Hanji Kagota. Okay, get a doubt a ya in Anderson Lido Lechono. O Coco, a contagun nagi, a yadicoro, a personado, KDG, so she been such net only. O Coco, the 8 I done that, Jati, the cow, 8 I done his Dalia, don't he trust me. Oda sit at the Stanago Johazi and Hoti Zaita is in the Hansa's case only. O Coco, who could be G the bay on the Shigi Aya, Hana Zotino, Sebetino, the Mil Yaz, Toro and I can not ask a thing, a Chibe on this. Or Naso Nre, was Saya, the East Cardon was a Suddenly, Nazotino, not Tatino, not cheap, the millions on dinners, the on Tata. A coco is not Nelco. Yas Latino on not cheap. The millions on Davidino, the Sudan's tongue. The Binazino, the Dino's tongue. Yan Habedo Nel. Of course, Ashi Bohnet, such a queen, so I could all balance that case. Allah Nishi, Taoshi, Ashid about Atlantic or Lantine. That Abunet Sangit Ariana and Mr. D. Mr. Kuja, base up in such case, Niniki, and carbon acid, I sit under the mascot at joint of Ansakis, or garden nature as like it, or when I should get us Kaniki to a part of Liniki, but on day is these are millions of idea on ago. A penny, a cocaine, a missing Niki, a bit all a quern not the substance of Lahiki, a quavish alta. Aims in Aliagi, could it be alta? Ada could have kindred so a never team domo on a Dino on a Chimilias, though our son is not this Dino what I shy. A crabs at Nilo, a quack is it Solado. Crabgard and Linike, I see like it in need days. A Tatino up or a Elia got asked at that millions of Dino on a thing for a year. Aro crash and hardly the nation a year as like a codo near commissions of London Biniki, ADG thought I see Pesogi, Papeto, on the craggy a young $1,000, a quack has Aniki. To speak a teacher, a on the CG, San Habino, Miss A Hort, a Nayaki. A crab in kitchen get the the coaching, those go hit I became the Haston, those cut, and then the case you don't need a quaggy. حتى دميلياز داشين نخبر تقصون نل جو كايس اي بانسات كيس اي بيتو نلو لش اي كنت ايشان ارو كايد هو بنا نشدو دو اي تاو تنا سوس بكنا ايليغو تا اي جويا اي سبلايز اي نا تين تات ميلياز نتي كدي اشلا اتا دميلياز دو لش سبي دميلياز اي بيتو نل ارو كو بيدا اي نشي كنس انيكي Jay at the Aqua Daily Listen very such a kuna a Aqua Kerrigan building is Nimguna, a kuna daily niche. A corner that I had millions on cut as a team a beto nil. Ado Paige, a Hanel Iniki, Ben Anderson, Liniki, AD Con Pesa Biastia, the Nibin Corner, a crab, Pomata seat, and 10 millions on that, not in another team Bigaco. Hala a yadi Ben Anderson, Liniki. Nanda Hidi Litati no Jahala. I see that our task garden at the Hagid of Osligi Penina, ADG Kwaike, the based up Biatia, Niniki, ADG in Delia, the large Erika as Lahiki, a Kondo, Adik, a Yakista, will not be Kodo 15 years, even as it's with the this is based on that as he. Should get as a sharp or something like slaggy, Ben carbon and Hishna. Without ego, but I limit it not 10 million on I can not team behind Nil. Our can be an easy chunk with the AR, BKO, Begas love it, and I'll indicate a date then in a hatzo. I don't know, I know can't with that. Sabe 100 Argonal, so 100 out and Hanan in the Jay Ikindahan go east on that Ikota, Jarabik in the Nishigi, ADG, Satan Hana, is hard, Abalagana, as in hiking Nay, take a day $10, ADG, Abu Otolish. A KDG, yard, I would in Ninigi, a K, the another thing, millions, and the millions is Sohigi, Joy Yakoto, say women on so stones, had Nabis and Edo, the Higi, a day by Ado, Adon. Insurance, she gives up at us, so Coco Ada, Hinal Taco, Dean Sat the Millias, a gets in Yard. Ado, KDG, a ya, Ray, that's turning at that, that's your only hitching Isha, I did not only the Masinigi, not another that thing, that people handle not being easy. A ya, NHRC FY21. Summaries, not in stuff. A declare, but they need energy at Ila Mahani, at Ila in the based on that, I write Alana in Hiki. I would ask the house don't only have many benign kitty, a Juno benign kitty, with our night kitty, a could up based on that, I hate Okoko, Asian, that not Indo, Benasiban, so case to Okoko, Ati, Hanana, not being based by another, based on another is Mr. Lehigi, Jaya, a Sunday, Mrs. Hikodona, Nina, they need Missy, Pink or Aya, Stay has uncle, A, Finance, they need them. A Sagaya could only hit in there, Benanos, 10 years, Hundi, DT, at E all, yeah. The Kagis link had 800 IG. Had this in Queen Linigi to Hataba Queen Ita to issue without action. Had this Linigi, a white man is not a deal, Mr. Deep. Upon Niger, Yanik the man, Arena Sosan Gisha, the Yicha. Jade I see Abin Yaha Hotelia, A I see now Linigi. A to the lack of a large back in $10 to that he need. So that sleep a person hand Lee Contato, Miss Nakidna team. The name is over a consum the Lisa. A data creature, you get the nowadays picture that was in a baby car now when ya a consum and other car on Nagia is and they in the good ego a ya. Understand little bit. A kid, Nikia Yadida, Shouta, and the JD the Kagis Clinici, the last line, Clinici, to see when he's about wind, and get up a kid understands the go that. Oh, God and Linigi to a yard, the Slata, Nilias in Hunter, no. Okoko asata se bid media e yakodo e yan al khan lini de na khan al wa lini ji e si de ke kal di he ga do le na so okoko e asid al na go e peso e ya e chide si cho inni ji do ji yan na ni to en ke ko da e bi kana e ya ji e bi ya da sin na do le ke ko na ke ya ko public hearing ni isan do ni e da na da di ni sta ke di ni aro ke ni ke ya ko nan tin ni ji e bi ke na ta aro supplies ji so da da ni e ta ya na yi ni to le ko do ni ke di ke ya di ko sta na bi han na e do na se zebna so spi na ni ki e ke ya ko education ji pa ni ni to isa ni ji so pani ni to ego e ya ni hina ni sin de ko ko pedal kai ki e ya pat an ai ni to list ni the worksheet with us e but almost as not the ki ya the human rights versus civil rights ni ki so God seems to do it is one and the second list ko e ya an re ke ko da ya nga senda taigi ade e khita go da ya e khista ne cha ko si hajo ana da to le aran re to ko sli da shibra da aro da Albuquerque da aro da ko da ba na ni ko ani da te thad ni ya zo ai ya ka ni do le so what are ya chen da si nel to is ni ki e da sign tin go di ko commission hasin ni ligi Asado ya is ig ke da kadole se asada hos to go se a hita hun so do ki down za ho e ji uda e khara di asta hiti ni do jo kon de ni commission ji adon han na ni se e ji ko do ni na e wa je sin ze do no shin aro ka so han e ya to e Kati ji beta inisi ki ta naso beta inisto le ji eso kesu ne do bani ta pan so keso le ji ya ni na re so se so ya ho so le ji ai si na ni skullo o ka e ka et po e ya bena se na so o ka e na ni stan lini ki da ha e sin ta hu ni to ade ni ki na i ade to se na so ne ja ji AD addict at these cargo such as up as a these cars and the place that no okay you don't understand lito the question then learn of society jagi to I sit on legal that now hugo escape down go ya the other home take ya get a okoko the way na hani ki to hita go da na tesen na ni ki e de la ni soko ni e banda ai ni ki yo sin ki transition e bin nicht art e ge ya to de in de nani e ni ki so de ya zo na ni another nazla to yan de ki ona isnita akwa ni na to tria zo e yanta ile ki pinina injile ko e na ban so da case ko da ego sto na re da hot sa da gadit aidan limiki e da hot do banana state e ayo ni ki ta hona ne jo e ben ki na so snet na da prinde zena da sin hot e na da sin ada aji inishka e di to be good in the plan of operation China now don't need that so I been his now ya idan hidini could that so I see your edan his need to wait and hot mini get you got ADG like scott out down need in a way DLA Piper law firm bullia ADG that shit out I can't do Arabic as la ecuador in Canada jagway a band that is in this legal area she is causing bless a hate later let HD kodo based on nada hit ahiki a beta na kai is above it adult neslo a ADG na high bisin that dealness cho ni go e pa huin e ka de but ya protest andole aro di ka hanana zidi git aro izide e ya US Department of Justice ki ko sanani kletole ko ko e git I sit na hot e ya agana halle jadi ko da ka di chi de hot ni kagis klezi binina I sit ani is ya ti git e ya aga ko blagana lini ki se ya ko ke han lini ki di slatin ho so gi AAC leaders nasik adil khozet that's what it nik hanat ni he do da ida se khaget ka gi ya de la ko ya ses kosto de la ko ya bla slain shentomon yi is hanat okay I think that is that the US Department of Justice in Presahi Kleto Lish but I ya say think out about the hanna Nare is the KBE, Nishiki, to a Yakesh Mishazi, Nishiki. I don't know what it. He got the last Tahiti, the last canal beyond the Tahiti. Other but let me take down a Yati Statina, Topi, Gunega, a the next is in Tahiti, Mr. No Yadas Tipo. AI sit out of Yashunda with out. Ko kai hit out the basic out the thought of it said ya ayo pa after the need edoless ta hiti need a kunna ischa ko tika kodo eso kd form 2 kunna ki case ni diki e koda atich ni na tani dan liniki commissioners dan liniki ila ediki ya katatno fisiki Ebeche beda ilne si yana tinto le ebna ya na misi agaston to le nigo games tika kwak commission dan has khaniki joko saige ya tika ba huin ya ben pe an yiki na ndo no ada huin ti chide but I ta kwa ta na we ke thao so lao Last on the 28 I don't believe a quality quite one and I saw content to Nata, the Nimiki Nash 8 I don't see clean a couple neighborhood as he gave the Nash a Yahoo able that deal miss like the little issue is a day NATO little technology it I see shown in the list like it need. Now Kikonega Kwan al Kahiki Mihidina. I didn't also say that you jahiki, 8 higher the Gita, a coco, okay, and not team, and a good action, Papa and the wind, it and hot night is each a good ego a yard, escaping them. Old army lie a yard, I see the better the doors I mean better. So takes out of a good 8 and then I wish that I neither. In also the other use job at machine thing that's in the house is not what the ahun egon age is not in the get middle econ wind. I don't quite get 19 any teacher a ya equine the last line it's in the Kagish but if you don't hit on the tire any kid I don't read as sample but if you don't pay bahun any na nel coco pero listo hit ago ya 19 binisado lisa no what I ta yan such a can legal adnan legal see he card this so ya kodo peso ki ya asha na strato peso ki ya ha de silo ka ki card ja nico I ta ya be isin tao sil na do isin national understand legal a kid na ki ya ti ko na ki ya ti ko the question sa niki to ediki hanet na a peso ki to sa the more yazo da the more yazo to the more ko I want to nine so content in the nico I see that decreasing the more lead a do da hit ko ta minister da il jin sha no ediki to hanen na da eso ado hazanite da ajike tachud da namista bjiyeshi diki to nego e bike da katon da doska ni snogo in commission e uta paiso aro kdike yati covid-19 ni gisto e kudo ben hangin tido ben hijati di paislu ni taigi ben sta ya kuma edo ni ke ni nas ni hita dan kitchen ki e khita di koje re Heshi, your total so lehigi, around the Washington, that hold out, egg was as ago. I would abandon it is so is not that is niche. I don't had a dolly, Niniki a asto, and they torn on a good add in the bad hunting with a decodostatin out zoigi. A add in a dark, Silla sisters for that, son with Anna, does Annie Linigi, she's a needle on a radar statin out to the A Yahoo able be. They need me so this. No, that I'm not having here. It's actually so that they need to have it. A could that there's only done Liniki, he could the message I on Yat on Hansaki, so he doesn't get all this. Niki to a about Niki. A could a cock also the scene, which is now not the list. I don't I don't care a Yatiko. So I sit on Habanado. They say, Nini Kija commission Hagida sleep. This thing don't want to the millions don't want to just don't want us shy. I don't add 8 I can't be a teaching the bit. I initiate out of those in the game Nasaton, Niniki, Akon Habonat, on the thing the millions in high school. Ana rei na ting the millions and habena nelo slatin the millions lita e an zona bona tsano le to kai gi shi so na habe ban ben han so ke so le akot an gi na so na do le ya ana shi no sound gi asti
What's going on? That colleagues, that extensive report on the 10-10-29 Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission. Is there any questions? There's no questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Gorman. Oh, good evening.
So,
thank you for being with us this evening. With that, colleagues, moving on down, 10-10-30, Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. That, I'm going to turn it over to Madam Chief.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. For business unit number 10-10-30, program title Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, Part 3 Budget Summary. Line item 2001 Personnel Expenses. Original budget $28,671. Proposed budget $12,327 with a difference of $16,344. Line item 3000 Travel Expenses. Original budget, $92,115. Proposed budget, $39,914, with a difference of $52,201. Line item 4000, supplies. Original budget, $2,817. Proposed budget, $3,000, with a difference of $183. Line item 5000, lease and rental. Original budget $1,359. Proposed budget $2,000 with a difference of $641. Line item 6500 contractual services. Original budget $424. Proposed budget $0 with a difference of $424. Line item 7000 special transactions. Original budget $8,066. Proposed budget $7,086 with a difference of $980. The total from the original budget is $133,452. The proposed budget is $64,327 with a difference of $69,125. Under Budget Form 2, Part 3, Program Performance Criteria, Number 1, Goal Statement. As oversight to report on a quarterly basis amended veterans policies and procedures. Program Performance Measure, improve veterans policies and procedures. Quarter 1, Goal 2. Quarter 2, Goal 2. Quarter 3, Goal 2. Quarter 4, Goal 2. Number 2, Goal Statement. As oversight to report on a quarterly basis programs, statistics, and services provided. Program Performance Measure. Conduct regular, special meetings, work sessions regarding health, education, and human services. Quarter 1, 4, Quarter 2, 4, Quarter 3, 4, Quarter 4, 4. Number 3, Goal Statement. Recommend legislations to amend Navajo Nation Code regarding health, education, social services, and HR policies. Program Performance Measure. Consider, review, recommend amendments to Navajo Education, Health, Social Service, and Human Resources policies. Quarter 1, 3, Quarter 2, 3, Quarter 3, 3, Quarter 4, 3. Number 4, Goal Statement. Advocate Navajo position on health, education, and social services issues at national level. Program Performance Measure. National Policy Development on Native American health, education, and social services issues. Quarter 1, 2, Quarter 2, 2, Quarter 3, 2, Quarter 4, 2. Number 5, Goal Statement. Advocate Navajo position on health, education, and social services issues at state, U.S. government level. Program Performance Measure. Participate in states of Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and U.S. government on health, education, and social services initiatives. First quarter 3, second quarter 3, third quarter 3, fourth quarter 3. Mr. Speaker.
Chief, with that, colleagues on Health, Education, and Human Service Committee 10-10-30, is there any comments, questions? There's no comments, questions on 10-10-30 on Health, Education, and Human Service Committee. Moving on down. Next is 10-10-31, Resource and Development Committee. And Chief, turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under Business Unit Number 10-10-31, Program Title, Resources and Development Committee, Part 3 Budget Summary, Line Item 2001, Personnel Expenses. Original budget, $35,229. Proposed budget, $17,676, with a difference of $17,553. Line item 3,000, travel expenses. Original budget, $72,588. Proposed budget, $39,876, with a difference of $32,712. Line item 4,000, supplies. Original budget, $6,000. Proposed budget, $3,000, with a difference of $3,000. Line item 5,000, lease and rental. Original budget, $7,000. Proposed budget, $2,000, with a difference of $5,000. Line item 7,000, special transactions. Original budget, $15,855. Proposed budget, $7,124, with a difference of $8,731. The total from the original budget is $136,672. The proposed budget is $69,676, with a difference of $66,996. Part 4, positions and vehicles. Total number of positions budgeted. Original budget 0, proposed budget 0. Total number of vehicles budgeted. Original budget 0, proposed budget 0. Budget Form 2, Part 3, Program Performance Criteria. Number 1, goal statement. Conduct regular special meetings, budget hearings, work sessions, and budget and related matters. Program performance measure. Report quarterly program data and program performances. First quarter 35, second quarter 35, third quarter 35, fourth quarter 35. Number 2, goal statement. Represent Navajo Nation at local, state, regional, and national public policy issues. Program performance measure. Meet with Navajo Nation lobbyists and orders to coordinate Navajo Nation position on issues. First quarter 3, second quarter 3, third quarter 3, fourth quarter 3. Number 3, goal statement. Coordinate with DED and DNR on tribal parks, economic opportunity zones, and farming development. Program performance measure. Schedule periodic meetings with DNR and DED regarding development of strategic plans and scope of action. First quarter 3, second quarter 3, third quarter 3, fourth quarter 3. Number 4, goal statement. Coordinate with DCD, ASC, NNLD, and chapters on strategic plans to enhance local chapter governments. Program performance measure. Schedule periodic meetings with DCD, ASC, and NNLD. First quarter goal 3, second quarter 3, third quarter 3, fourth quarter 3. Number 5, goal statement. Review all Navajo Nation land policies for agricultural, grazing, home sites, business sites, mission site leases, and land withdrawals. Program performance measure. Schedule periodic meetings with NNLD, DED, DOA, and BIA to streamline and enhance policies. First quarter 3, second quarter 3, third quarter 3, fourth quarter 3. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chief, for that. On 10-10-31, Resource and Development Committee. Colleagues, any comments, questions on Resource and Development Committee? 10-10-31. Anybody on the? Nobody? That. Colleagues, there's nobody? No questions, comments. Moving on down. Moving on down to Law and Order Committee, 10-10-32. Chief, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under Business Unit Number 10-10-32, Program Title, Law and Order Committee. Indirect costs in the amount of $11,636,000. Part 3 Budget Summary. Line item 2001 Personnel Expenses. Original budget $24,569. Proposed budget $12,327, with a difference of $12,242. Line item 3000 Travel Expenses. Original budget $86,204. Proposed budget $39,914, with a difference of $46,290. Line item 4000 Supplies. Original budget $3,200. Proposed budget $3,000, with a difference of $200. Line item 5000 Lease and Rental. Original budget $1,000. Proposed budget $2,000, with a difference of $1,000. Line item 7000 Special Transactions. Original budget $5,189. Proposed budget $7,086, with a difference of $1,897. Total for the original budget was $120,162. The proposed budget is $64,327, with a difference of $55,835. Part 4, positions and vehicles. Total number of positions budgeted, original budget 0, proposed budget 0. Total number of vehicles budgeted, original budget 0, proposed budget 0. Part 3, program performance criteria. Number 1, goal statement. Public safety, judicial branch, emergency management issues, and advocacy. Program performance measure. Meet with local, intertribal, state, federal agencies, and the congressional representatives at these levels. First quarter 4, second quarter 4, third quarter 4, fourth quarter 4. Number 2, goal statement. Meet with oversight programs regarding priority listings. Program performance measure. Schedule quarterly meetings and work sessions with divisions, departments, and programs. First quarter 4, second quarter 4, third quarter 4, fourth quarter 4. Number 3, goal statement. Committee action on legislations and other issues relating to the Oversight Committee. Program performance measure. Enactment of committee resolutions, reports, and others. First quarter 4, second quarter 4, third quarter 4, fourth quarter 4. Number 4, goal statement. Judicial, public safety, facility, construction projects. Program performance measure. Coordinate with judicial branch, NNDOJ, NNDPS on project updates and major issues, etc. First quarter 4, second quarter 4, third quarter 4, fourth quarter 4. Number 5, goal statement. NNDOH LOC Judicial Branch to update the Navajo Nation statutes and policies. Program performance measure. Schedule meetings and work sessions to review the NN codes, policies, and procedures. First quarter 4, second quarter 4, third quarter 4, fourth quarter 4. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, Law and Order Committee 10-10-32. Any comments, questions?
This is Delegate Charles Newton, Speaker.
Yes, go ahead, Madam Chair.
Speaker, I've got a question. So right now, the proposed budget last year was $120,162. This year, the proposed budget is $64,327 with a difference of $55,835. RDC also has a difference of $66,996. Hess has a difference of $69,125. And Budget and Finance has a difference of $18,027. So my question is, with this difference, we obviously are taking a big cut. Some of us are taking half of that big cut. So where is that money going to be reallocated, or where is that money going? If somebody could explain that to me, perhaps I missed that explanation. But I don't understand where the $55,835 would be going that is being taken out of the LOC budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me go referring to Office of Legislative Services, Mr. Platero.
Delegate Charles Newton, the budget as a whole for the legislative branch has decreased. The costs for personnel increased because, as I explained earlier, the departments had to cover the costs of the COLA that was granted by council during fiscal year 20. So a lot of it got reshifted. And when we were looking at the budgets for the standing committee, we went on ahead and took a look at their expenditures. For law and order, right now, your expenditure is, as of the 27th of March, you only spent $31,000. You have an available balance of $93,000. And so we took a look at your history spending and we reallocated those funds. I can go on ahead and do a worksheet that compares the funding from fiscal year 2020 2020 to 2021, and I can show the committee where that there actually was a reduction. One of the other ones that was a reduction is the amount of indirect costs that the branch received is lower in 2021 than it was in 2020. I can prepare that worksheet in the morning and email to all the delegates just to do a comparison overall of what the branch got. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Patero, with that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on Law and Order Committee budget, which is budget business unit number
Mr. Speaker.
1032?
Speaker Callan.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Callan McGay, and then Honorable Otto.
Speaker, I guess this is a good example that the committee is saving some money and programs need to do likewise or something of that nature, because a lot of times councils are the only ones being looked at of how much we spend and so much. But probably the 4 or 5 months that the shutdown is a factor in this particular budget saving. But nonetheless, Santa Ana Kudo, Kate Benkichahat, this was all you can do, so maybe this just shows that the council has been saving some funding, and I don't know what other way that we can show the program we should follow. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Callan McGee, with that, moving on down, Honorable Otto.
Thank you very much, Speaker. An area is that although they're looking at, I guess, historical numbers and avenues, you know, what I look at is that, you know, when the time of advocacy for the committee work to begin again, when you show that are we shortchanging the committees? And is this the time to entertain Honorable Eugene So's legislation to make Navi the committee of the whole? Since the direction of saving monies or so forth is going on, maybe that's the directive that we need, the direction that we need to go. And you know, Ananta, you know, when issues come up with budget hearings at the federal level, the TIBIC, whether it's RDC or whether it's Law and Order or HES or Budget Finance, you know, the advocacy for the nation has to be there. We are the governing body of the nation. The other is that I guess could carry over for the committees, unused allocation could be granted for all the standing committees. Now that's something that I can recommend. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So that, moving on down, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, go ahead.
Speaker, thank you. So after the explanation that was provided to us by Mr. Platero, thank you for that explanation as well, Mr. Platero. But I just wonder, like, you know, there's been a lot of concern about bonuses and then extra pay that has been paid out. And I know that Mr. Platero talked about the COLA, and that the money is going there to help pay for that, which council did approve. But can we also get a breakdown then to see who received bonuses under the legislative branch? Because if there's going to be a cut in our committee funding, and it's going to COLA and it's going to personnel, then I think we would be in order to be asking those questions. And I don't think that question has been answered. I believe it was my brother, Honorable Rick Nez, and I believe also Honorable Jamie Hanyo that asked that question. And I worry, as with most budgets, what we see is when there's a decrease in budget, there's never an increase. So in a way, as the chair for Law and Order Committee, what I worry about is we're never going to go back up to the $120,162 or $62,000. That the $55,835 cut is going to be an excuse as far as that having a committee is manageable, and that's the one thing that I worry about. And I think anybody who has seen government budgets is aware of that. When there's a decrease, it's always very difficult to get it back up to where it used to be. So I just wonder if there's anybody else who's worried about that, because again, as chair of this committee, I'm a little bit worried that we're never going to get back up to where we used to be. I know it's going to be a couple more years before we start to see some changes with the budget, but even then, I think it's I'm a little bit scared in taking that $55,800.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go back to Chief for that question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to refer this question to Mr. Platero. Mr. Platero?
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, give me a minute while I pull up a file from 2019 that I can use for comparison. Expenditures is actually a consistent pattern over the years. At the midpoint, in March of 2019, unexpended by council and standing committees was $3.2 million. So consistently, council and standing committees receive a large portion, but over the years, they've never spent all of those funds. I can go on ahead and work with OMB and have them prepare a summary of the last 4 years as they did with the request that was made on Saturday, so that we can give you some final numbers. Some of those were carried over, some of those were not carried over, but the allocations made to the council and standing committees is never spent. In the 8 years that I've been here, I've never seen the amount that goes there. And Madam Chair, the other thing you need to realize is that you're going to get carryover funding for IDC, and in the request for, and that usually hits in January or February of each year. So in the budget resolution, you get additional funds each year, and I believe I emailed you guys the numbers for all of those ones as well. So there's different pools of funds that are there, but consistently it's the legislative branch returns a high amount of dollars that is unexpended. When you look at the budgets, you have to break it down into two categories. The first is the 2000 series. Anything not spent in there goes into the personnel lapse fund. Anything from the 3000 to the 9000 series, those are the funds that there's a section in the budget each year that allows a carryover for the branch. I believe legislative branch last year had a request for 1.5 million, but when all the books were done, they carried over 970,000 or so, and I emailed you all that information as well. A lot of the departments that are submitting carryover requests this year actually received money in those. Speaker, all the requests that came in from department, all of those were funded. But when we got to the end of the fiscal year, the majority of those funds that were allocated under the legislative branch carryover were not expended. And then you still have, as I said earlier, $1.4 million for the current fiscal year that wasn't spent. But at this point last year in March, you had 3.2 million. And I can get the latest one. I think I have it on a different jump drive, but I can get that report at the end of the year, the numbers that I have, and I can work with OMB. And so you're funding standing committees and council, and you're not spending those. And then you have a need on the other side for programs that are asking for those. Part of the request, the email that I sent the 24th Council is the unmet need. Right now, there's 4 unmet need requests that are Office of Navajo Government Development, which is $69,432. Office of Legislative Counsel has an unmet of $279,664. Office of the Auditor General is requesting $200,000 in unmet need. Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission has a need for $47,771 for a grand total of $596,867. The way the budget process works is departments that list unmet needs are supposed to be given a certain review before other departments submit their requests. And so part of it is all covered under Title 12, and the unmet need hasn't been addressed during this budget hearing, but it is, I believe, form in the exhibit to GIA. I believe it's Form E that the committee needs to identify and put in its request as it submits that request to Budget and Finance. And again, like I said, I will work with OMB, get the numbers for the ending numbers for legislative branch. I think they do the entire legislative branch, and I'll see if I can get those reports for you before the Naabik'iyati committee meeting tomorrow. Madam Chair.
Okay, with that, thank you, Mr. Patero, for the explanation. Colleagues, going back to the budget, any more comments, questions on the Law and Order Committee 101032? If there's none, we can go on to the Naabik'iyati Committee. Naabik'iyati Committee 101033. That, Madam Chief, I'll refer over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under Business Unit Number 101033, Program Title Naabik'iyati Committee. Part 2 funding source, indirect cost, in the amount of $34,516. Part 3 budget summary. Line item 2001 personnel expenses. Original budget $85,616. Proposed budget $66,036, with a difference of $19,580. Line item 3000 travel expenses. Original budget, $143,000. Proposed budget, $55,138, with a difference of $87,862. Line item 4,000, supplies. Original budget, $10,200. Proposed budget, $1,000, with a difference of $9,200. Line item 5,000, lease and rental. Original budget, $3,500. Proposed budget, $5,000, with a difference of $1,500. Line item 6,500, contractual services. Original budget, $34,584. Proposed budget, $30,000, with a difference of $4,584. Line item 7,000, special transactions. Original budget, $37,733. Proposed budget, $18,862, with a difference of $18,871. Total original budget, $314,633. Proposed budget, $176,036, with a difference of $138,597. Part 4, positions and vehicles. Total number of positions budgeted. Original budget, 0. Proposed budget, 0. Total number of vehicles budgeted. Original budget, 0. Proposed budget, 0. Budget Form 2, Part 3, Program Performance Criteria. Number 1, goal statement. Accept contracts, grants, agreements from and within federal, state, county, and other tribal governments. Program performance measure. Ensure all contracts, grants, and agreements are approved by legislations in a timely manner. First quarter 5, second quarter 5, third quarter 5, fourth quarter 5. Number 2, goal statement. Approve plan of operation for departments and programs. Program performance measure. Review, amends, and approve plan of operations as outlined in duties and responsibilities. First quarter 3, second quarter 3, third quarter 3, fourth quarter 3. Number 3, goal statements. Coordinate appearances and testimony before state, federal, and congressional entities. Program performance measure. Prepare and make testimony where it impacts the Navajo Nation as a government. First quarter 4, second quarter 4, third quarter 3, fourth quarter 3. Number 4, goal statement. Subcommittees, Gaming, State Task Force, Navajo Indian Irrigation Project, Dinebizad, etc. Program performance measure. Review and evaluates and provide recommendations to Nabi Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. First quarter 4, second quarter 4, third quarter 4, fourth quarter 4. Goal statement. Prepare and recommend approval of committee and program budgets each fiscal year. Program performance measure. Coordinate budget recommendations that the committee has oversight authority. First quarter 2, second quarter 2, third quarter 3, fourth quarter 8. Mr. Speaker.
Hey, thank you. That colleagues, 10-10-33, Naabik'iyati Committee. Is there any comments, questions on 10-10-33? Alderman Dixon? Once, twice, 3 times. That, moving on down then to 10-10-34, Legislative District Assistant Program. That, let me turn it back over to Chief. Legislative District Assistant Program. That, let me turn it back over to Chief.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Under business unit number 10-10-34, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Tom Platero, the Executive Director.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, Business Unit 10-10-34, Legislative District Assistance Program, Branch Legislative Branch. General Funds, $1,885,682. Personnel expenses, $1,712,105. Proposed budget, $1,783,682 for an increase of $71,577. Travel expense, $25,175. Proposed budget, $85,861. $60,686 increase. Special transactions, $14,830. Proposed budget, $16,139,000. Total or difference is $1,309. The original budget for the LDA program was $1,752,110, with a proposed budget of $1,885,682 for an increase of $133,572. Underneath page 2 of 5, Budget Form 2, Business Unit 101034, Legislative District Assistance Program, Plan of Operations NABIAP-36-17. The goal statement is attend 400 chapter agency council meetings, 100 per quarter. Represent council delegate at meetings, 100 per quarter. Provide 120 constituents technical assistance on local projects, 30 per quarter. Provide Navajo Council constituents technical support, 30 per quarter. Goal 3, assist council delegates with 100 special projects to advance. Council delegates priority projects, 25 per quarter. Council delegates special projects, 25. 4, submit a monthly activity to document progress of projects assignments, 60 per quarter. Monthly activity reports, 60. Individual LDA staff participating in training workshops, etc., 24 per quarter. Staff development, 24. The LDA program has been a project that has been consistently underfunded. The last 2 years, last year we were directed to fund it at 100%. The previous year, the positions that were vacant weren't budgeted at a full 100%. So based on the directive from council last year, we went on ahead and submitted a budget, a full budget for the LDAs. Part of this budget was supplemented by the speaker's appropriation of, I believe, $60,000 for the LDA travel, and so that's where that increase is. Also, the special transactions was increased by 1,309. So this is part of when Delegate Charles Newton asked where did some of that money go. It was to fund the LDA program, and we just followed the lead of the council that this program be funded at 100%. So we consistently had issues with funding the full 20 to 80 hours, but this year it was put in the budget for this year. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that information, Mr. Patero. That, colleagues, on 101034 Legislative District Assistance Program. Is there any comments, questions? If there are none,
Delegate Paul Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, staff, thank you, colleagues. Those are still total number of positions budgeted 27 and 29. Is that the LDAs that's assigned or working for the delegates, or are there delegates out there that have more than one LDA, or how does that work? That's my question. Thank you.
That, turn it over to Chief or Mr. Patero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to refer this question to Mr. Platero.
Thank you for the question, Delegate Paul Begay. If you take a look at Form 2, if you look on the right hand, I'm sorry, Form 3. If you look on the right hand side, all of those that are 46, that's for positions that are one person in that position. The ones that have 23,239, those are for delegates that have staff that work part-time, meaning that they, I believe 3 of the delegates split their position. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I'm sorry, 4 of the delegates split their positions. So what that means is they have 2 LDAs, but they only work 20 hours a week. So when you add the 20 hours and the 20 hours, it's the 40 hours for the delegates that just have one LDA. So they split the positions. The other one that's new for this year is this program actually has its own plan of operation. This program is supposed to have their own manager and their own support staff. And this year we hired a senior office specialist under this program. If you look at the OLS budget, we had to delete a position, and we could no longer subsidize the LDA program. So we added a senior office specialist that will be taking care of all of the personnel, all of the travel underneath the LDA program. Right now, I serve as both the OLS director and also the director for the LDA program. There's actually supposed to be a program manager in here, but we've never had the $53,000 plus the $26,000, so that's about almost $80,000 that would need to go in to hire that individual, and we've never had the money to do it. If you look at it, the LDA program, it costs actually more than the OLS program. This budget receives $1.8 million. Our OLS receives 1.8, and the difference is 77,000 more that the LDA program gets the entire OLS budget. And so this is a very expensive program. And the origins of this, at one time, years ago, Office of Legislative Services budget used to be over $3 million. And over the years, a lot of that money that used to go to OLS actually was taken out and reduced to fund this program. So it's a very costly program, and that's how I can explain the personnel costs. But like I said, if you look at the budget form 5 at the end of this, we were going to put in a program supervisor. The plan of operation actually calls for a program manager. But we were trying to get a position class. We actually got a position classified for a program supervisor, but we didn't have the money to do it, and that was going to cost $62,000. And so we just eliminated that position. And so I'm doing OLS duty, and I'm actually doing a program manager duty for the LDA program. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The explanation, Mr. Patero. With that, colleagues, any further comments, questions on 10-1034 legislative district assistants? If there's no more, we can continue on to the next budget. With that, we completed the election administration office onto the Navajo Nation Code enterprise funds. With that, Chief, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under business unit number 901001, program title Navajo Nation Code Enterprise Funds, I'm going to turn this over to Chief Legislative Counsel Dana Bobroff. Ms. Bobroff.
Good evening, Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. This is business unit 9001. It is the Navajo Nation Code Enterprises Fund. The total funding is $2,000. It is an enterprise fund. Supplies, the original budget were $1,250. The proposed budget is $1,000. 7,000 special transactions. The original was $1,250. The proposed budget is $1,000 for a reduction of $250. The total original budget was $2,500. The proposed budget is $2,000. There is a difference of $500. There are no positions budgeted, and there are no vehicles. And the goal statement, goal number 1 is to sell 800 supplementals of the 2010-2014 updates, 20 sales per quarter, and the program performance measure is the sale of the 2010-2014 supplemental updates of the Navajo Nation Code annotated. The second goal is to sell CD-ROMs of the Navajo Nation Code annotated. The goal is to sell 20 CDs each quarter. The second goal statement is to review legislation of the Navajo Nation Council and standing committees to determine codification within the Navajo Nation Code annotated. The stated goal is one per quarter to review the enacted legislation. Goal statement number 4 is review the Navajo Nation Supreme Court opinions. The goal is 1 per quarter, and annotate into the Navajo Nation Code the Navajo Nation Supreme Court opinions. Goal number 5 is to review, allocate, and recommend appropriate actions to repeal, supersede, and clarify provisions of the Navajo Nation Code. The performance measure is to track updates to the Navajo Nation law to ensure correct codification, and that is a goal of 1 per quarter. Thank you, Speaker. I'm now ready for questions.
With that, colleagues, Navajo Nation Code Enterprise Funds, 901001. This is, I think, the only proprietary fund that's under the legislative branch. Is there any comments, questions?
This is Delia Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, go ahead.
Speaker, I want to say that this amount is really just sad. We continue to get hounded about how the code is not being updated. The last update, was several years ago. It's been updated with supplements, but we cannot continue to do this. We're not providing to the Navajo people when we're not giving them updated laws. And so I really think that this budget is sad, and it needs to be increased at probably, to start off, $25,000 in order to get our codes updated. There's no way we're going to get our codes updated with that amount at this point. It's probably not going to be for a couple more years. And I just think we're not providing any just to our people by not giving them the updated laws, and especially to our courts, to our advocates, and to the Navajo Nation as a whole. So is there any way that we can increase this amount to at least 25,000 so we can start working to update the code? Thank you. I'm going back on mute.
This one has a proprietary funding that's set for the
Let me go to, if you want to answer that question about the proprietary fund. Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, and thank you, Chairwoman Charles Newton. I will absolutely not disagree with you that the Office of Legislative Counsel needs more funding to update the code. If the council wishes to increase that funding, where you would increase it is in the Office of Legislative Counsel's budget under contractual services, or I suppose special transactions. But I think it would go under contractual services or consulting services. This enterprise fund is just basically the sale of, it's where we track the sale of the updates to the code and the CD-ROMs that set forth the code. We don't actually use this fund to develop the code. So I do appreciate it and would appreciate additional funds, but it would go in Legislative Council's budget, not in the enterprise fund. Thank you. Speaker.
Thank you. Speaker. Question, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Dana, for clarifying that. If we're putting money into CD-ROMs, are we contracting with an outside company like maybe Westlaw or Lexis? Because I know that they used to have that at one point, and I believe it was Lexis that was still holding on to that service. But then I know 2 years ago when I was working for the state of Wyoming, because that was my job, was I updated their codes, I updated all of their cases, the Supreme Court cases. That was my job. And so when we're talking about the CD-ROMs, are those CD-ROMs that are issued out by the Navajo Nation, or are they associated with an outside company like LexisNexis or Westlaw? Thank you. Going back on you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. They were originally contracted with through Westlaw. We actually have not purchased any new CD-ROMs or supplemental code updates since it was updated in 2014. So that we have we already have an inventory. We will not be purchasing any more updates to the existing code. Those updates and that purchase will come once we get the code updated, and I'm not committing that right now that it will be Westlaw again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Moving on now, Honorable Otto So.
Thank you, Speaker. Something that the legislative services. So who's supposed to be selling these books or these CD-ROMs? And what's the normal protocol for purchasing these this CD? Where's the gift shop at council's? I think we should have a little gift shop there where you could actually sell these things there, Like you go to Washington and there's these shops within these, like like within the halls of Congress. They have cafeteria and they have their own little curio shop there that they sell books. So where do we sell them at? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. So the gift shop is in the Office of Legislative Council hallway. You're welcome to come and browse through anytime you wish. Yes, obviously the CD-ROMs are outdated. And as I said, what we're dealing with right now is existing inventory. So we have CD-ROMs. We have CD-ROMs and hard copies. That's all we have right now, except if you have a subscription to Westlaw, you can get the code through 2014 through Westlaw. My plan for the new updates to the code will be to have them online. I talked to some different services, moving through that with some assistance from Chairwoman Eugenia Charles. I was taking advantage of her background, and then the pandemic struck, and I have to admit that code work just hasn't been possible since then. But now that things are getting back to the new normal, we are starting that project up again. So there will be no more CD-ROMs, but I do have an inventory of them right now. Thank you, Chair and Delegate. So.
With that, any other comments, questions? 901001 nomination code enterprise funds. If there's none, let me go to, we concluded then the legislation 0170-20 as a recommendation. These budgets will be moved forward to Navajo Nation Naabik'iyati Committee. Daryl, the recommendations on moving forward on the budgets, not only on legislation 0170-20, but also on legislation 0207-20, which is related to the Navajo Nation's executive branch, particularly the OPVP budgets. Mr. Patero?
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, just as a recap on the Exhibit A for legislative branch, there were no changes. On Exhibit B, there were no changes. On Exhibit C, there are a few notations. 101001 Navajo Nation Council, adjust Form 3, GS column, correct vehicle rental, 4,000, reallocate, update as necessary. 101017, Office of Legislative Counsel, substitute new budget submitted by Chief Legislative Counsel Dana Bobroff after OMB review verification. 101015, Office of the Speaker, reallocate funds for overtime bonuses. And then those were the only changes. There was a recommendation for $25,000 from Delegate Charles Newton, but it wasn't identified where that money would come from. And so that could perhaps be added on at a later time. Mr. Speaker. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not done. Underneath Exhibit D, for conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns, there were none added. Underneath Exhibit E, this is the one that I talked about earlier. There was a request for unmet needs, but nobody added it in, and so as of right now, there's no unmet need requests that were approved during the budget hearing. There was a request from Office of Government Development for $69,432, a request from Office of Legislative Counsel for $279,664, a request from Office of the Auditor General for $200,000, a request from the Human Rights Commission for $47,771. But again, the discussion did not say to add it in, so I can't add it in without the approval of the committee. Mr. Speaker.
And colleagues, those can be added in and changes will be made, or those can be added in as a motion at the Naabik'iyati committee meeting, which is set for tomorrow at 3 p.m. September 1st. So with that, colleagues, we are at the end of the close of the budget hearings.
Speaker, Daniel So.
Chairman So, go ahead.
I'd like to basically add the unmet needs. Since we do have some savings out of the unexpended funds from the committees. I think it was over $1 million, and the unmet need request was somewhere in the amount of $500,000. So I'd like to do it now rather than waiting for the NABI committee meeting.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. So I misspoke. That was just now added in because it was already added in at the Mr. Patero added in just now at the end of the record. So it is added in.
Okay, thank you.
All right. With that, colleagues, there's nothing else. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Tomorrow, 3 o'clock, we have Naabik'iyati committee. You know that tomorrow, I think Law and Order Committee has a budget hearing. BNF has a regular scheduled meeting. I'm not too sure about Resource Development Committee or Health Education meeting. Oh yeah, leadership meeting, RDC. Hennessy, Chairman So, do you have something tomorrow? Do you have
No, we decided to meet on Wednesday.
Okay. All right, colleagues. Well, everyone have a good evening. Thank you very much. Thank you to the staff that's still here.
Good night, everyone.
How going that?
Good night. Thank you, staff.
Good night, everyone.
How going that?
Good night.